Generally, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
To lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideologies that make that politics, right? This is my ideology.
So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool, Robert. Oh, dead? With a crowbar, you said.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. We had some camera issues. We still have camera issues. Don't have any idea who that is, but it's okay. We're all good, and we're going to press forward on your behalf. Tonight, we will be debating Trump's mass pardons of January 6 defendants ended political persecution. With me this evening, I have Fabian Liberty, Jason Lucas, and Bones of Doom. Fabian, if you'd like to begin with your opening statement, please.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm filling in for Tyler, but this should be fun. I appreciate you guys, and I'll be streaming again soon, doing a little bit different stuff with my content, but you'll see me soon, I guess. You can check me out on Fabian Liberty. Anyways, moving on. On a cold January morning in Boston, Massachusetts in 1774, John Malcolm was about to have a deserved terrible day. For the second time in his life, he was about to be punished by an age-old American tradition, tarring and feathering politicians and taxmen. John Malcolm was a staunch loyalist who supported the illegitimate state of England and their taxes levied upon American colonies, specifically the 3 pence per pound tax known as the Tea Act of 1773. Following an altercation with a shoemaker and his son where John Malcolm yelled at him, he was approached by patriot George Hughes and eventually struck him with his cane. So naturally, and for the second time, he was covered in boiling oil and feathers before being forced into a cart, paraded through the streets of Boston for several hours, forced to drink copious amounts of tea, and threatened with hanging at Liberty Tree. This is the attitude of politicians and taxmen who forgot their place our founding fathers had. Nevertheless, actions like this were seen as distasteful and even called mobocracy by Benjamin Franklin. So years later, when the Constitution was being drafted to create a superior form of government, many, especially anti-federalists, thought it prudent to enshrine in the government the right to peaceable assembly and to address the government their grievances. The First Amendment is an attempt to avoid civil war, chaos, or mobocracy. Protests, especially those that often turn violent, are as American as apple pie. The Shea Rebellion, the Whiskey Rebellion, anti-Vietnam War protests, civil rights, Stonewall, even BLM protests that caused potentially billions in damages, and of course, January 6th. There's an important sociological phenomenon to protests. On the left, they will often describe BLM or civil rights protests as cries for justice or the voice of the oppressed. And this is partly true, but when conservative protests against Gretchen Whitmer's tyrannical despotism and oppression during lockdowns, or against a federal government that is ignoring obvious electioneering and perceived fraudulent elections, they're labeled terrorists and sent to prison for a quarter of a century. This is where the January 6th collaborators were subject to political persecution. Maybe, like me, you think it's morally right to tar and feather politicians. And if so, there is no debate here. All the pardons are morally good, but maybe you're more like Benjamin Franklin and think those acts of mobocracy should be curtailed and these protesters deserve punishment. If you're in the latter camp, it's important to understand the function of protests. It's not magically terrorism because it's right wing. Just as with the left, it is a function of democracy, a form of government where half of the nation are losers in every election and where most of us are oppressed by the state. Protest is a legitimate form of addresses of our grievances, but is often not peaceable assembly. So, by our Constitution, ought not we punish those who become violent in their protests? Was that a cue? Oh, sorry, I'll continue. I thought you were like giving me a hand signal. Sorry.
No.
That is the real question as to whether the punishment of protesters, sorry, let me find my spot.
My apologies.
That is the real question as to whether the punishment of protesters, especially organizers, deserve decades in prison. The answer to that question is one of the social contract. While I am a firm believer in abusing all politicians, the Benjamin Franklins among you disagree. You believe that addresses must be peaceful, but what happens when the state does not hold up its end of the bargain? What happens when we can all see the media and state lying to our faces about busted water pipes that never happened, counting votes without auditors, wagons full of ballots being shipped into day-long accounting sessions with boarded up windows, a massively expanded mail-in voting system ran through unconstitutionally in multiple states, statistical anomalies likely due to changing electorate and maybe even possible harvesting, Michigan certifiers families threatened and changing their votes, and finally, what happens when the highest court in the land refuses to hear any of this by refusing Texas v. Pennsylvania et al. What happens is January 6th, a mostly peaceful protest where protesters showed up unarmed to protest at a minimum an abandonment of the state's responsibilities and at worst a stolen election. It is my contention in my opening to state unequivocally that all prosecution against January 6 protesters for vandalism, destruction of government property, organizing mobs, etc., is by definition political prosecution by the state, and that Trump's pardons reversed and ended this specific political prosecution, but unfortunately did not imprison the politicians who are at fault for the protest. I instead leave it to my fellow debater to describe the continued political prosecution involved in the trials, from tens of thousands of warrantless wiretaps to informants involved in pretrial motions against the rights of the prosecuted Proud Boys, or the blatant violations of habeas corpus and solitary confinement, torture of protesters and political prisoners, and maybe even the entrapment by informants and the FBI. Thank you. I cede my time.
Thank you so much, Fabian. I appreciate it. Jason, to you, please.
Wow, that is a difficult one to follow. Thanks, Scott, for really fucking me there. I am the only Jan 6er on this panel. I was actually a part of it. It was a blast, okay? Literally, they were throwing flashbangs at us and everything else. I didn't get to spend any time in the government pokey, and I'm glad that I didn't. But I also didn't push the limits as far as some other people. I, much like Scott over here, I actually agree with the deal that when the government does something that is a bit uncouth, just not really exactly what we're looking for, people should protest. And in fact, the conservative people or the right-leaning people who actually participated in January 6th actually chose the correct target, and that was the government. The reason why we saw such a backlash is because politicians were once again afraid of their constituents, and they just could not have that. I would like to see a return to that. Now, as far as the political persecutions that happened under the Biden administration, for the most part, will be done with these pardons. However, if there is a resurgence of Democrats into the House and the Senate taking the majority, we will see this happen again. Why? Because the left are a bunch of petulant children who scream about democracy while openly looking at the will of the people who voted in Donald Trump for a second term and scream, he's Cheeto Hitler. He is literally the worst thing that happens to our democracy. Well, I hate to break it to you, pal. It's not a democracy. It's a republic. And the people have spoken. Like it or lump it, it doesn't matter. And I cede my time.
Thank you so much, Jason. And Lucas, to you, please. Lucas. Oh, no, we didn't lose his audio too, did we? Lucas.
Oh God, no! Poor Lucas.
Poor
God.
thing.
Win by default.
Oh,
Flawless
no,
victory.
Lucas. Let me try and remove him and add him back in. Lucas, are you with us, sir? I'll move on to Bones. Oh, no. Yeah, Bones, why don't you go ahead
All
and
right,
give us
well.
your opening statement, please?
Well, I'm one for handling multiple people opposing me, but anyways, going into the opening. So my opponents today have chosen to defend two major aspects of the argument outlined in the prompt. That Trump's pardons of the J6 rioters ended political persecution that was done onto them, and that Trump ended political persecution broadly. My opponents would then need to defend the idea that the persecution of all the J6 defendants were somehow politically motivated and had no external valid reason to go after these people, including the members of the Proud Boys who not only broke into the Capitol, but also orchestrated due to the plans, such as Enrique Tarrio with the 1776 little document there, and Dominic Pizzola, the person who stole the riot shield and broke in first. Trump pardoned literally every rioter without knowing their specific cases, despite the campaign making the promise that he'd review them on a case-by-case basis while in office, making his intentions pardoning clearly outside of the scope of just political persecution, but something greater. When my opponents inevitably fail to substantiate that claim, they'll then have to defend that the other half of the argument, where Trump actually ended political persecution. And again, they will flounder on this because Trump has spent a great portion of his current administration attacking every other person politically. Whether it be his EOs attacking law firms like Perkins Coie, the attempts by his administration to persecute the seditious Six, Jeanine Pirro's quashed subpoena of Jerome Powell, the efforts by Bondi Patel to remove the FBI agents deemed political enemies, an attempt to politicize the agency, etc. And when my opponents again fail to defend those actions, the last resort will be, well, what about BLM? To which my response is yes. What about the time where Trump weaponized the DOJ against protesters and overcharged them when state-level charges were sufficient? Trump very clearly shows his biases regarding how he deals with rioters. He will overcharge and throw the entire DOJ at protesters who ostensibly are against him and his policies, but show deference to his diehards, like Jason over here, but even though he didn't get. But it's very obvious that Trump isn't interested in ending political persecution and is more interested in a retributive campaign to actually ramp up political persecution against his political enemies. Once we reach the open discussion, it will be up to my opponents to convince anyone who's also not captured by the Trump administration that his pardons of the J6ers and the subsequent actions he has taken since then constitute the end of political persecutions.
Perfect.
Well, there's only one person here, right? But can I ask a clarifying question on the prompt?
Yes.
Because Bones of Doom, it seems that your contention maybe is a misunderstanding of the prompt. It wasn't explained to me because I came in halfway. But am I to believe that you're assuming that we have to defend the position that Trump is the God King Emperor from 40K casting a massive psyker spell and or a demigod wizard, that when he signed into effect the pardons, a magical thing occurred in the universe from his extreme cock power, that all political prosecutions throughout history and perpetuity would be ended until, the great hero would rise again and slay the coming demon king? What the fuck are you talking about when you say that we have to defend the position that these pardons ended all political prosecutions? Your entire opening statement is a whataboutism that I think is just intentionally misinterpreting the prompt so that you can talk about how much Trump is bad. And let me just say this very clearly, Bones of Doom. On that regard, I'm with you. Fuck Donald Trump. I think he should be flayed alive in front of all of Americans and then his corpse displayed. I said I think he should. I didn't say any individual ought do it on a specific day. I'm just saying that would be the morally just thing to happen to him. Yes, he has also taken political he's also taken political prosecutions. That's not the prompt, though. The prompt is, did these pardons end political persecution? Not did they end all political prosecution in perpetuity, or is Trump a bad guy, actually?
So it's actually just twofold. My argument was that on one hand, the pardons of all the J6 rioters and protesters was actually not an act of ending political persecution against them, but rather retributive. justice did a supporters wild up and to feel like the wrongs had been corrected when there were otherwise very valid charges sent against people. And then on the other hand, Trump is then also just doing a lot more political prosecutions. He's just ramping it up. And the idea that he's like somehow like against, but somehow the idea that he's against like political prosecutions and the fact that like January 6th like ended this idea that there was there was weaponization by the government to politically persecute their opponents. That's also false.
Yeah, but you just set up a bunch of straw men
This is
that actually aren't
explicitly
the prompt.
So Trump's
maybe
mass
Lucas
pardons of
understood the prompt.
So hold on. Trump's mass pardons of the January 6th defendants ended political persecution. This is
I'm thinking of the prompt as
this
the
is
same
well
thing
within
as
the
like the J6 pardons were this like final act of like any political persecution in the United States, and then Donald Trump was going to come in and be like this righteous leader that didn't do political persecutions.
Well,
That's what I take.
Let's go ahead and have Lucas give his opening statement, and maybe we'll see where his position stands, and then Fabian, we can further clarify. I'll add in a few things on my end after Lucas gives his opening statement, and then we'll dive into clarification.
I wasn't trying to interrupt anything.
No. I understand what you were looking for there. All right, Lucas, welcome back, my friend.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're all set up.
I'm on my phone now, so
it's all right. You have earbuds on, so hopefully that helps. But all right, Lucas, go ahead with your opening statement, please.
yeah. So the prompt of the J6 pardons and political persecution in the United States begs the question that the J6ers who were pardoned were politically persecuted. The answer to whether or not these were political persecutions is obviously no. Most of the charges were along the lines of obstructing an official proceeding, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, tampering with documents, aiding and abetting, as well as seditious conspiracy for the more severe cases. All of these were demonstrated in court, either through guilty pleas or proof beyond a reasonable doubt. That's how you secure criminal convictions. If we desired, we can go through each and every one of these cases and see for ourselves how the courts came to the conclusions that they did. Our opponents may bring up fringe examples like Lucas Denny, in which his prosecution violated the Speedy Trial Act, or those improperly charged with 18 U.S.C. 1512, or even the prosecutions of the BLM rioters. But when you really investigate all these, which I expect we will, none of these really mean shit. The second question that we have to confront is whether or not political persecutions have ended. The answer to this is an even more obvious no. Donald Trump is one of the most weaponized DOJs ever. We can bring up egregious examples like using lawfare against James Comey, Letitia James, threatening to fire the entire public integrity sector if they didn't dismiss the charges without prejudice against Eric Adams. But we don't even have to do that. We can look in the very same district that the J6 prosecutions happened in. In D.C., Trump's DOJ tried to criminally subpoena Jerome Powell for a bullshit investigation as a means of putting pressure on him to resign. In D.C., Mark Kelly won an injunction against Pete Hegseth after the Trump admin targeted him for his political speech. In D.C., Jeanine Pirro, Trump's loyalist U.S. attorney in D.C., tried to pursue federal felony assault charges against Sean Dunn after he threw a Subway sandwich at a CBP officer, which he was then obviously acquitted on these charges. The judge himself said the case wouldn't take more than 2 days because it was so obviously ridiculous. Taking the affirmative for the prompt is a laughably stupid thing to agree to, so I'm excited to hear what ridiculous arguments our opponents are going to bring to the table tonight.
Thank you so much, Lucas, and I'm glad you're back. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, I believe most of the gentlemen are streaming to their own channels. If you'd like to head over, give them like, subscribe, share, all of the above. And of course, please send them your money. They're working for you tonight. All right, and as usual, we are going to get through our debate. Then we will move into closing statements. We will read and respond to your kind super chats. And then, of course, we will move into open panel Q&A. If you'd like gauntlet mode, you do have to hit that dono go on my end. All right, gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you, but I also recognize there's the caveat. Fabian, if you want further clarification and understanding, I'm open to having the discussion so that we can move forward.
It seems both of the opponents have treated the wording of the prompt in such a degree that would require Trump to be a literal magical being outside the laws of reality. And I think that they've done this intentionally as a means to make the entire case whataboutism. I am not here to debate the prompt that Donald Trump is a wizard that has cast a magical spell that ends all political prosecution. As an anarcho-capitalist, objectivist, libertarian, whatever label you want to give me, I'm certainly not here to fucking defend Donald Trump's usage of the state apparatus. I'm here to argue the prompt as I was brought in, right? Which is whether or not these pardons ended political prosecution. If you want to interpret it so liberally that I am to defend the position that these specific pardons have a magic effect that end all political prosecution in perpetuity, or imply some other thing that people are thinking with this prompt, then I'm just like at a certain point, I just realize that you're not here to have a serious discussion.
Yeah, so
no, it would just be
idea
that
of Donald Trump
Yeah, go ahead.
ending political persecution with the pardons isn't some like wizardry magical thing that you claim it to be. If Donald Trump pardoned all these J6ers, like these 1,500 people who we felt were politically persecuted, and then did the other things that he does, like firing certain people in the government, I don't think this is a very magical thing. And I think if you were a Trump supporter, you could say that this like ended political persecution in the United States. I don't think it's an outrageous thing at all.
Okay, so you're saying it did so temporarily, right? So you're adding in this idea of like you're interpreting the prompt to mean that it ended it at least, which is a bunch of stuff not contained in the prompt, by the way, which is insofar as the Trump administration is reigning, political persecution is over until some other person gets power, like a governor exists, or we live in a federal government, or someone else gets elected, or all these other caveats. I think it's just a silly interpretation of the prompt so that you can talk about Trump's political persecution or the things that the Trump administration has done that are bad and have a whataboutism argument instead of talking about the specifics of the prompt, which is were the January 6th protesters
Pardons.
that were pardoned, were any of them, right? Because it need only be one. If any one of them were politically motivated in any way, or if the state apparatus under the Biden administration was abusing its authority in any way, or using its authority in an unequal way compared to what it did to other protesters in similar situations, then this is a form of political persecution that was ended by the Trump administration's pardon, or the Trump's pardons.
Yeah, so like, why didn't they just go by a case statement when Trump's campaign contacted NBC News and said, "Yeah, we're going to look at the pardons on a case by case basis"? Do they think now that all cases are suddenly now political
It was going to take
persecution?
too long. He made an executive decision. That's actually
It was
going to take voted for him to do. So
then
I
he
don't
did.
see what
So
the
his
issue
goal.
is.
So thank you for admitting that his goal then was not to end political persecution. And so he just kind of wanted to wave the hand
No
around.
one's made that claim at all.
That's not part of the prompt. The prompt is
so
Trump a great
Trump
president?
pardoning all
It did-
January
like
6th
the Trump is
protesters
did he
ending
end
political
Hold on,
persecution?
you're,
This
pardon
is
me,
textbook
gentlemen. You are
prompt.
both talking, and therefore we can't hear either of you. Fabian, I think you were responding. If you wanted to respond.
No, I'm just saying again, we're getting away from the prompt, right? Like the prompt isn't did every pardon good? That's not the prompt.
No.
Again, this is you guys haven't actually made like
So
Lucas and
how
you both have
are
made
people
some
like
arguments that I would like to
politically
actually
persecuted?
talk about because they're
All right.
actually on the topic.
Bones,
wait,
did you have a
Sarah, what
response? Or
Go ahead,
Bones or
Lucas.
Yeah, I was going to
Lucas,
ask Sarah, what do you take the prompt to be, and so we could have like
I look
a
at it
more
as
narrow way to argue that.
action equals like a conclusion, right? So the pardons were an action, whether it was by Trump or anyone else. There's an action that happened, and that ended political persecution. Okay. So I don't even look at it as a person. I look at it as there was an action that happened. It just so happened to be Trump's mass pardons. That is the action. And then we are seeing the like cause and effect, right? So I don't.
And are you wanting to hit at like political persecution in general, or just political persecution specifically with like the J6ers?
The way I understood this was like all political persecutions, right? Like
that's Trump was a wizard.
There we go.
like in terms of it happening, right? That's what I understood it as. Now I could be totally off, but I don't. That's what political persecution I thought was.
Okay, well
like,
then I'm
cosplaying as Sean Dunn today with the sandwich.
Jason, I apologize. It's now a 3v1 debate. Unless you also would like to abandon the prompt perspective that Trump is a wizard and ended all political prosecution in perpetuity.
Trump has
never
been
done
framed
anything
as if
bad.
he's a wizard.
And he
You
is
could
the
just
God
not-
King Emperor. He's a perpetual that's 10 feet tall.
Wait,
it's
hold on.
It's a silly prompt to
Okay.
defend. It's obviously
It is very silly if you make him think like he's supposed to just like be contractually obligated by his magic to like never do political prosecutions. It could also be the case that if he's like acting in good faith, then like we can just determine that the
Right, but that's
prosecutions that he's
also a
doing
different thing.
are political in nature.
Political actions are never in good faith. I hate to break this to you, my
Okay,
man.
great. So yeah,
Well,
that's
I
great.
still,
So then you
let
agree
me
with me.
clear- I
Good
still
job.
don't see it as like
Please.
Trump. I don't see it as Trump is the wizard, right? I see it as this action happened and people learned from it and said, let's not do this anymore.
Look,
right?
it would be
Who
nice.
is that
Well,
naive?
It would be
Like,
nice.
who
Yes,
the
it really
fuck is
would.
that?
God.
Like, has anyone paid
Sarah.
attention to what every evil president has done in the past 2 centuries in American history? The amount of people the CIA have killed is a mystery number because we don't fucking know. Like the amount of people the FBI has killed is a mystery number because we don't know. No pardon is gonna we're not kumbayaing and being like, now that that's over, now we're back to business of like running a legitimate government that doesn't do things
Yeah,
like
well, the-
funnel crack into cities or run banana Republicans in South
Well,
America.
unfortunately, that's what
I
he ran
think
on.
My claim,
well, like the
and I think my
idea-
claim is a rational one, is that some of the prisoners that were targeted heavily, and they were not given the same due process and the same rights that are presumed under under the Constitution to people. That people were segregated in prisons, that there were informants in Enrique Tarrio's case that were available and still feeding information to the FBI during pretrial, which is an obvious violation of his rights, that people were put into that people that were very, very mild in terms of the violence that they committed were in prison awaiting trial for an incredibly long amount of time, which isn't to say random black kids that are picked up on the street in fucking New York City aren't sitting in Rikers for 8 months either, right? I'm not saying it's particularly special, but it is egregious and unconstitutional. And it was done on purpose because the media's full attention was on these cases. They could have sped these up if they wanted to. They didn't. They wanted people to sit in jail, right? It's not like some random case on a docket somewhere. Like these are politically charged cases that are be talking about constantly. And that these things, in my opinion, if you disagree with me, I totally understand. We can have a debate about that. Constitute a form of political persecution where the state is heavy-handed because this is highly in the media spotlight and because there is a political will to punish these people because they believe Democrats need to heal from like this tragedy that is an insurrection, much like the right-wing people believe that the pardons were like some healing thing that we're over this. And I agree with you that that is silly. And then I do agree that some conservatives think that. I'm just not taking the position that Trump ended all political prosecution by signing a blank check to all the people that were in a protest. I think it's silly.
Oh, and for the
Like
and
we were
for
talking
the
about
people,
you're framing it like this is it's this magical act of like these pardons just ended political persecution, but the idea is more like this was the grand finale. Like this was.
I read the prompt as
things that
is
happen in
logically,
J6
not based off of
Hold on,
your presumptions about what the right thinks.
I'm not
Uh,
concerned about what the
Jason-
right thinks. I'm just talking about how the prompt reads.
Jason, did you want to add in on that?
yes. So here's the deal. I don't think the pardons are magically doing anything other than clearing the people who was wrongfully treated and their rights violated by the federal government. It ends their persecution altogether. Do you believe in constitutional rights?
No.
Yeah. So my question to you is: Do
Me-
you
that's
think
me
that
personally.
Do you think that political persecutions have ended? Do you think Donald Trump is continuously doing
For
these after the pardons?
January 6ers? Absolutely.
No, I'm talking is Donald Trump doing political persecutions?
We're
after
not
these
here to
pardons?
discuss Donald Trump and his actions. We're here to discuss.
But we're not
the
here to discuss
January
Donald
6th.
Trump.
Look,
Okay.
if you want to
So
talk
you-
about
but you
make it
disagree-
about
but
a
you
trial.
disagree with
Hold on,
the-
hold
This
on,
feels
hold on,
like another
hold
show
on,
trial,
hold on,
much
hold on.
like the January 6th show trial.
I don't view this as like everything that Trump has done is good, bad, this, that, or another. Again, I only view it as that one action, that it's just the pardons of the January 6ers, right? That is the action. It just so happened to be that Trump did that. We've seen other presidents do that, whatever. But I wouldn't sit here and say that we would go down all of the rabbit hole of every good or bad thing Trump's ever done. I wouldn't say that that would even be on the table.
Yeah,
That one I can.
I'm not
I
trying to
can
get
agree
into.
with
I'm not
Fabian.
trying to get into
Yeah.
like the. I'm not trying to get into the good or bad. I'm just trying to discuss whether or not Donald Trump is still continuously doing political persecution
I just
after
don't
these
care.
pardons.
At this point,
You
it
don't
doesn't
care?
matter because it's not
doesn't-
part of the prompt as far as I'm seeing it. What I am looking
Even
at
wait,
is the
didn't
fact.
Sarah agree
Hold
that
on,
was part of the
stop,
prompt?
please stop. Let me talk. I've let you talk.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
It's very simple. The prompt was, with the parting of the January 6ers, has the political persecutions ended? For them, yes. Does that end all of it? Absolutely not. However, we're talking about January 6ers whose rights were violated. Do you believe in constitutional rights?
I do believe in constitutional rights.
Okay. So since their rights are violated, you should actually agree with those pardons because their rights were violated by the state.
Actually, let's actually get into whether Enrique Tarrio's rights were violated.
I mention Enrique Tarrio?
What did Judge? No, Fabian did. What did Kelly find with regards to like rights violations against Tarrio?
Why do I care about someone else's opinions about whether or not a rights violation occurs?
You're the one who levied this.
My argument is this, right? Of the many examples that I gave, specifically, I said that there were FBI informants while pretrial was still going on, and that is a violation of his rights. That's it.
Yeah, but did Judge Kelly Kelly
I don't care. I don't care what another person's opinion on is in your opinion.
The judge presiding over the case?
Hold on. Let's just go one at a time.
I don't give a fuck about the judge presiding over the case's opinion. Just like I don't give a fuck about a ton of judges that have made retarded shit.
I don't care at all.
I've disagreed with Supreme Court rulings constantly. That doesn't mean that I am automatically wrong because Clarence. Do you think that if Clarence Thomas disagrees with you on something, that means you're automatically wrong? Or do you think maybe judges can be wrong in their opinions or wrong in their assessments?
These are two.
And I'm actually looking at the details of what occurred and whether or not I believe that, or whether or not the audience believes that to be political persecution.
So my apologies. Are you saying that it's of your opinion that there were rights violations against Enrique Tarrio, that there were rights violations against Enrique Tarrio? Because those are two different questions.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
It is my opinion. It is my opinion. Well, specifically, that I believe it is a violation of his rights to not inform him that there are people that he is having family communications with, friend communications with, etc., that are still actively investigating in pretrial. They are gathering information, which means that
but there's no evidence that the prosecutors intruded on private or privileged communications between Enrique Tarrio and his lawyers.
Yeah, I find that to be laughable because I feel like you're saying it's almost contradictory, right? Which is to say,
where's the evidence?
We have
where's the evidence that there are privileged communications that were tapped into by the prosecution, or that there's evidence that the defense had that was protected?
I can't hear you.
I'm pointing out. You said, "Where's the evidence?" I'm explaining the contradiction, or at least the contrary, not per se a contradiction.
So now I'm asking you to defend your opinion.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking for whether the prosecutors intentionally intruded into privileged communications, or they used defense information that was that they only should have had access to.
Right. So you're goalpost shifting and saying now that the only way his rights were violated is if they had specific access.
I'm asking you to defend your opinion.
I'm sorry, Bones of Dune.
Hold on.
You keep interrupting me.
Yeah.
But let me explain why this is a fallacious argument. You have moved it over to, I now have the burden of proof that the FBI had specific access to privileged communications. What I am saying is that what we do know is that the FBI had informants that were in family members' homes and meetups and talking with people that were all a party to the case they have informants going while a trial is going on. Now, do I have specific proof that they had access to privileged communications? No.
So you don't have evidence that there were any rights violations?
Give me a big budget, right?
So
we can go through all of the documents that the FBI has. We can do a proper investigation to see what communications they do or they don't have. What I do know is that they are doing something that if it was any other normal ass case that wasn't a massive amount of political pressure on, if you find some kid somewhere, right, that was accused of robbing a liquor store, right? And then all of a sudden you found out while trial was going on that the police were at their grandmother's house gaining information from them as an informant. Any judge in the fucking world would be like, nope, we need to reset this. I need to investigate this. This trial is fucking over. You would almost certainly get a mistrial with prejudice.
All right. Yeah, now I need to ask, what's the rights violation specifically?
Are we talking about constitutional or human rights?
Constitutional.
Right. So I'm not a lawyer, right? Like I'm not gonna
so you
say
don't
that
have
it's
anything?
enshrined in a specific like which article, which I guess you could say that it's the right to a fair trial, right? You could say that by having someone that is potentially able to gain information, potentially gain information about your defense, that this would be a right to a fair trial because you may be working on strategies that your grandma or your friends are aware of. And then because they have that information, they have a leg up on you in the trial so that they can then counteract or file motions or find ways to try and circumnavigate your ability to have a strong legal defense, which I would presume constitutionally is like kind of a big deal, right?
So
there's
so
a
you
lot
don't-
of
you don't
argument
actually
between the
know.
federal.
You don't actually know.
I mean, I just gave you
or-
an example of why I would believe that was a
No,
constitutional
you said you
rights
think
violation.
it to be. You said you think it would be this thing. It gives you the vibes that this would be a constitutional violation. But I don't even think you're trying to make a constitutional argument. Are you making more of a human rights argument?
Well, I mean, I wanted to make a clarification upon your thing, right? Because I don't think it's a secret here that like my belief in the Constitution is, I mean, it's in my opening statement, right? Like, is that like to me, I think any form of the state punishing people for damaging public property and or attacking politicians is in and of itself a human rights violation because we should be able to tar and feather any politician. That's just they are aggressors in the very nature of their existence. But I understand that normal people, right, have bought into this silly contradiction that is the state, and they try and stop the abuses of the state by believing in this piece of paper that is the Constitution and legal precedents, et cetera, that gives them some constitutional rights. And part of that would be a right to a fair trial. And I think if you have informants that are potentially aware of your legal defense, that like we should be fucking investigating that, not just being like, oh, poo-poo, no rights happen, no violations happen here, move on.
Okay, so I guess like what's the problem with any of this if we're operating under the assumption of the legal system being an authority for whether or not something is like a constitutional rights violation or not? Do you think that like any of these people were improperly charged, like the obstruction charges or the conspiracy to obstruct charges? Do you think any of those were like invalid?
I mean, I can't go through a case by case basis. I think if you have 2,500, I think it was roughly 2,500 people that went into the Capitol, and you had hundreds of cases. I think like if you're dealing with a legal, like I think even you would admit, right, that there is invariably going to be mistakes in either direction,
sure.
right?
Sure.
Right,
I
like,
agree.
right,
And
like
I
so.
don't think- I don't think
but that's like not of
mistakes
concern here. I think the actual
Yeah.
concern is the state heavy-handed in going after these people? Is their motivation political primarily, or at least in part, as opposed to a strictly legal perspective? And I think we can all kind of agree that these were hot cases that people were very involved in, and that they're not going to follow the same statistical trends as other protesters, as we've seen with nearly every other protest recently.
Only we
so
could
if
kill the
that's-
light
I mean-
cases.
If that's your standard, then every single case ever involving some sort of like government action, this would all be political persecution. I feel like that's kind of like ridiculous, and to gauge it towards the.
I totally understand for the means of this debate that it is my duty to do an internal critique from someone that believes in constitutional law, which is why I made sure that my intro statement made a distinction between those two, which is I called you the Benjamin Franklins amongst us. Right, that
Yeah, but
don't
if you
believe
also-
in the
Yeah,
concept of
sorry.
mobocracy, right?
Jason,
but it also-
I want.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry,
sorry.
I'm
Go,
not-
I wanted to
And
make
then
sure
I
Jason
made the
had an
argument that
opportunity to jump in.
that from the very beginning, right? I made the argument, which has gone unaddressed, but I've already taken up so much time. I really want to hear you guys yell at me and Jason yell, right? But just to be clear, in my opening, and Lucas, I don't know if you were having technical difficulties and had to
I
switch.
was, yeah.
Right,
Oh, wait,
but I
listened
made
to
I
your
made
opening,
the
I
argument.
listened to a part of Jason's, yeah.
Right. So I made the argument, right, that the entire concept of constitutionality is based upon this social construct. And the entire idea of peaceable assembly is that there is an avenue for you to address your grievances. And I think that when we saw all of the things that we saw that led up to January 6th, and when we saw SCOTUS shoot down Texas v. Pennsylvania et al., right, because it's like 9 states or some shit, right? That they've kind of already cast their die there. They've already accepted the political violence.
Yes.
And I understand you're like an anarchist, so this is probably fine in your worldview. But like, if we never have punishments for people who commit crimes when they're at protests or when they do riots, then you just incentivize the people to riot and do that whenever. You incentivize people to harm politicians. You incentivize people to hurt government property. But like I said, I know you
figured it out. Two things.
Two
I would love more government property destruction. That would be great.
I understand.
I agree with it morally.
Sounds like I condemn.
Second, I said government property, right? Government property, public property. It's a contradiction. It's evil, and you burn it. I don't care. Number two, second thing, right, is I disagree, right? Because as I said in my opening, and as I said just now and reiterated, right, and I'll reiterate for a third time, that it is the state that violated this presumed social contract that allows for this piece of paper, right, that is the Constitution, to be a governing principle or value when they shut down Supreme Court cases, when they certified an election knowing that Michigan had been threatened, that they had been threatened by several people, and by Trump, by the way, right? So they gotten threatened by Trump, and they gotten threatened to be doxxed and their families killed by Antifa, and then they switched their votes. So Michigan should never have been certified. That there was Texas's contention that there was a lot of unconstitutional ways in which states had pushed in mail-in ballots and like the ability to ballot harvest, et cetera, because of COVID, and that many of those states had violated their own state constitution. And it was SCOTUS that said, well, you're not really affected by this, so you have no standing, as if Texas wouldn't then be affected by the existence of the federal fucking government. So I feel like it was the state that violated that social contract. And so I think if there was extreme amounts of violence on January 6th, it would still be political prosecution to charge a single person, no matter what they did, to law enforcement or to any politician.
Okay, so your claim is that this. All right, we can have him get in.
Texas v. Pennsylvania, the fact that the SCOTUS was too cowardly and spineless to actually address it actually showed that they endorsed any kind of violence that happens against a state, because all they were doing was protecting the status quo. They actually didn't want to listen to the arguments. They did not do their job. So when you look at it from that lens, it makes more sense. I'm not the extreme anarchist. I'm not the ANCAP that Scott is by any means, but I understand his worldview, and I do share some of it. I'm a little bit more of a statist than he is. Well, the fact that I'm
a Benjamin Franklin, we'll
yeah,
say,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
I was trying to be nice here when I said it that way.
You're saying the state violated the social contract of the Constitution when they tried to go use illegal means to stop Donald Trump from getting elected as president. Is that
so? First of all, the government has no right.
I'm asking
to
Fabian.
Stop anyone from becoming president.
To clarify very, very specifically, when I would say that the First Amendment, that the concept of peaceable assembly, right, and the right to, the five elements of the First Amendment, right, that the idea that we are going to peacefully protest and not use violence as we did in our nation's founding, is that you are going to actually, that we have a right to address our grievances, and that you're going to do something, or that they're going to be heard. And what we had instead
address grievances just means suing the government. That's how that's been interpreted.
It means suing the government. It also means like a certain.
It doesn't mean going and killing
are allowed
politicians.
A petition that
Which politician was killed?
What? Right. Well,
unfortunately, they attempted to kill Pence. They were hang Mike Pence.
What I'm saying here is that
you should know you were there.
This case should have been heard, absolutely, and I know that because in February, was it February 4th? All of the media apparatus came out and bragged about how they bent the rules to the extreme degree to make sure that Donald Trump didn't win the election. It was what was the case? I have it in my notes here somewhere.
Okay, yeah. I guess let's just go by.
Like they literally bragged about it less than a month later. They wrote an article. Was it here it is. I apologize. I'm already taking too much time, but you know which one I'm talking about.
So do you think the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump then?
I don't know. I know that there was obviously electioneering. I know that there was statistical anomalies. I know that there were things that were lied about. I'm sure there's some level of fraud, but there's always fraud in every election. It's whether or not that fraud is actually meaningful, and it's hard to gauge it. Right. So, but what I would say is that there was certainly more electioneering and it certainly wasn't quote unquote the safest, most secure election in our history, which was right. It took it like there was a lot of problems with it.
Okay,
and
so
I
if
think
you-
that
if
when they
you-
just jammed it through, despite being a shit show of an election, which is kind of super important, right, to determine the leader of the free world, that led to the events of January 6th, and rightfully so.
Well, I think if you don't even know whether or not the election was stolen or not, I don't know how that can justify a violent, like a attempt at a violent overthrow of the government. That's like ridiculous,
Dude. They took over. They took over City of Block in Minnesota because they believed that a black man was killed by a police unlawfully.
That didn't
Okay, you can
happen?
do a lot. No, he died of a fucking fentanyl overdose.
Well, yeah, can you prove that? Can you
this shit
prove
again.
that?
Yeah, what's the evidence of that?
The actual autopsy.
Wait, the
Yeah,
autopsy
the
that said that he
both
died by
autopsies that-
asphyxiation?
Well, to be clear, I'm not. I don't care about this.
Yeah,
I don't care about
That's
this
fine.
whataboutism, right?
We don't have to deep
Yeah,
To be
that's
fair,
fine, that's
to be
fine.
fair, the original report by that medical examiner was that he had not died of asphyxiation, and then he later changed the report to
Where?
reflect that. I don't know if that's political pressure, or if maybe the guy's just like kind of a dumbass or
Yeah,
whatever.
what's the evidence
It's
for
also
that?
hard to know. It's also hard to know. One of the problems
Nothing,
I would
yeah.
say is when you look at things like fentanyl, right? Like Derek Chauvin, sorry, not Derek Chauvin, George Floyd, obviously a horrific piece of shit as a human being, right? Like I don't think
Yeah,
anyone thinks he
obviously.
wasn't like
Sure.
like he was a good guy, right? He robbed people, he counterfeited, he was a drug addict, he, you know what I mean? Like he threatened pregnant women, like he was a piece of shit, right?
Doesn't mean
But
he should be killed by the
piece
police
of
officer.
shit
though.
that he
Yeah, I
was,
think to
right?
matter.
short circuit.
It's hard
to short-
to know. It's hard to know what the actual micrograms of fentanyl overdose is, because it's hard to know how much fent this dude was taking, right? You know what I mean?
Okay,
Like
sure,
he might
sure,
have had a
but the-
tolerance.
And also the fact that
short
he
circuit this whole
had
thing,
built
like the
that.
BLM protesting is like a counter to like the January 6th protest stuff. But if we actually look at like the BLM protests, I condemn the violent BLM protests. I do. You're not going to find me or Bone saying that this was a good thing. And also,
I condemn
there was
only
even-
the public property destruction. Anything
There
that
was-
you did, like firebombing the police stations, I'm totally for.
Okay. But there was even a report that the BLM protesters were charged with a heavy hand in order to de-incentivize violence. So you lose there when it comes to BLM. These people
Are you
didn't get
kidding
off
me?
easy.
How many people say
yeah,
that?
this
When
was
you say
federal
that,
prosecutions
I
by the
am
Trump
curious.
DOJ.
How many
I am
people were
curious, right?
prosecuted
I'm
for
not
that?
intimately aware of all the prosecutions of BLM activists and organizers, but did anyone get a quarter of a century prison
think so,
sentence?
no.
The answer is no. The answer
Did
is
anyone
no.
Did anyone get 10-year prison sentence?
The answer is no.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Did anyone get a 5-year prison sentence?
two,
I'm also
I
not
believe.
sure. I'm sure there probably was some 5-year sentences in there, or
I
maybe
believe there
10.
was two.
But
Yeah, but
there's
this is
also
also
a
still under
difference.
the
There's
Trump
also a
DOJ
difference in
anyways.
there's also a difference in crimes here, right? One of
Mhm.
these is going to DC and trying to subvert the results of the 2020 election.
Wait,
and the other
wait.
is like just normal riots.
Was that a
right?
specific? Was that
Is
like,
DC some holy ground or something?
Yes, that's our
How?
capital. That's
How
our
is it?
capital.
So-
Obviously, we
so
have
is this
higher
a religious
standard for
argument?
legal
I guess it is.
No. It's
Trump is
he's-
God King Emperor,
It's not
and he is in
this.
charge
Well,
of the
obviously we have a
sacred
higher
religious
standard.
people's house.
Obviously,
They-
we have a higher standard. For
literally not
attacking the
religious, good
Capitol
Lord.
building. I'm not
Yeah,
saying
I mean-
it's actually religious. I'm saying colloquially, but
No,
there's
I
obviously
actually-
a different standard for attacking the capital of the United States.
Well, I think I agree with you, and I think you also agree with me by virtue of your belief in the sacredity of certain governmental institutions, because I think that plays a part into why these were political persecutions. They were not charged just because they protested and did some government property damage, right? They were charged because they interrupted a meeting for that continued a few hours later.
Yeah.
Right, and
Well,
so
which
and it's
entails different crimes.
it's only relevant.
All we
that
could
they
get into the
ought be
charges
charged a
and the
quarter of a
differences.
century, right? Because it is this sacred place, and I think if you
Oh,
view
no,
that
not at
as
all.
a sacred
It wasn't
thing,
for the
then
person.
it really
Hold
goes
on.
to show that
Okay.
this was indeed a political persecution. That there is a
So-
belief
so
that you
hold-
have done the verboten, you have done
Hold
the
there.
evil, and attacked the sacred place, and thus you must be punished, not for the logical crimes that you committed, not for the damage that you did, but for interrupting our sacred state building that is our political apparatus of the will of the people.
So this
Yeah.
is like a really, really interesting comparison. So the longest sentence that any BLM fighter got was like 7 years. This is in North Carolina. It was related to Boston and all that. There's also a Boston man, John Bonepong, I believe, who got 5 years. He fired like 5 shots at the police officers during the riot.
He got 5
the
years
difference
for shooting
between
at a
hold
cop, that's it.
hold on
Go
there.
ahead,
The difference
Bones.
between him is he brought a gun and shot at
on.
people.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Let
Enrique
That's why he got
Tarrio
1/5.
gave
We
Paxton
know that the
25
left.
years.
Hold on.
We know the
hold
left
on,
is so
let
lenient on
Bones
gun
finish.
crime.
Hold on. Let Bones finish his thought. He has been very patient with everyone else.
More patient than I usually am, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
But-
I look, I'm giving you a trophy for this one. I'm proud of you tonight, Bones.
Can you guys hear me fine?
Versus Enrique, yeah.
Okay, I had to do something.
Go ahead, Bones.
Yeah, versus Enrique Tarrio, who literally orchestrated the Proud Boys, invading the Capitol building. You know, the whole 1776 returns document. Anybody familiar with that one?
I think everyone in the political space has probably. Like, I was very actually surprised that we had this to rehash this debate, right? Because this feels very 2022, 2023.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I feel like we've all seen someone in some clip, you know, with Rob Noor gets owned because of the 1776, document, right? Like we've all seen that, right? But the question is what's more important, words or actual actions of violence?
Actions, absolutely. Which is why Enrique
So-
Tarrio was
so
the one
do you think-
orchestrating it,
I'm
which
just
is why
curious.
people like Dominic
I'm curious,
Pizzola,
do
which
you
is why
think
people like
that the
Ethan
BLM
Nordine,
protester-
Zachary Rell, Joseph Biggs, like all those people, the people part of the Ministry of Defense, of self-defense.
So what did they do? What were the
in,
actual
the Proud
actions?
Boys.
What were the
So-
actual actions?
So do you want me to like read off the counts that
No, not
Enrique
the
Tarrio
counts,
got?
the actions.
Okay.
You said
What did
actions
they
matter
do?
more
So-
than words. What are the actions?
So specifically with Dominic Pizzola, he stole a riot shield from a Capitol police officer. He was the first person to breach the building. Enrique Tarrio was the one who was orchestrating the entire attack. You can find it in the 1776 returns document. He was the one who wrote that. Ethan Nordine was one of the co-conspirators. He was one of the people who organized the mob at the Capitol. And then Zachary Rell and Joseph Biggs were part of the Ministry of Self-Defense, which were also involved in the orchestration of the attack. Now,
Wait, so
notably,
these are orchestration
Pizzola-
plans. What are the actions?
notably, so hold
far, I
on,
have
notably
one action,
Pizzola.
stealing a
Right.
riot shield.
Did you want to finish
So-
your thought, Bones?
They were so I mentioned them as co-conspirators, but notably Dominic Pizzola, he was not one of the people convicted of seditious conspiracy. That was the only charge that he was acquitted on related to that. But I did actually
So what
list
are the
a bunch of
actions?
actions.
So the actions are one person
So,
stole a riot shield and
orchestrating the
breached
riot,
the building.
orchestrating the riot on the part of the Proud Boys. That's not an action. Is that not an action to you?
I think it depends on. I mean, no, it's technically speaking, but like that's fair. That's fair. I'm being too pedantic
Wait,
here.
are we
Right? So
talking
the
about the guy that
orchestration.
stole the riot shield?
No.
So
I'm talking about
my
Enrique
contention
Tarrio
is
here.
this. My
Oh.
contention is this. Is I was being tongue in cheek when I said how many people got charged 25 years, and then like I feel like you were like, ooh, let me look it up real quick, or maybe you had it in your notes. I don't want to accuse you of not preparing.
There we go.
I got the prompt like a couple days ago, right, and I had other stuff
You're
to do.
fair.
But nevertheless, in this instance, right, we have someone who fired shots at police officers, and they got 1/5 the time of someone who
Texted.
really, really, really bad things that are probably honestly tamer than what I've said today on this
It's just
debate.
conspiracy is just like texting things.
Yes, that actually is
That-
what it can
Really?
just be. That
Oh, wait,
yes.
so the judge ruled in the case that by him texting things that constitutes seditious conspiracy.
A judge is now the end all of truth.
Well, it's the determiner of whether or not someone gets charged with a crime. So we should have the judge for the rationale.
Actually,
here.
no, he does not determine if someone is charged with a crime. That's what a
judge
prosecutor
doesn't
does.
determine if somebody
Please
is
learn
charged
the
with a crime.
please learn the legal
charged,
system before you try
convicted. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
okay.
You're being pedantic too.
Or
Like,
convicted.
I am
know
being
what
pedantic.
you knew what you
Sorry,
meant.
I'll be
Hold
I'll be
on,
more
hold
precise.
on. Let
Convicted
at
of a
least
crime.
there you go. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Jason.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be more precise. Convicted of a crime. You don't think a judge determines whether or not someone is convicted of a crime or not?
No, they are
Well-
the final
Well,
arbiter.
again, they
yes.
don't. They just they.
Oh,
often
they're the
do
final
charging,
arbiter.
but-
What does final
Okay.
arbiter mean to you?
So they're the person that will actually, because they can set aside a jury's verdict, regardless of
That's
what they.
pretty rare, though.
It is
And then
rare,
they
but
make
they
a
can do
determination on
that.
if
So
somebody has been
a conviction
that
doesn't
warrants
actually happen
conviction.
until a judge actually renders a sentence and everything else. So it's
Sure,
it's
sure.
pedantic.
But like,
That's
it's
what
pretty
law
fucking
is.
rare if a judge does that. I mean, like, presumably under the Constitution,
They
you have a
usually
right to a
follow
trial
the
by jury,
jury.
right? Like sometimes under rare circumstances, a judge will recognize that there are maybe potentially exigent circumstances, and instead of because that come in very late in a trial, right? So like the trial is kind of already prejudiced by like so much of the other trial having occurred. Like that's usually what they use it for. They're not really trying to be like, well, actually, I technically disagree. We have seen it a couple times here lately, weirdly enough. But I think that might just be media attention with like random people that are on like their 30th felony conviction for like, assault and robbery.
Yeah.
There was one woman, female judge. Not sure whether or not female is pertinent, but maybe that's just my misogyny leaking.
Talk about the one in Texas.
Yeah, where she was just like, actually didn't do nothing. And there was another one with like the Somalian fraud scam, but like it's pretty rare, right?
Yeah. So to kind of like circle back to this, to answer Sparky over here, this is a U.S. Code 18 USC Section 23A4. If two or more persons in any state or territory, any place subject to the jurisdiction of the United States conspire to overthrow, put down, or destroy the force of the government of the United States. And then I'm going to kind of skip a little bit right here to, or by force to prevent, hinder, or delay the execution of any law of the United States. The laws being, the election laws in this case. This is what Enrique Tarrio was convicted on with respect to seditious conspiracy. What he was trying to do was, in part, help.
You can charge almost every politician in DC with the exact same thing through their
so why don't they do
political processes.
Because that's the contention here, is that they were politically prosecuted.
Yeah,
right? That they were treated in a way that we don't normally treat people.
But
like,
this would go on both sides of the aisle,
right? There was that
literally
young man that was
both sides
trying
of the
to
aisle.
barge in. There was literally just that young man in Tennessee that was trying to barge into the redistricting, right? And he's a politician, and he had to be stopped by the sergeant at arms, and like he got there for a photo op to make sure he mean mugged him, right? Even though he's not supposed to be there, he wanted to make sure that the media could get a good photograph of him standing up against white supremacy as he attempted to charge into a place. Like, he was attempting to do what January 6 protesters did, right? He was attempting to stop a legitimate by a statist's opinion, right? A legitimate process of the state. And so like if Enrico Tarrio is going to get 25 years, why not him get 25 years? He's attempting to barge in to an official meeting where they're redistricting, and he has the right of doing it.
Was this person convicted of seditious conspiracy?
He hasn't been tried.
I think he might have to text him.
Okay.
If we do an investigation, I'm willing to bet if we do an investigation, he probably texted some media to be there for the photo op when he did it. And that would now be a conspiracy to barge in and disrupt an official meeting, right? Which would be the exact same thing that they did. My contention is that it's ridiculous to charge these people with year-long sentences or
Tennessee,
decades.
man, you don't have any evidence of this, so we have no idea whether like this could constitute seditious conspiracy in general. So again, this is kind of just grasping at straws here.
If he texts, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I'm not going to look it up mid-debate, but I think we know what we're talking about. If he texted media to be there for him, right, and there was some in some of those text exchanges, or his staffers, right, were working with him, and there was a group of people, like some of his staffers, some media, right, that were all working together to try and get a good photo opportunity as he attempted to disrupt the meeting. Would that not be essentially the same thing as what the Proud Boys did on January 6th?
If the goal is by force to disrupt the meeting, and there's like clear plans of it in the text, then I could see it. Whoa there, Sparky, chill out.
Go ahead.
If it is the case that all of that happened, then yeah, I could see a charge for seditious conspiracy being the case.
But wouldn't that be ridiculous?
If it was like
think
that'd be ridiculous?
Jason, did you want to chime in on that?
Well, okay. Look, every time someone protests at any meeting of the government officials and they slow down the vote or anything else, they're doing exactly what the January 6ers did, and nothing happens.
If they forced their way, did they force their way in?
Yes, they forced their way in. That's exactly what he was trying to do. He was trying to force his way through the police to get in to stop the vote. Okay.
Yeah, but
he failed
again. For seditious conspiracy, they would have had to have been like prior plans.
Hold on, Bones.
The January 6ers failed completely. They did not go into the house. They were not able to breach that area. They failed to do exactly what this federal representative in Tennessee, failed to do in the state house of Tennessee. What he did, had he had an R behind his name, you would call it insurrection. But no, he has a magic Pharaoh, and suddenly he didn't do nothing.
Wait, but the J6ers did accomplish their goal because they delayed the certification in time.
They delayed the certification by a couple of hours. Woo,
that was the point of J6, to delay the certification so Trump could send the electors in.
No one was coordinating with Trump. People had ideas of what they could do. There might have been some people that were in direct communication, but out of the Fabian, what would you say? 150,000 people that was in DC that day.
When I looked up numbers, it's like all over the place. There's some numbers say 80,000, or some numbers say like over 100,000.
It was well over 100,000.
So it's depending upon like it depends on how many people went just simply to DC to protest versus how many people were in the court in those specific areas. Then it goes down to like 30,000.
Yeah.
Right. And then when you look at the estimations of people that went in, it's like 2,500 some places.
So the J6ers who went into the Capitol, what was their goal?
You know what was funny is when I was at the base of the stairs.
Dude, I would say when you have that many people and that much chaos, the idea of being able to say what.
Yeah. Because I literally asked.
Caveman.
No, I
actually
have a video. I actually have a video that is still up on Odyssey, and it was a lady when they announced that they stopped the vote, and they were at the base of the stairs, and I asked her. I said, "Now what?" And nothing but fear showed over her fucking face. There are people who get caught up in these things and just react. People are herd mentality.
I was trying to find that young man's name. I apologize for interrupting. But there was so many examples of different politicians breaking in and trying to stop those votes. Yeah, I was trying to find the young man's name that had the afro. I couldn't remember his name. And it's actually proving to be difficult just through Google alone, because there's just so many articles of different times in the last few days where different politicians have barged in to try and stop the voting. And there's so many of those politicians. It's just kind of, I find that ironic.
Lucas, you were saying something. I didn't hear it.
Yeah. So Sparky, do you think that like all the people who were holding the guillotines for Mike Pence and the people who were chanting 1776, you think those people were just wandering into the Capitol building? Do you think everyone that burns
the mob? Okay. Do you think that everyone that burns an effigy of Trump, should they be charged with attempted assassination?
Burns an effigy of Trump?
Because that's what the whole guillotine and the hang Mike Pence thing was. That was an effigy.
Yeah. That's
so wait, were any of the J6 protests
went into the Capitol after they violently broke into the Capitol?
No, they didn't.
During the biggest part.
The people who had the guillotine and wait,
right? It's your
dude. You just don't know. You weren't there.
Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Were any of the J6? Okay.
It's
your First Amendment rights to hold a guillotine. You can chant whatever the fuck you want. I'm not concerned with that. It's that, and then going into the Capitol violently after, looking for politicians, looking to obstruct the vote, looking to do all these things. It's not just it's indexed to this greater thing that they did after, which was violence.
I think we're adjudicating something that is like not necessarily pertinent to the topic, right? We could have a back and forth. We could have a back and forth about how violent it was, where the pockets of violence were versus people that were like there's plenty of videos of like scary shit, right? There's plenty of videos of like where like as much as I hate cops and like I don't care what happens to them, like as an institution or from a rational perspective.
Ooh, poor thing.
There's also plenty of videos where they're like, very chaotic and they clearly don't have the backup that they need and they decide to gas the protesters when they really shouldn't have. And at the same time, I kind of feel for the cops there, right? Because I'm like, dude, if I'm a cop and like there's a mob that outnumbers me 500 to 1 in this pocket and we've got riot shields and we're trying to push them back, I totally understand the perspective. Fuck you guys. I'm going home to my wife and kids. Eat some gas, bitch. right? But at the same time, you've got gas going out, you've got people freaking out in certain areas. Then you have other pockets where people are like strolling in, like not even aware of like how much is going on. I think it's an incredibly chaotic thing that occurred. And that there were certainly people that that organized a protest and had a lot of rhetoric that you wouldn't agree with. But but I don't think they pertain to the arguments as to when those people were charged. Was that a form of political prosecution? And did the pardons thus end that political prosecution by freeing those people? I'm sure there are people that did crazy shit that were like psychos that like most people would agree probably should have been charged. And I'm sure there were people that were unfairly charged.
Let me mute him.
Right? Like that's going to be true of any prosecution, right? Like the rightful conviction rate, maybe you think it's 99%, maybe it's 91%. But there's going to be a group of people that are going to be unfairly charged, right? And there's also going to be a probably even bigger group of people that aren't fairly charged. And my contention is I don't want to adjudicate the whataboutism, but I do think to a certain degree it is important when you have BLM protesters throwing Molotov cocktails at police stations and like there's not this massive FBI apparatus that is weaponized to go through every cell phone footage, every piece of cell phone footage, and also tens of thousands of wiretaps that many of which they didn't get warrants for, and then try to do everything they can to find every grandma so that they can bring them in, versus very little effort put towards people that actually threw explosive weapons at police buildings, right? Like it's very clear that one was politically motivated and that there was a desire to get these people so that the nation could heal in some capacity, whatever, if you buy that rhetoric, or maybe it was just a means of making sure that the poor and that the downtrodden and that the conservatives sit down and shut up and we run you now. Whatever it is, whatever portion of the spectrum you think that is, I do think it is important to note that it's very clear that they were very heavy-handed in this, and that that many of these things were stretched to their limit to make sure that they gave maximum sentences to a lot of people so they could put names, so that they could have a symbolic impact on the psychology of the American mind that you fucked around and now you're going to find out. Stay in your little cubbyhole and accept whatever the government tells you is true.
They're going to put you in your place and you're going to fucking like it. And that's
great.
exactly
Well, hold on. Well, let me respond to this since Lucas has gone. To go back to
on my soapbox, I get it.
Yeah, I was about to. You get on your soapbox a lot. Like I've seen.
There was there was audio jumping in and out. Like it was crazy. Yeah. I was vibing.
Yeah, no, I get it.
It was like an Alex Jones episode. Like there's just background music. They're coming. Like fucking the John Podesta emails and it was vibe. It's a vibe. Go ahead.
Yeah. But I feel like to go back to like the example of Justin Pearson, I feel like the big difference between the two is just very obvious when you look at things related to January 6th. The first people going into the Capitol literally broke into the Capitol, stealing riot shields, blah, 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 all that shit. The fucking weapons charges that are accompanied with some of the other defendants as well. But with respect to Justin Pearson's case, all of this was literally just civil disobedience. They weren't using any weapons. They were not like going by force, like breaking into the Capitol to disrupt like official like proceedings in the same way that like say like Dominic Bezzola did. So there's no like evidence of like some widespread conspiracy that are out yet that would constitute sedition in the same way that Enrique Tarrio was engaging in with his Proud Boys members. So like that whole thing, those are completely disanalogous scenarios. And I believe Justin Pearson, he got charged like a first grade A or class A misdemeanor in Tennessee for like disruptive protest or something like that.
Oh, did he?
It was TCA section 37 or 39-17-306.
Is he paying a fine or going to jail?
No, because clearly what he did was way less severe than orchestrating an entire conspiracy to break into the Capitol.
What was he put in solitary confinement for 6 months?
What's the distinctive difference in your opinion?
There's a D
Oh,
behind
the
his name.
distinctive difference being that one is literally just protests that are like disrupted the proceedings in Tennessee versus literally breaking in forcibly into the Capitol and a conspiracy by several people to orchestrate that action. Which is what the Proud Boys leadership.
The only thing
Yes,
you've done
they
is
did.
you framed one as like an American political protest, and you frame the other as the actions that are occurring. But presuming he texted with staff and the media were there for a great photo op, right? Presuming he did that,
you're
then
talking,
the actions are the
giving
same.
distinctions. You're giving distinctions then. Good job. Yeah, so going back to this, there's no there's no conspiracy, by the way, by Pearson to use force against the Tennessee government. Once again, just letting them sit. Disruptive protest does not mean sedition either. So the idea that you just disrupt proceedings doesn't automatically raise something to the level of sedition. There has to be a great level of planning to do so, not just text. By the way, encrypted text being one of those things. Again, going back to the 1776 returns document, the Ministry of Self-Defense,
so you said
all that is whoa there. You were on your soapbox for 5
finish.
minutes, baby.
Let
So
him
I'm gonna
finish.
get on my soapbox real quick.
Just to piggy.
Well, Lucas, hold on. I'm on my soapbox. Okay, I have the soapbox and I'm standing firmly on it.
Stand on your soapbox, Bones. You're fine.
The level of coordination between something like Pearson's case, as far as we know, versus what Enrique Antonio did with what all the Proud Boys did, completely disanalogous there. And I've no. So
I keep asking you to answer.
I don't know why. I don't know why I have to
thing,
keep repeating this to you. So
because you're only doing
once
so in
again,
a framing.
The Ministry,
so here's
the Ministry
the one
of
thing you said.
Self-Defense, literally a group of Proud Boys people that are organizing themselves together to figure out how best to get into the Capitol and what to look out for. Literally coordinated encrypted messages. The 1776 return stock, kind of outlining some crude instructions for these people for the day of, and also the fact that people within the Proud Boys literally fucking broke in.
Just to make sure,
then
he
Justin
texted
Pearson
his
just
staff-
kind of walked in.
So hold on. Let's just assume for the record, right? Let's just assume something. We don't know if this is true or not true, but I just want you on the record for this. If he texted media and had his staff tell him when he was going to be somewhere, how they were going to break into the meeting to attempt to stop the meeting so that we could get photos of this, so that we could, stop this great injustice that is the elections of Tennessee being stolen by Republicans by redistricting the map and disenfranchising the black voter, right? Seems like seems like not a stretch that happens, considering that the media were there. But let's assume just for the sake of argument that it did happen, that he gave a plan, that there was multiple people involved, his staffers and the media, so that they could disrupt the meetings in the hope of bringing media attention and causing a kerfuffle that might actually stop the process of the redistricting that he felt was wrong and a violation of Voting Rights Act and evil. Do you think he deserves 25 years in prison for that?
No, but also neither does Enrique Tarrio, because there's 9 other charges that he had that add up to 22 years. I think you kind of forget that part.
Okay, cool.
So
how many years in prison should he get if he did that?
So if
he texted media and staffers, how many years in jail should he get?
So according to the statute, no less or no more than 20
No,
years.
I don't give a fuck about that. I'm asking you your personal opinion and your sense of fairness and equity and justice, right? I'm appealing to you as a man that believes in equality, equity, and justice. How many years should he get in prison for that?
For a Class A misdemeanor in Tennessee, for a Class A misdemeanor in Tennessee, I don't know, but for the specific statute of seditious conspiracy, no more than 20 years, and probably for something like that, if that were a constitute seditious conspiracy, it's way less severe with the circumstances there. So probably if we were to grant all this and say that it was seditious conspiracy, maybe a couple of years.
A couple of years. All right, fair enough. All right.
Maybe just, and that's
I don't believe you.
And that's
believe you, but in
granting
this
a seditious
moment,
conspiracy.
I'll accept
by the way.
it.
Yeah,
that's
I think if Donald Trump
I think if Donald Trump
had the FBI or the DOJ investigate him, pull up without warrants or with warrants. Let's even say he does it with warrants, right? A little bit more fair than the Biden administration, and has them get all of his communications and prove that there was communication, and then put him in federal court and then create a trial. Let's say not in DC, because that'd be a very liberal area, right? We're going to move the court to a very conservative area so that he's with a very conservative minded judge somewhere that made sure that he got 3 years in prison. I think you would be losing your shit on Twitter daily calling Trump a fascist. I think you're full of shit right now. But I am glad.
If it were the case he did political persecution, then sure, yeah, I would probably be pretty pissed off about it. Like
because it would be political persecution. It would be nonsense.
But the problem is, I've already made the distinctions. I've already made the distinctions between someone like Pearson and someone like fucking Tario. And you're like, no, you didn't actually make any distinctions.
Vibe.
Yeah.
The distinction is he's on your team.
No. So the 1776 returns document, that's a vibe. This Ministry of Self-Defense within the Proud Boys, that's also a vibe. The fact that there were encrypted messages between Ontario and other members, yeah, that's also a vibe. The fact that Dominic Pizzola stole a fucking riot shield and breached the Capitol, that's also a vibe. Yeah, totally. Yeah, all those like very relevant facts, those are all just vibes. Good job.
It's lit almost everything that you described, with the exception of not Enrico Tario, but the other individual taking a riot shield and breaking a window, is literally a vibe. Literally everything that you just described is him talking shit in encrypted messages and being like, we're going to stop the steal. We're going to go into the building. It's the fucking people's house. We have a right to be there. It's the same exact scenario that you have described with this other individual, assuming that he is that he coordinated with media.
I'm gonna start reading off the 1776 returns document for you. You tell me if these are vibes. Overall goal: fill the buildings with patriots and communicate our demands. To maintain control over a select few but crucial buildings in the DC area for a set period of time, presenting our demands in unity. See attached list of demands in Patriot Plan section. We need many people as possible inside these buildings. These are our buildings. They're just renting space. We must show our politicians we the people are in charge. So those are all vibes right there. Those are all vibes.
They're literally the same as the other example that we've given.
This is fucking retarded as fuck, by the way.
It's not retarded. Buddy. It's literally that he would have the exact same logic. If you changed all of the list that you just said to all of the Tennessee senators that are disrupting meetings to try and stop to try and stop the redistricting, forcing their way into meetings that they're not supposed to be in, so that they can have a list of demands that we stop doing this and claiming that's it's the same exact shit, one for one.
Okay, since I was cutting out, I'm sorry. What example are we talking about here?
We're comparing the Justin Pearson case in Tennessee to Enrique Tario in 1776 and January 6th.
Another thing that hasn't even been mentioned yet is I guarantee you that Tennessee representative also was coordinating with state Democrats in the committee on the House floor for timing and everything else. This is
just to do a disruptive protest, by the way. Yes. Disruptive protest is not the same thing as armed insurrection.
If you disrupt the government,
it's not the same thing as but you'll pop off, buddy.
If you are planning to disrupt a government action, which is what a majority of people of January 6th was actually charged with, okay.
No, okay,
yeah,
hold on.
It's the same.
We're
it's the same.
Vital comparison.
Hate to break it to you, man.
There's a different charge that we're not taking in consideration. Obstructing an official proceeding. That's what the majority of these people.
What do you think happened to Tennessee, pal?
As well as conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding.
What do you think coordinating with other people is, guys?
It's the exact same thing.
It's the same thing.
We're talking about sedition versus just obstruction.
Sedition
Those are two different things.
Obstructing an official proceeding. You think sedition conspiracy is the same as that?
Sedition meaning things to overthrow government type proceedings, and conspiracy meaning coordinating with multiple people.
So no, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. Hold on, Sparky. Hold on, Sparky. You're not listening. It's a conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding versus seditious conspiracy overthrowing the government. Those are two different things. With respect to Proud Boys, most of them got fucking 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3 there.
Thought that the government was being overthrown. Anyone who
no one thought that
is either lying or
fucking stupid. Was like, "Yeah, Bill Patriots."
Wait.
Yeah,
The Proud Keepers and the
right.
Oath Boys were trying to overthrow the government. Do you acknowledge this?
No, they weren't.
Okay,
There
I
is
can
no
find
way-
a
I don't think
literal
anyone
text
admits
from
that.
Enrique
Yeah,
Tarrio
no one admits that.
celebrating.
All right, well, I
celebrating
guess we
when
just
they
gotta
break
keep reading
into the Capitol that they're
1776
taking back their government. What world
That's
are
not.
you living
That's
in?
not. Hold on.
I have to-
Hold on.
I have
Let's
to
hold on.
ask-
Pause,
So
pause,
once
pause.
again, wait. So hold
Let
on.
me clear this up.
So
Let me
wait.
olive
No.
branches.
I gotta clear
Let me
this up
olive
for
branches
Jason.
very
No,
quickly.
I gotta. No, hold on. I'll let
Okay.
you go back in your soapbox for just a second. Again, the overall goal was specifically to break into and maintain control of select buildings within DC. Smarky.
Okay.
Taking that's literally taking over the fucking
But
government.
hold on. Let me ask you this.
With
okay?
force.
Wait, hold on.
Not just to disrupt the proceeding, but to
Hold
take it
on.
over.
I got to ask you this, and this is very pertinent. First of all, what year is it?
What year is it right now? 2026.
Okay, in the year that January 6th happened, what year was that?
This was in 2021.
So let me ask you this. Does holding a specific building mean that you take over the entire fucking country in 2021?
No, you fucking retard. Did you listen? I
Listen,
said that they were
child.
taking over specific buildings, you fuck.
Listen,
Holy shit.
child.
You need to open your fucking
Overthrowing
ears
the
real quick.
government takes
Sparky,
a little
Sparky,
bit more
look,
than holding a couple
Sparky,
of buildings.
Sparky, I don't want you to hold up another gun to your head again, but like just hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. I said that they were supposed to take over specific buildings in this case.
And I asked you,
Specifically
does taking
to
over
and
specific
specifically
buildings take
to
over the government.
specifically to overthrow the results of the election.
We're not saying it was a good plan.
Well, I'm
So
just
let
asking
me
a
let me
pragmatic
clarify
plan.
here.
There's
I'm
no
asking
me
a
just-
pragmatic
plan
plan.
to overthrow the government, and they
I
acted
have
on
made the
plan.
argument. I have made the argument, right, that if it were true that Justin Pearson communicated with media and his team, and especially with other state Democrats, to move in and stop the results of redistricting plans and the hopes
That would
of
be just
overthrowing
disrupting
that
the official
decision,
proceedings.
right? And in the hopes of doing that, that would be the same thing. You have countered.
If they
Hold on.
then
hold on.
if they then
You said you were going to
hold
let
on.
me have my soapbox.
If they then
You
yes,
lied.
you're right.
Let
my
him
bad.
have
my
his
bad.
soapbox.
My bad.
Thank you,
You
both.
lied, sir.
You look. Yeah, you got me. You got me there. Anyways, go ahead.
yeah. So right, you have countered, right, by saying that they wanted to take over the government, which I think there's a lot of contention here, right? Or that they wanted to you are now saying overthrow the results of the election.
Yeah.
And right,
Obviously.
I agree. I agree that is how you would view it if you are on the left, or if you are a very we'll say Benjamin Franklin type. I do not think, though, that you would find anyone in the Proud Boys or very, very unlikely to find anyone at January 6th that thought that they were overthrowing the government or overturning the results of the election. I think almost completely from what Donald Trump said, from what the people believed, and even from their own documents, they believe that their election was either stolen or was in some way, shape, or form done in such a fucked up way that we don't know, and we need proper investigations, and that their means of being able to do those proper investigations were shut down by the government when Texas v. Pennsylvania et al. Was not allowed to have a hearing. And that is what they believe. So you're putting in the belief as how this is different, and that the belief is that the goal is to overthrow the government or overturn the election. And you're not dealing with the particulars, which is my original argument, which is that if Justin Pearson was communicating with media and communicating with state Democrats with the goal of interrupting official government proceedings to redistrict Tennessee, and was hoping to stop the redistricting of Tennessee, and that this would be a one-to-one comparison because there would be a conspiracy. The goal would be to occupy buildings. The goal would be to stop the official proceedings. And the goal would be to change the results of elections in perpetuity, or at least until 2030 when the next census occurred. And my point of contention is if Donald Trump were to weaponize the FBI and violate the FBI's rules, as courts have found, to gather whatever intelligence they needed without any warrants so that they could prosecute Justin Pearson and put him in jail for years and years, you would call that political persecution. And if that is true, then you need to cede the debate because these are the same circumstances that were pardoned by Donald Trump. That is my argument.
So yeah, if you completely like rearrange what the goal of Justin Pearson was to do, then you attack on the fact that you move it to like a conservative area, then yeah, sure, like it would be political persecution in this case. But the problem is that one, this didn't happen with Justin Pearson. All he did was just disrupt. Again, the seditious
That's
part.
all that January 6th did, right?
So the seditious conspiracy part of that, again, going back to this with Enrique Tarrio, I'm going to read another aspect of the 1776 returns document, since we're like unfamiliar with it. One of these specific demands was free and fair elections, meaning that one of their goals was specifically to, instantiate free and fair elections, which means that they believe that the election that occurred was definitely not fair. So how else are you supposed to get like free and fair elections, if not by disrupting the plans and taking over the government?
So again, your new evidence is the same thing with Justin Pearson. You've failed to differentiate the two. All that you've done is differentiate the charges that the state charged them with. That's all that occurred in January 6th. There was a disruption, and then it continued, and the election was certified a few hours later.
Nope, that would be specifically, in this case, this would be a conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding or obstruction of an official proceeding.
Dude, how much of an
those are two
NPC
different
can you
counts.
be here, brother? Like work with me. You just keep reading off charges and reading off things that are
because you keep making
that are not.
You keep trying to like tie seditious conspiracy to conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding when those are two completely different things. The idea that
you're reading off charges, you're not actually reading. You're not actually thinking.
What do you think I'm actually not thinking about here?
You're claiming that
you're spouting off NPC talking points. I'm making an argument.
NPC
of a
talking points
hypothetical.
is reading like what the differences between the charges are. Yeah, you're right. Totally.
No, I'm not
You got it.
concerned with the fucking specific statutes that they were charged under. I'm concerned with the actions that occurred, and if those same things that occurred to someone on your side, would you not consider that political persecution?
If he forced the Justin Pearson case to be about as alike as the Enrique Tarrio case, then of course, then I would probably say that those cases would be seditious conspiracy. The problem is that those cases are not alike in reality. Like I engaged with your hypotheticals, and if they were alike,
how are they not
it would be the
alike?
case.
Well, okay, how about this? How about this? Let's just
Okay.
go over because I have the Oath Keepers one up right now. Let's just go through the actual conspiracy, see if this is comparable at all.
Just
So-
real
I mean,
quick,
he's
when
already-
we talk
he
about
already
Oath Keepers,
did
we
he
know
didn't
at
want
least
to?
11 of the people in that group were FBI either informants or agents. So that'll be
Yeah,
that'll
so
be
all
fun
an
because we
FBI
don't know whether or not
informant
that
says that they
document
just
was even
communicated
written
with
by the
by the
FBI
way.
or the actual people prosecuted.
Okay, so a lot of the
Crazy hedge, by
informants,
the
for the,
way.
a lot of the
Anyway,
informants for
let's
the FBI, by the way, only occurred after one, they pleaded guilty and then agreed to work with the FBI after. So I mean, but we forget that
let's
part
look
too.
at the conspiracy. Okay,
We forget a
See
lot
if
of
it's
things.
comparable at all. Preparing for and coordinating travel to DC to use force to stop the lawful transfer of presidential power. Organizing into teams that were prepared and willing to use force to transport firearms and ammunition into Washington D.C. Recruiting members. And
Hold
affiliates
on,
to
this was
participate-
their own internal document.
What do you mean?
You're saying with the Oath Breakers, are this is what
Oath
they
Keepers.
wrote to each other?
This is what the court lays out as the whole conspiracy for what the Oath Keepers did. I mean, if you want, we can go through and see if the
Right.
evidence
So
individually is.
I'm like right. I mean, like
He rejects the idea, of course.
At this point, what are we talking
Oh,
about, right?
state
So
violence.
do you reject this evidence that I'm laying out for you right now?
Well, so no, like there's important context. Have you ever been to a protest with Oath Keepers at it?
No.
Okay, so for example, I was at a protest with Oath Keepers at it, right? Which was when we were protesting the new gun laws that were supposed to be presented in Virginia. And what Oath Keepers are, specifically as a militia organization, their general goal in almost every protest is to be a counterbalance to either the state or to internal conflicts and counter protesters. They go to protests armed all the time, specifically to stop violence. That is their main goal, the Oath Keepers, right? they were at Charlottesville, for example, right? At the Unite the Right rally. They didn't shoot anybody, they didn't harm anybody, but they always bring firearms in a large degree as well as protective equipment so that it is a deterrent to counter protesters getting violent. So if we're reading off the court's interpretation of them bringing guns here, there's some of the few people at January 6th that were armed, intentionally so, and it is usually a means of stopping violence from counter protesters. Oath Keepers are at all the big ones. They're at every gun rights protest. They're at Unite the Right.
Were just there to maintain the peace when they broke into the Capitol to try to overthrow the government. Is that what your claim is right now?
No, what I'm claiming is that if you're talking about Oath Keepers specifically, they are always armed, and they're some of the very few people that were armed there, and they're always armed at every protest, and that their general goal is always to make sure that counter protesters or police or something do not like that. We don't have like civil rights anti-Vietnam War shit happening where the police just open fire on people, because there's a deterrent of we're armed as well.
I'm gonna make that argument in court when I bring an AR-15 to a school and just be like, oh yeah, I always carry guns around me. It's just, this is just to be what I do to like protect myself and other people. Like, it's obviously ridiculous, and there's obviously a different situation here in which they went into
Why
the
is it
Capitol,
ridiculous?
like I said, to try to subvert the results of the election.
I want to see you
that's-
do that so I can see you on gun fails, buddy. I really
is that
do want to see
ridiculous?
that. That'd be hilarious.
Why is that? Why would that like you're if there was some form of large protest near a school, you would see Oath Keepers there. They would be armed, and that's their as a believer in the Constitution, right? That's their Second Amendment right.
My comparison is that merely just bringing guns somewhere in general isn't a defense for bringing a gun to a certain thing that you have a specific goal of achieving, like overthrowing the government, which the Oath Keepers tried to do.
I'm saying claims by the court are not the same thing as evidence, and I am simply elucidating the fact that the overwhelming majority of those at January 6th did not bring firearms, and there were many protest leaders amongst the right that specifically said not to bring firearms, but that Oath Keepers always bring firearms, and the reason they always bring firearms is for those intended lawful purposes.
And I'm not talking about everybody else at J6. I'm talking about the seditious conspiracy charges, which we're on right now. And the Oath Keepers were charged with seditious conspiracy. And part of this seditious conspiracy was bringing guns to January 6th as a means of overthrowing the government. They planned to do this.
Okay, right. So
wait,
they brought guns to overthrow the government.
No, they had guns
Who were they
in a
putting in
car.
power?
They had guns in a car.
Militia,
like
was
3
the
blocks
militia
down the
leader going to
road.
be the new president? Like, what was the
I
goal?
have no idea. I'm not arguing whether or not it was a good or bad plan. I'm arguing that.
Right. I'm just saying. You said that you said that you said that you had. I'm not interested in the charges that were laid out so much. But I mean, if you want to read them, that's fine.
Dude, that's what
I'm not so interested in the claims of the charges, right? I'm interested about what occurred. Right. Well, but you're right. But the problem is that like under normal circumstances, I get you. Hold on, pause. I get it. Right. That sounds like a weaselly way to go into a debate. It's like we can't even talk about the charges. Then how the fuck can we have an honest debate about this? My issue is that Jason and I are of the position that the state was heavy-handed and that the state was not following the normal means of justice, and instead was going above and beyond what was normal because of the political nature of this. And because of that, it's difficult to just then take the court's word, because taking the court's word isn't an admission of defeat of our version of the prompt to begin with, because it is our opinion that the court was heavy-handed and bullshitting in a bunch of their stuff. So when you bring up the movement of guns with Oath Keepers specifically, I'm telling you, this is, in reality, this is what Oath Keepers do at every protest.
Okay, but the point, we were talking about seditious conspiracy for the past 15 minutes, and now all of a sudden you don't want to talk about seditious conspiracy.
That's not what I said.
I'm going over why these
That's not what I said
were
at all.
charged with the charge that they were charged with, seditious conspiracy. I'm laying out this stuff, and now you're saying, oh, well, let's look at the actual actions of this. Do you contest
I
the
think the
charges?
actions are more pertinent.
That's actually
Right,
not what he's
my
saying.
claim
He's
has
saying
been
the actions
is
are
that
more
you-
important than what the charges were, because the charges were heavy-handed. You won't address that actual argument. All you're going to do is sit there and fucking sock puppet everything the court said, because whatever they said is the holy goddamn truth, and that's
Okay,
fucking
what was
stupid,
heavy-handed
dude.
about
You
the
need-
charges?
Jesus Christ, man. Okay, so the weapons that they brought into DC, where were they? Were they on the person? That's what I thought.
Damn it.
Oh, no.
That's exactly what I thought.
You know he didn't do that on purpose.
No, I know he didn't do that on purpose. But the reality is the guns weren't on them at the Capitol. The guns were like 3 or 4 blocks down the way. Okay. Because if they were carrying them on them, they would have actually charged them with carrying weapons on their person in DC, which is illegal without a license.
And this is, I want to give Bones of Doom time to respond because I talk too much and because Lucas is cutting in and out. But just as a point of clarification, if you ever do go to a protest that tends to be more of a right-wing protest, you will see Oath Keepers, and usually you do not see Oath Keepers in the actual protest. Almost always Oath Keepers are like at the entrances. They're often directing people, right? I saw this at, I didn't go to Unite the Right and I didn't go to January 6th because I thought, no offense there here, Sparky, Jason, but I thought anybody that went to January 6th was retarded because I'm like, that's just like a really easy way to get shot. Like
I knew exactly what I was walking
I was like,
into
that's
when
dumb. Right, but I've been to several protests.
I thought it was great.
So
Okay, very unoptimal internet
Oath
loss.
Keepers are almost always at entrances,
hold on.
exits,
Lucas is back.
and directing traffic, and that's why they weren't. That's why there was very few of them that were anywhere near the building. The overwhelming
Fabian,
majority.
did you want to ask Lucas your question again before he rage quit?
I think it was Jason. About
It was
the
Jason.
gun.
It was Jason.
yeah,
I'm gonna
I
get water.
apologize.
I'm gonna get water. I'll be right back.
So the argument about the Proud Boys is that they
I'm talking about the Oath Keepers.
No, the
Yeah,
Oath Keepers. He's
the
talking
Oath
about
Keepers. Sorry, the
here.
Oath Keepers. So the Oath Keepers brought guns into DC. Were they at the side of the Capitol? Were the Oath Keepers there with guns at the side of the Capitol?
They actually bought them like just outside the city limits.
Yeah. They were blocks and blocks away.
The Oath Keepers literally
So-
said that they regret not bringing them because they wanted to shoot, I believe, 100 politicians was what one of them was quoted as saying.
Whatever they say. Who cares what they say? What they do is more important. Okay.
They
We're
stash.
sitting-
Wait. So if you
is-
stash weapons directly right outside the city limits with the intention of carrying them in at some point,
What is the
like how is
distance-
that? Not
What is the
planned?
distance from Capitol? Wait, what is the distance from Capitol Hill to the outskirts of DC? I'll wait.
This is one
What
of
is
the
the
system and
distance?
proceedings.
What is the distance, my man?
Like
I'll
what?
wait.
Like a few miles or something like that? Like 10? I don't know.
I'm just
I don't know
asking
exactly.
questions, man. Because
it's not.
I know you're
It's
just.
a
I know
lot
you're
closer
just asking
than 10,
questions
but
that are
with
completely
traffic and
irrelevant.
stuff,
By the
that's
way.
like-
No, they are
Wait,
relevant.
hold on.
Because
Hold
you
on.
can't
Hold on. This
access
is
weapons that
completely
are
irrelevant.
stored
But this is
miles
completely
away
irrelevant.
in
By
a
the way.
quick and efficient
This is
manner.
completely irrelevant.
It is very relevant.
It is incredibly
quite
irrelevant when they had plans of figuring out how to get those weapons inside DC in the first place.
It's easy to get guns inside DC. You walk in with them. You drive
No,
in with
okay.
them.
But
It's
Jason,
very
like I was
easy.
saying,
You know what?
Thank you for
Jason,
your
Jason, you're wrong on
right
this
now.
one.
I fly with guns.
Hold
into
on,
DC.
hold on.
No, Jason, you're
Thank
wrong
you
on
very
this one.
much.
We
Thank you
weren't
very
allowed
much,
to have.
Sparky. Good
No,
job.
you're wrong on this one,
Good job.
Jason. We weren't supposed to have guns in DC.
No, you can bring guns into DC. You can't carry them out in public.
You're
That's
not
not
allowed
legally.
to, is what he's saying.
No, I'm saying on January
That's why they
6th.
stashed them outside
Oh,
the city
January
limit.
6th. No. They were actually.
Oh my
there were
God.
actual people telling others not to bring weapons. But
Yeah.
like I said, where were the weapons? They weren't on their person. Were there weapons at the Capitol?
They
Hill?
stashed them
Yeah, there
outside
was
city
one or two.
limits.
Yeah, outside city.
I know
limits.
this
How
is-
far is that?
And that's
I know this is like-
Sparky. That,
I-
like, what I'm
I
saying is
really
this-
wanna
this
get
was
back
just
to the
part of
topic.
overall-
Yeah, I would
Hold
like
on,
to get back
Fabian.
to the topic.
Hold
but,
on. I wanted to at least hear what Lucas had to say because he's drowning out from his phone. But go ahead, Lucas.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, the guns part, the stashing the guns outside was part of this overall conspiracy to overthrow the government. Like I was saying, it's not necessarily just, oh, did they bring guns in the Capitol or no? Like I said, it's just a factor, one of many in the entire conspiracy that the Oath Keepers had to overthrow the government.
I find it laughable that anyone.
And wait, and even then, the defense doesn't even deny this. What, like Jason, the defense didn't even deny this in the trials. They didn't deny the fact that 1 second, the fucking like quick response teams for the Oath Keepers, they didn't deny that those existed, and they didn't deny the weapons caches either. They didn't deny that there was a plan.
Hold on, pause. Think about that for a moment, right? Think about that. Hold on. Just marinate in that thought. Why would they not deny that? Why would they not deny that they had quick response teams and that they had weapons?
Because there's evidence of them existing.
Okay, so you're saying that they just they went to trial and they were just like, we're going to admit everything, and we're just going to be like, yep, we're bad. Put us in jail for the longest
obviously
time.
not. Which is why they didn't get the weapons charges, but they did get the seditious conspiracy part because they brought the weapons to. Wait, hold on, hold the fuck on. They brought weapons specifically to a place outside of DC city limits. That way they wouldn't get those weapons charges, but specifically so that way they could quote unquote respond to Antifa, or really just make sure that they can get the weapons into the Capitol in the event of some like quick time event they have to,
let's use Occam's razor. Let's use Occam's razor here, right? And we have two different perspectives, so we might have different values in the or order of values, right? My argument from Occam's razor is that they do this at every protest, and that nothing has changed with January 6th from every single other protest. That every single time Oath Keepers is at a protest, they always have a cache of weapons, and that those cache of weapons are almost always at the entrance or exits. And the main reason they do that is to have a show of force to deter violence, as well as when you have weapons deep inside like a protest area, they're kind of more dangerous than they are helpful, right? Because, the mob starts going crazy, you could get overrun, people could accidentally get shot. So they almost, at every protest, they have groups of individuals at the entrances and exits to say, hey, we're armed, right? And then at the same time, they're ready to respond if counter-protesters are going to start shooting their own people or if some violence occurs. So my explanation for this is they did the same thing they always do. Right? Do you have a different explanation as to why this specific thing they did, which is what they always do, was specifically to overthrow the government?
Wait, Fabian, you think they are always trying to overthrow the government at every protest they do?
No.
I'm
saying that what they're doing is what they always do, which is have quick response teams so that they can counteract and deter any violence that may occur from counter protesters. I'm not saying these are like the greatest people.
Do that while you're trying to overthrow the government, that is unfortunately seditious conspiracy. You could say they do this at every single protest, but they did it when they were trying to overthrow the government.
I reject the trying to overthrow the government bullshit.
I know
it's garbage. No one believes that anyone was trying to overthrow the government.
Yeah, no one believes.
The left does believe that.
No, the left does
because it's very obvious.
They just use it so they can bludgeon people over the head with it. They really don't care. And at the end of the day, the left wants to overthrow the government.
I think that the left genuinely believes, right, that a deep investigation of potential fraud and these anomalies and ballot harvesting and, places in Georgia where pipes magically burst, but they never burst, or, boarded up windows, or, ballot drops at 2:00 in the morning that were like, 99% for Biden, that investigation is a form of overthrowing the government because they believe, right, either as a sheep or as a Marxist, whatever it may be, that they believe that those are just all legitimate things the government was doing. And then if you investigate those things and you demand those things, that you're actually against free and fair elections because they see nothing wrong with that and that you're just holding up the process. I don't know how one gets that psyoped into such an obscene belief, but nevertheless, I will give them the credit that they do believe that these people were attempting to overthrow the government by the nature of demanding free and fair elections and by the nature of demanding that Texas's court case be held and that proper investigations are done and we don't simply certify an election that everyone knows was funny at best.
Oh, Lucas is gone again.
Maybe.
No, he's back.
No, his camera froze again.
His beautiful facade of doing the thinker is back.
Oh.
Well, on that idea that it's somehow like ridiculous to believe that they were at the election or that they were trying to overturn the election. I mean, look, Trump spent a lot of his time litigating 64 cases related to election fraud. 63 of them were dropped either on standing or the fact that there was no evidence, or sometimes both. And yet, Trump, despite talking with his close confidants, was told several times that, hey, like, there's clearly not enough election fraud to like constitute like overturning anything. It's very
I love that phrase. There's not enough. There was not enough fraud to overturn the results of the election. Why do you think you dutifully say that?
Oh, because any election is going to have like some degree of fraud. There's going to be like a non-zero amount of fraud cases. The question's not whether there are going to be fraud cases in general. The question centers around whether it reaches the level of overturning an election, which there are no cases in which this is the case that are overturned anything meaningful.
So they have found what 300,000 votes.
Are you talking about Fulton County? Ooh.
Yeah, they're founded a bunch that weren't certified properly and everything else yet. We're counted.
Oh, so that's not, those aren't fraudulent votes though.
Actually, yes, they are.
The recounts in Fulton County actually verified the results of the election. So good job.
Okay, wait.
I mean, like, look, we found a. Listen. I don't want to adjudicate. I don't want to adjudicate the 2020 election, right? My only reason that I'm bringing up these things is, look, you guys are gonna wholeheartedly believe that the election was free and fair, and those of us that I would say presume to sit on the right are going to have varying beliefs on to what degree there was fraud, and there are going to be all kinds of different examples, right? Like the 63 out of 64 cases, that's obviously just a talking point, right? Because our contention is that the judicial system was corrupt in dealing with this because of the political pressure and the political will to get these cases shut down very quickly, because every other country in the world gets their election results like fucking within like 6 hours, and it takes us 2 weeks. But that in and of itself was kind of already a big reason the right was very upset, right? Because it feels like the more time, there's more issues. But the 63 out of 64 case, right, like that's a talking point, because whenever you're engaged in lawfare, which is exactly what the Trump administration was doing, is exactly what Democrats do, right? We live in a disgusting, corrupt governance structure. They do like this kind of like spaghetti thing where they throw a whole bunch of cases to see what sticks so that they can try and get some adjudication, right? Like especially when you have a very short amount of time window, you'll file like 10, 15 motions somewhere in the hopes that one of those motions get through. And then once that motion gets through, you can add in the details of other things, hopefully in that, so that at the very least you can get standing. And then that standing might cause some investigation or some recount, which then could bring up those other issues that may or may not have had standing. My contention is whether or not they believed it.
Hold on. I want to say we're going to go for about 5 more minutes, and then I'm going to wrap up with closing statements. And then Lucas, I want to hand it back to you, please, since you got kicked out.
Yeah. So, like someone mentioned about the investigations, all of this stuff was investigated by Trump's own Department of Justice. And when they wouldn't tell the states that there was voter fraud, Trump tried to have his acting attorney general get fired. And that's what he had to go to the Supreme Court and beg for immunity for. There were investigations. I don't know why we're pretending like there weren't.
Well, no one said that.
First of all,
no one's pretending that.
Yeah,
the point of contention is whether or not there was political prosecution.
We want some sort of investigations for the voter fraud that happened in the 2020 election. That was the direct claim that I'm responding to.
So again, this isn't true. This isn't true. Like there's this constant shifting of the argument, right? What we were discussing is whether or not political persecution occurred for these individuals. And the reason we're talking about election results is not to say whether or not the election was stolen or how much fraud there was. The reason is you guys keep making the claim that their goal was to overthrow the U.S. government. And we are making the claim, especially when we go all the way back to January 2021, not what we know in hindsight, of whether or not these people were protesting because the election was being forced through without them being able to address their grievances, and that political power was being imposed upon them, and then whether or not they felt that the election was free and fair, and whether or not appropriate investigations were occurring. Being able to go later and talk about what we do or don't know, whether or not cyber ninjas were full of shit, or whether or not they found a bunch of bad shit, like none of that is actually relevant to the question of, were these people attempting to overthrow the government and install and coup the government, or were they protesting what they felt was an egregious violation of their rights and of their elections, and the fact that this was being ham-fisted through when there were all of these questions, and the state said, fuck your questions. SCOTUS says you have no case. Michigan gets certified even though, that wasn't the original vote, and we're just going to vote to certify the election anyways. Bye-bye. And they said, fuck you and fuck that. It's very similar to the Justin Pearson situation, where they feel that their rights are being violated, their ability to vote in free and fair elections are being violated. So they get together in a conspiracy to take over government buildings and stop hearings and demand justice and demand that people listen to their concerns and that proper adjudication of governance, whatever exists, so that people can have free and fair elections. They are 1-to-1, but in one case they're heroes, and in the other case they deserve a quarter of a century in jail.
So we've already litigated this several times. I don't know why we're going back to this again. The problem is Pearson did not use force to break into the buildings there. Also, this was a Tennessee government thing, not a federal government thing. Going back to that again, Enrique Tarrio was one of the major conspirators regarding the J6 stuff. And once again, the specific lettering by which Enrique was convicted of was or by force to prevent, hinder, or delay the execution of any law of the United States. That was the specific. This is what he was convicted on. You asked me to give the distinctions between the two several times. I've done it now. I've given more distinctions. I've given you more distinctions now, and now you're like, "Oh, do you have an argument for that?" Yeah. The argument is here's the evidence right there. Granted, it's not formalized, but
you're not presenting
these are the big distinctions, and these are the big distinctions between the two. That was what I was asked to provide. Now you're asking me to provide an argument for them. So I guess I could make you a fucking syllogism.
I think it's a distinction without a difference that one is a federal building and one is a state building. When we're talking about
that's not the only differences.
Yeah, I'm going through one at a time, right?
Go for it.
So I think it's a meaningless distinction to say that one is a federal. We can hear you typing, brother Lucas, but I know you're on your phone.
Poor Lucas.
I know, bro. I know.
Oh no.
That's second time. No.
Let's actually.
It's like the 50th time the poor guy.
Fabian, I know you were gonna tie something in, but since we're having the issues, as soon as Lucas comes back up, I want to go into closing statements. He might actually be giving up at this point. Yeah, let's go ahead and move into closing statements, and then we'll move into open panel Q&A. And we can, of course, still continue this conversation further if you guys are staying for gauntlet mode as well. Bones, if you wouldn't mind kicking off with your closing statements, please.
So throughout this entire argument has been, all right, like what is actually like seditious conspiracy related to, Enrique Tarrio's case, or anyone else who got charged with that? And what we found is that the best argument on the right is, well, what about this completely unrelated case that if you force to believe in the Justin Pearson case is pretty analogous to what Enrique Tarrio did, then that maybe it would also be considered seditious conspiracy in that if we imagine like all these other scenarios where it's also now under a conservative judge, that I would also consider lawfare. Obviously, it would be considered lawfare if you do that, but the problem is Justin Pearson's case is completely different from Enrique Tarrio's. The other thing, if this wasn't planned, then with respect to the Oath Keepers, then why is there this cache of weapons situated outside of DC specifically to avoid weapons charges within DC? Again, like all of this constitutes that there's clearly a plan involved. And then finally going to the core thing about whether all this was political persecution, it's very obvious that the charges that were brought upon all these conspirators here were very much justified, very much valid, and the best that they could muster is that, but other people might have also been, wrongfully judged upon, or there's like a somehow mismatch between like the left and the right. They were not really able to substantiate that either way. And then going back to this other thing, if we also can't compare like cases, which Fabian eventually started to attempt to do, which is what me and Lucas were attempting to do with our openers, I just feel like to go to the meta here, that's a little bit dishonest to say that Trump ended political persecutions, that we couldn't look at outside cases for any of this to kind of look at like cases and compare. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Bones. I do apologize for your teammate. I know it's not your fault and I know it's not his fault, but I know it sucks because you've been trying to take this 1v2 for the night. So thank you for being a trooper. Jason, your closing statement, please.
Yes, the grand scheme of going against the orthodoxy of what the traditional American ideal of what the electoral system should be will land you in prison for 25 years. Remember, you do not hate your government enough. There are multiple times that there are Democrats who will do the exact same thing, interrupt government proceedings, force their way into areas where they're not allowed, and nothing happens to them. Yes, the January 6th prosecutions were political because for once the politicians felt threatened. And I think we should return to the American tradition of making politicians afraid again. For too long, we have allowed our so-called leaders to tell us how we should feel and everything else. Now, I am not like my partner here, Fabian, who is an anarcho-capitalist, but I do understand exactly where he comes from. And it is actually quite strong in the American tradition to not like your politicians. I was there at January 6th. No one thought they were going to overthrow the government. Anyone who thinks that you can overthrow the government simply by sitting in the Capitol building must be inbred. I mean, you got to be missing chromosomes. You are a bit slow. And for Bones of Doom, which I give him credit. I give him credit for actually sitting here and trying to make these claims. Sir, you're wrong. You're just simply wrong, especially in today's day with today's technology. For Christ's sakes, when they voted several hours later, guess what? They didn't even do it inside the Capitol building. They did it remote, just like what they did throughout all of 2020 as they governed from a webcam, as we sit here and discuss things from a webcam in multiple different time zones and everything else. The idea that holding a specific building will overthrow the government is ridiculous in today's society. Did the political persecutions end for the Jan Sixers? Yes, only because of the ideal of double jeopardy. Jeopardy has attached. And since Bones actually, he sat there and admitted that he believes that constitutional rights exist, therefore double jeopardy is a thing. And so he has to admit that Orange Man was rad for actually letting these people go, pardoning them because the government was heavy-handed. And he should be thankful because it has set a precedence. That way people on his side can do it when the government gets a bit over heavy-handed with his side of the aisle. And I appreciate it tonight, Sarah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jason. And Fabian, you may take your soapbox back. Go ahead.
Yeah. So just from the top, right? Let me just go through the entire debate, adjudicate it right now. No, I'm kidding. I understand. I just to put myself on the other side of the screen for a moment. I don't think Orange Man was rad. I think Trump is a piece of shit. I think he deserves to be politically prosecuted in his own damn self. But the question is not about whether is not to decide, to have whataboutism, which is what we kind of got the entire debate. Unfortunately, some of which was probably fueled by us trying to showcase that hypocrisy and why it was indeed a political prosecution. But much of it was, just kind of parroting the state's charges, which is, not really helpful at all. That being said, the question is was there political prosecution, right? Persecution, sorry. And it's very obvious that there was political persecution. I don't think anyone sane or rational would disagree with that. I think the prompt is kind of a slam dunk in and of itself because we all know that there was political persecution. And, according to Bones of Doom, what the court finds is God, right? So it doesn't matter that Jen Lowe was at family prayer meetings. It doesn't matter that, that there were several informants that were involved with communications with the defense team. None of that matters because the judge said, nuh-uh. But, judges did find and DOJ did find there was over 23,000 warrantless queries of individuals at January 6th without the proper authorization. So I guess, I have to give up those other rights violations and just say that the what the judge says is right. And in those instances, that's a violation of their rights. So, I mean, I kind of already win by his own metric there. That being said, Bones of Doom, I applaud you for essentially doing a 2v1 tonight because of tech issues and things of that nature. I think it is important to recognize, if you take anything away from this, is that the state holds all of this power, and you have to be very, very, very careful when Americans are challenging the state's power and how the state responds to that challenge. And I think January 6th is a dark day, not because of insurrection, but because of the fact that the state did not do any due diligence or take any accountability for all of the ways in which this election was, at best, incredibly sloppy and violating a lot of the own rules that they set forward and a lot of their own precedents, and then told the American people to shut the fuck up. And when they fought back in the most mild of ways, right? Nobody except Ashley Babbitt died that day. Some people got injured that potentially may have died because of injuries on that day, maybe. But literally, this is more peaceful than almost all of the mostly peaceful Black Lives Matter protests that occurred leading up to it. And on something that is incredibly important. And the way the government responded was with the heaviest hand it could get away with. And supporting that sets a dangerous precedent for when the right is in power. And I think many of the left are seeing that now with ICE detentions. They're seeing that now with deportations of people that are on visas in colleges and things of that nature. And it's only the beginning. When you excuse it on the other side, you allow them to use that weapon against you. And you're lucky that Donald Trump, the piece of shit that he is, isn't as heavy-handed as Biden was. And you may not be so lucky in the future when another conservative, Republican, or fascist is in power. So even if you hate January 6th, I implore every leftist to rethink it and think about what it means when the state has the power to stop those forms of protest.
All right. Thank you so much, Fabian. I appreciate it. And also, Lucas said, my closing statement is I'm handsome and correct, and these chuds are wrong. We appreciate you, Lucas. I know tech issues are, they really can be a killjoy sometimes, but we'll get you situated for the next round. Okay, if you are wanting to join for open panel Q&A, the link has been getting dropped into the live chat. If anybody else is streaming to their audience and you want to drop it, it's backstage for you if you'd like to do so. We're going to run through a few donos real quick. We've received an anonymous donor for $25 just to say hello to Mater Nation. Shout out to you, darling. Tom Carpenter says, yeah, but they weren't illegal aliens, so their rights didn't matter. Shout out to you. Kevin Vincible, I like that. With the Big Five says, evidence from court records, witness testimony, and police reports confirms that individuals involved in the January 6, 2021 Capitol attack had firearms. Would anybody like to respond to that?
I think out of the thousands of people that were there, I think they located maybe 1 or 2 firearms on the premise. So, it's America.
I think there might have been more than that in the final tally, but I think what ends up happening is you get a lot of media reporting and equivocation between the usage of the word firearm and the usage of the word weapon. And so the media did this really interesting, like, kind of magic trick where they would talk about weapons. And so the flag pole would be considered a weapon. And so then they would be like, oh, these people were armed and dangerous and they had weapons and all this other stuff. It's like, yes, some people, obviously, you get enough people together, they're going to have firearms, right? Mm-hmm. And particularly, I think that was one of the greatest mistakes of January 6th is that they didn't all bring guns. I think you all should have brought guns. I think there should have been 80,000 guns there. And I think it would have been a very, very different situation.
It would have been peaceful
but,
as hell.
But I'm
It
a
really
little
would.
crazier. I'm a little crazier than other people. So yeah.
And so I ran into one person that had an entrenching tool, like an army shovel that's foldable or
Like
whatever.
the one you like fold over and sit
Yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah.
It's like a chair.
Speaking of weapons, I mean, look,
And-
this is Sean Dunn's weapon right here. Okay.
So I
Who's Sean
literally
Dunn?
So but he basically he was a person who was protesting the police at one point, and he threw a sandwich at one of them.
Yeah,
There was this whole trial about
Subway sandwich.
the Subway sandwich. So this is me like showing solidarity.
Can I
with
just
Sean
say?
Dunn.
Can I just say right now? I endorse without a doubt throwing Subway sandwiches at cops.
I mean, they are shitty sandwiches.
I'm not going to tell you a specific cop or a specific time, right, to not violate TOS or anything. But if you throw a Subway sandwich at cop, I want to see that on my feed. Like that shit's hilarious.
Or a food truck burrito. That'd be fun too. But
Ooh, now I'm hungry, you bastards.
Do you really
I
want to
think
waste
every-
like a good food truck burrito though?
No,
Ew.
no, I
Exactly.
shame all of you for doing that.
But a Subway sandwich though, absolutely.
I don't know. They're
garbage.
chicken teriyaki and the chicken bacon and ranch. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. I mean, I love food. So,
Yeah.
all right. And again, reminder: if you do want to get backstage, now's the time to get back there, and we'll get you up here in just a second for open panel Q&A. Iotin says, questions, concerns, put it in a tomato tax, and you will be heard. Cool secondary effect, gauntlet mode. Yes, you guys did earn your gauntlet mode. We got some cash apps that came through that completed the dono goal, so you are most welcome. We will go into full gauntlet mode tonight. And Iotin also sent out 5 Raging Tomato memberships. Congratulations to you, lucky lottery winners. I think we actually got a newbie in the chat who got hit with one. Congrats to you and welcome. Carpenter Tom doing what Mama Tomato said. Mama Tomato's been in the chat all night telling you guys what to do. And Tom Carpenter, of course, obliged. And also obliged a little further. He sent in a big 50 on the Cash App to say, as Mama says, Tama does. Thank you so kindly. Tom Carpenter, we appreciate you. Proud supporter here at Mater Nation. And of course, Jim has returned once more. We haven't scared him away yet, but he sends in the Big 10 to say good stuff. And last and final one I'll read for now before we open the panel. Calvin says, at Fabian, you're getting your soapbox back. Why do J6er empathizers always run to BLM to justify their actions for attacking and trying to delete politicians? Destroying or looting property is not the same as attempted murder.
Well, I think there is I think attempted murder, right, is not the same thing as looting or destroying private property, in the sense that a life kind of has like a subjective infinite value, whereas there is a value to the private property that you're destroying. Right. I will say this: if someone is looting or destroying your property, you should be able to off them, right? Just fucking kill them right then and there. And you should be able to piss on their corpse and laugh about it and film it and put it all over social media. That being said, if they do escape and they apologize, then, then we can adjudicate how much money they owe for the destruction of property that they did. In terms of murdering a politician, there's a relatively few politicians that you could actually murder and it wouldn't just be a justified killing. And I think Thomas Massey might be one. I'd have to go deeper into like Ron Paul's to see if he is one. But any politician that has advocated and voted for taxation, that has voted for, increasing money being spent, any politician that has advocated for any war that has ever existed, et cetera, right? Any of these human rights violations, then you can't really murder them, right? You're just getting back restitution for the crimes that they've committed. That being said, if they recant their crimes, they apologize for the theft that they voted for and supported, right? Then maybe we can determine, what punishment is justifiable. But yeah, like you can't murder a politician that is stealing from you, stealing millions and billions from you so that they can go bomb brown kids somewhere. Like that's not really murder. That's just justice.
Oh my God. Fair enough. All right.
There's like, I can damn.
I love Fabian. Scott, you're amazing.
Fabian, if there's anything I've learned from you from I've been in the Twitch poll scene for a little bit. So like I've kind of been around on all Twitch poll streams listening in, but if there's anything, you are pretty steadfast on your political opinions.
And also no fucks given. All right, gentlemen, you ready?
Well,
to
there's
meet your
some
panel?
fun. I don't violate TOS. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know.
That is true.
Not doing
I follow
that.
the rules.
That's
careful to follow the
Go
rules.
right up to the line. That's all you got to do.
Look, as long as it doesn't
I may be
violate
10 times
Brandenburg,
crazier
the
than
Ohio, you're
Jason,
good.
but I've never been banned on Twitch, all right? Or on
I'm not
YouTube.
banned on Twitch.
You were for a period of time, as was mentioned
Ooh,
earlier.
yeah, that is
Are
that is
we ready
true.
to meet
That
our
is true,
panel,
buddy.
gentlemen? They're all waiting patiently backstage to talk to you. Let's go. All right,
this is a full
ladies
house.
and gentlemen. Yeah, and I have two more waiting backstage as well to join in. So we will get through this, and then of course, once we move into full gauntlet mode, you can begin booting anyone from the bottom half off the screen. They're happy to hang backstage and let somebody else up if you send $10 in on the dono. All right, gentlemen. God, it is always men up here. Welcome. For
Man,
those of
strong.
You do politics online. This is essentially
I
Real
know,
Housewives of
I know,
Atlanta,
I know.
but for men.
Well, I'm actually grateful. Next Monday, we've got guaranteed two ladies on panel, so I won't feel so left out. But gentlemen, welcome back to Mater Nation. And for those of you who are new, welcome in. The rules for the Q&A portion is we are going to be respectful, have the conversation. You're going to ask your question. We're going to go one at a time. So that means everyone else on the bottom row is going to mute up. It looks like they already are. Thank you so kindly. If you already know, you know. We're going to go one round at a time. Person to person, get your questions in to any one of the panelists on screen. Any of the panelists from the debate, you may all interject into the question. So we'll get through this, and then once we move into full gauntlet mode, which the chat has earned itself a gauntlet mode, then we will move into full open floor, and we can have a little more fun. It gets more degenerate as we move along. All right, backstage first, I had Clay, actually. Somehow I switched you guys around. I apologize. Clay, if you'd like to kick us off with your question to the panelists, please.
Sure. Yeah, I really enjoyed the debate. It was actually pretty good. Appreciate Bones. He actually did really good compared to what I've seen in the past, especially for debate forum. Thank you, sir. Really appreciated that. But I wanted to challenge Fabian quickly on something he just said. You said that, I mean, I guess you must put a high value on property, extremely high value on property. You said that, you know, somebody's attempting to steal your property, you should be able to essentially unalive them, piss on the grave, post it all over social media and laugh. I'm trying to understand how you can square that, because let's say it's a kid who steals a candy bar and you own a store. You should be able to do that.
Okay, yeah. Children are different. I will there is a article you can read by Ian Hersing. It's a rational theory of the rights of children, right? So I would treat children the same way that you would treat mentally deficient, right? Which is to say that they need a guardian appointed to them, and that guardian takes responsibility for the things that the child does. So if you have like a child trying to steal something or something like that, also, obviously I'm being pithy when I respond, but there is another theory within libertarianism, which is essentially like the gentleness principle, right? So like if I'm on my front yard, right, and then like a grandma with a walker falls onto my property, right? Do I have the right to just be like, and anyways, I started blasting? It's like, no, like that's crazy, right? But what you do though is, you know, there is a certain reasonable position where you go, where you have to escalate the situation, which is get off of my property, Or, you know, if you're not a piece of shit, you're like, oh my God, grandma, are you okay? Like you fell down. Like,
Right.
can I help you? Right. But eventually you have to be like, okay, get off my property. And then when they're like, no, I refuse to get off of your property. I refuse to do these things. Or they continue like a continuation of an aggressive crime, right? Which is like they're vandalizing your vehicle, right? There's going to be context dependent things that'll be adjudicated because ethics, insofar as I see them, are required in a different way than, let's say, morality, because ethics is a rule system with an observer, right?
Yeah.
So it's actually 3 people. For ethics to occur, you have to have 3 people. And so there is a certain amount of reasonableness to the adjudicator that views the situation. But if someone is like looting or Molotov cocktailing your house, yeah, blast them. Like you should be able to blast them.
So there's degrees, right? So there's degrees. And would it be simpler just to simply, I mean, at least have some type of guidelines maybe written? Would that be an easier way to constitute a decent respect to what is and isn't appropriate?
There's a difference. Yeah. So there's a difference between what is rights versus what is governance. And many people misconfuse, anarchism because there's so many retarded ass anarchists that haven't done their homework, right? And so governance is a necessary element to an ordered society that has a large amount of people, right? And so, if you're living in a community, then there's going to be a set of shared principles that you hopefully voluntarily associate with. And under that, for the ease of not turning every interaction into this like long adjudicated process, you're going to have some system of rules that everybody in that community agrees to. The difference is whether or not those rules are imposed upon you involuntarily, whether or not they're imposed upon you via an association that you choose with those people. So if I go live on some hippie
so you're not
commune,
a complete psycho. You're not a complete
right?
psycho.
Like
I just wanted to make sure.
If I go live in a commune, that commune is going to have rules that are very left wing.
There are rules,
very democratic or whatever, right? The difference is, do I have the right to my property? Do I have the right to freedom of association?
Yeah.
And do I have the right to leave that little community and go to an Amish community that has a totally different set of standards and rules that they adhere to?
And the hope is that the governance backs that. But anyway, no, I just wanted to challenge your belief a little bit. And before I pass it on, I just wanted to show you guys, I captured all of these.
Why is it so yellow?
Oh, because they're full of piss and vinegar.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. This J6 talk is just having them they're weeping and they hate that the pardons happened.
Fair enough.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much, Clay. And I do actually want to echo what Clay said when he first joined and said that this was a really great panel. And I wanted to give you guys that credit as well, because I find it more productive when we are able to get through the discussion without yelling and name calling and all those things. And I thank all of you for having a wonderful debate together, even with tech issues too. Spin, would you like to ask a question, or are you passing on this one? You're passing on this one. Okay, fair enough. Rinyal, to you, sir.
Hey, am I audible? Can you hear me, everything?
Yep, we got you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so there was a couple parts in this debate. I was pretty triggered throughout a lot of it. So I think those tears might just be from me. When we say that the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys didn't have an intention to overthrow the government, it just kind of speaks to not really knowing much about the case, right? So when Stuart Rhodes says in the group chat for the Oath Keepers, we must do now what the people of Serbia did when Milosevic stole their election, refused to accept it, march en masse onto the nation's capital, right? I feel like that's a very clear call for some sort of revolution, right? When Enrique Tarrio says the media constantly accuses us of wanting to start a civil war, careful what the fuck you ask for. We don't want to start one, but we sure as fuck will finish one. And then they circulate the 1776 returns memo illustrating the Proud Boys occupying all of the buildings in the Capitol in order to stop the certification of the election, which, 1776 was our insurrection, right? So I don't know what else the 1776 part of that memo name would even be referring to. So like, we agree, like if all of those statements are true, their intention almost certainly was to overthrow the government, right? Or at least to insurrect against the government.
Like you just, I disagree, but maybe we can pull this apart a little bit, right? Because from my perspective, both of those statements show that even in internal communications, they believe that the election was stolen and that the government has stolen the right of an election from them themselves. And they reaffirm, even in their internal kind of like LARPing talk, that they don't want to start a civil war and that they want free and fair elections. Now, I totally understand
if that's the case.
So how is that?
If that's the case,
so
the
how
route
is
is to
that
do an
them-
insurrection.
I'm sorry?
If that's the case, if they're saying like we want the United States to exist as it was, but right now it doesn't exist that way, so we have to overthrow it in order to, reinstate its glory or whatever, that's still trying to overthrow the government, no?
I disagree, because at no point did you say we need to overthrow the government and coup it and put our own people in charge. What they said was displace
Well, the goal is to get Trump in
anger
charge, right?
at their belief is that Trump, right? Like, I'm not saying they're right or wrong, but when you say they want to, maybe you mean overthrow the government in a practical or literal sense, right? And maybe I'm viewing it from a perspective of what it is that they believe and in their intentions, right? And so maybe we're discussing mens rea versus actus reus, right? Like, in my mind, mens rea does not exist here because they believe the election is stolen and they believe that they need to fix this broken thing that has denied them their rights. And you're
Well, if that's the
focusing very
case,
much on
then
the
the route
actus
is to-
reus, the guilty crime.
Yeah, if that's the case, then like we can talk about the mens rea, because I could talk about the merits on which they wanted to steal back the election. But even if that's the case, the argument is that they were trying to steal or like overturn the government. They were trying to unsit the current
haven't
acting,
presented any
or,
evidence
the
of
to
that.
be certified. Well, how not?
Because you
invoking
have,
a revolution.
what you have shown is communications
we need to
that
do
they
a
believe
revolution.
their election is stolen and that they need to fix this, right? Like, at no point in time does this say, I don't care about investigations, I don't care about litigation. The only thing I'm going to do is use my guns and overthrow the American government with like a couple thousand people in a building because, what is the army? It's nothing compared to my 10,000 people. It's very, very clear that their goal, even internally, is not to overthrow the U.S. government and take it over by force, but rather to go in and force some sort of reconciliation or investigation. I'm not saying it's a good plan. I'm not
Wouldn't you
saying that
need
it
to
was
take
super
the
well
government
thought
over
out.
by force in order to do that? Wouldn't that be part of it? Like,
You-
I'm
I
wanting
think-
to
I
put
think
Donald,
they're-
I'm
they're
wanting to install
fantasy,
Donald
right?
Trump. I'm wanting to
I think
install
they're
Donald Trump, so I
fantasy,
invade and I exercise by force over the government, right? Like, I'm trying to
I think they're
overturn what is happening with
fantasy.
the government right now, and I'm trying to put in my leader, right? How is this not overthrowing the
No,
government?
I don't think they're trying to put in their leader. I think their fantasy is that they were going to go there. They were going to show this work of force. And then when they showed this force, it was going to change the hearts and minds of the vice president to be like, maybe we don't certify this right now until an appropriate investigation goes through. And then we get some level of investigation that occurs. And then they find all of this voter fraud quickly and easily. And they prove what they know in their hearts to be true, which is that Donald Trump won this election in a landslide. I'm not saying these are smart people. I'm not saying these are geniuses that we're dealing with, right? I don't even know to what like fucking Enrico Tarrio was a former fucking federal informant and is like half retarded and missing a chromosome himself anyways. But I think in order to have this idea that the entire, especially once we broaden this out from these few people that were charged into the greater kind of conservative movement or MAGA movement or these people, I think they're operating from a belief that their election was stolen and a belief that the state railroaded their ability to be able to prove that, and that the state made it very easy for them to cover up their crimes. Now, whether or not you believe that is irrelevant to whether or not the entire system of U.S. governance under the Constitution is built upon a presumption that the people allow it to continue. Because if everyone wakes up tomorrow and says, I don't believe in the Constitution or the government's over. There is a social construct, and it requires a certain level of trust between the people and the institutions, and that these people were fighting back against what they perceived was an abandonment of that trust.
Well, our government exists under the process of the consent of the governed. And if the governed does not feel like they have given consent because
You
they feel that
overthrow it.
something fraudulent was happening,
you overthrow it. That's the answer.
See,
I feel
this
like
is
the
just
government
you trying
isn't
to get a
serving you, you
keyword
overthrow the
victory.
government.
Yeah, you're really trying to force something
No,
without actually
well, it's
putting some
because
thought
you just
into
want
it.
to
my guy.
reframe this very clear attempt to overthrow the government as not overthrowing the government,
is
but
not
righting a
overthrowing the
wrong by
government.
overthrowing the government. Like I agree
you
that
can't
we're
be-
talking
you
about
can't
actus
be
reus
this
and mens
deficient.
rea, but mens
You
rea
cannot be
here
this
is
deficient,
not
my dude.
relevant, right? I do have another question. I don't know how much time I have for this allotted thing.
Briefly,
Like,
go ahead.
A lot of the claims of election fraud that you were bringing up, by the way, are laughable, and all of the people who were involved in propagating them literally admitted to lying. Like the pipes bursting thing, like literally all of that is caught on security camera. We have recordings of the State Farm Arena the entire day where they were counting the ballots. Nothing nefarious was found at all. Nothing at all. The overtime ballots is just because, like, believe it or not, when you constantly say mail-in voting is rigged, mail-in voting is rigged, mail-in voting is rigged, and it takes longer to count mail-in ballots, Republicans aren't going to vote by mail-in ballots. So naturally, all of the overtime ballots are going to come in favor of Democrats, right? A lot of the, like, it feels
Can
like...
I address that?
Yeah, sure.
So I agree with literally everything that you just said, but it's not relevant to the debate that we're having. I agree. No, so let's go by them, like the claims that I was talking about, because because it's very important that I am in putting in place the feeling. Like many of these things by 2026 have been adjudicated to some degree. Some maybe not as rigorously as I would prefer, right? But I would also prefer we not waste tax dollars and the politicians just fucking step down. Your dreams don't come true. Nevertheless, right? Let's look at mail-in ballots. You're 100% right. Mail-in ballots have consistently since then been incredibly pro-Democrat. We saw it in the recent election here in Virginia, in the snap election to turn Virginia into like a 10 Democrat seat, 1 Republican seat, right? Most of the mail-in ballots that come in are Democrat. Why? Well, there's a lot of reasons. I think maybe you're being a little disingenuous, right? But maybe not, right? Which is Republicans are overwhelmingly vote on election day, right? Republicans tend to be they're conservative by the virtue of the fact that they're there. So they have this like, no, I don't want to do something in the mail. I want to do it in person. I want to meet a person's hand, right? It was always going to swing Democrat, even without any interference from Republicans constantly saying that mail-in ballots are a scam. That being said, there's also another factor, right? Which is, you do have ballot harvesting with mail-in ballots. And I don't necessarily mean that you have like some Democratic operative going to like a place where everyone has brain injuries and collecting 20 ballots, right? That does happen, but that's an incredibly small amount of what occurs, right? Like, but what you do have is you do have family members that are like, some kid that wasn't going to vote and wasn't going to show up to vote day. The mom pressures them into voting. And now they're, instead of having a private kind of just you in the poll, you have this family pressure that occurs that I think does swing towards Democrat and is a little bit coercive to a certain degree. But to what degree is that important? 0.2%, right? When you win an election, 53 to 47, that doesn't really matter, does it? Right? In terms of like the pipe bursting, I think it's a little bit of both. Right, we do have video now, and I think we had video right before January 6th. I'd have to go look at the timeline.
We had the video almost immediately. The state investigator released
but
the video.
But we do know that observers were asked to leave, and that was not okay. But we do have video, right? So we can kind of observe it, and we saw them pulling boxes from weird places. But it turns out that was just where they were throwing the boxes in between, or maybe it wasn't. Even still, the ones that they counted there still weren't going to get us into the 13,000 votes, right? Like I think it is likely that because of just the simple nature of mail-in ballots, because lazy people that tend to often more vote Democrat than Republican are now voting in higher margins, and because of other influences, and because of Donald Trump fucking shit up in COVID that he probably lost. That's not what's important. What's important is when we are talking about people's right to protest and address grievances, we're talking about the railroading nature that the state did in this election, whilst gaslighting the American public that this was the freest and fairest election that ever existed, and then denying them their SCOTUS cases. And then when they go and they try and fucking do what they think is right to do this, we then get warrantless fucking searches of people's data, violations of their constitutional rights, and heavy-handed prosecution, and that we should fear that because it's going to happen to you, Renyald. It's going to happen to leftists. And it is happening to leftists right fucking now because we set a precedent.
We're loading so many of these terms, right? Like even that Supreme Court thing, like Texas v. Pennsylvania is so laughable on its face because they couldn't find somebody withstanding in Pennsylvania to bring a case. Why don't you think they could find somebody withstanding to bring a case in Pennsylvania? Why did they have to find somebody from Texas?
Well, no, they believe their lawyers believe they had standing because they believe that they were pursuant to the outcome of the election. So they believe that they in Texas had standing. This is like the same thing with the Cherokee Nation, right? Where they didn't have standing with the Supreme Court, and then they went back after they found someone at a post office, right? Like, but the fact of the matter is that, you know, they believe that they did. Was that a mistake they made? Sure,
we know that's not the case. We know they don't think that they had the standing because Eastman was coming out and telling people in the Trump administration that these cases were being done as a predicate to justify the electors. These weren't cases being pursued in good faith.
Rinyald, I got to ask you this.
It's lawfare. A lot of that
last round with Jason, and then we'll move on.
What is the original purpose of the Supreme Court of the United States? What was it designed to do?
What, to have supreme jurisdiction or to have ultimate jurisdiction?
No. What was it designed to do? What is it stated in the Constitution that its primary job is to do?
It has the judicial power. I don't know what.
Okay, you need to read the Constitution. It's to resolve differences between states. They failed to do their job. They were fucking cowards. You don't have to agree. You don't have to agree. But look, your opinion doesn't count anyway because the first thing you said is, "I was triggered."
Do you understand that Pennsylvania has the right to run their elections?
Put a pin in it. Let's leave it there. We can always take this to the gauntlet to continue. Noah,
that's in the
welcome,
Constitution too. Yeah, he's right. Rinyald a little bit, but
Noah, welcome, my friend. My first question to you is, how did you find us, Noah? Oh, you're muted.
Muted.
Noah, you're muted on your end. Hardware muted, I believe.
He's still on the talk of tech. Sorry.
Your mic.
Your mic probably has a button.
StreamYards isn't picking up your mic. It doesn't have the right mic input.
Yeah, go to the cog. Go to
shit indeed.
Audio. You've got it muted somewhere, or you've given it permissions to TikTok, and it's like doesn't have permissions on here.
China.
Noah, do you have a button on your microphone?
No, China doesn't own TikTok anymore.
You're right.
Okay, it's owned by Oracle,
can
CIA individual.
Stop talking so that I can work with him on his. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, it's going through my phone, so let's see if it works. I heard about this through Bones saying, or Rinyald saying it in our group chat when I said I was bored and I needed something to do.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So,
hell yeah.
Thank you, Rinyald,
awesome.
for.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Rinyald.
Noah,
thank you, Bones. Thank you, Lucas. First thing, just something I noticed that was very interesting when Rinyald asked about overthrowing the government. It was very interesting that Fabian's answer was just a justification for overthrowing the government. So
he doesn't believe in the state, so that makes sense. It's on brand for him.
Overthrow the government. I'm for it.
So
let's let him ask his question.
It's very obvious that J6 was an attempt to overthrow the government, but that's neither here nor there. The main question, it's going to be really fast because I know people like to talk for a long time. It's a one-word answer. It's going to be a yes or a no, just like Pisco does. This is to Jason and Fabian, did Biden win the 2020 election?
First of all, you're not going to tell me how to answer, so I will answer as many words as I want to. Why? Because fuck you, that's why.
Wow, look at you.
So here's the deal. Did Biden win? He was certified. So it really doesn't matter.
That's not what I asked. I asked, did he win?
I know.
Yes
I know what you asked. So here's the deal. I don't have
to answer it.
No, see, I don't have to answer what you
wonder,
want.
can Fabian answer the
Because
question?
I don't
Does Fabian
bend the
have the
knee.
balls on him, which Jason doesn't have? Does Fabian have the balls?
It's not a matter of balls. It's just a matter of do I have the integrity to answer honestly?
Sure.
And the honest answer is probably. I just don't know.
Ah, god damn it. So close. You were so close to having the balls. You were so close. Obviously, he was certified. It's because he won. It was adjudicated that he won. Trump lost 64 times in court. I know you don't believe in courts, so it's a little hard to argue law against someone who doesn't believe in the law. But
I believe in law.
Once.
I believe in law. I just believe in natural law, right?
Yeah.
Like not parroting the state's talking points, right?
Constitutional law.
He doesn't really believe in the Constitution. He's a stateless type.
There's a great No, I'm super pro-American. There's a great article that you can read by Lysander Spooner, who was a Civil War veteran. and called the Constitution of No Authority. Check it out.
Okay, I think if you go against all the values that are American, you are both anti-American and un-American.
What are the
I don't go
American
against the values that are American.
I consider the Constitution to be American values, and if you are anti-Constitution,
How is the Constitution a value? That's not a value. That's not what values are.
Constitution is a founding
It's a
document. It's not a value.
So I'll explain.
To the
I
founding
believe.
document, I would consider to be a value.
I
yes.
believe. Listen, I believe that the founding fathers discovered the evil of democracy, and they wrote about this constantly. That democracy was indeed an evil, and they tried to create something that was less authoritarian than were monarchies, and tried to balance all of the evil natures of all of the different forms of government via Enlightenment principles, right? They created a Senate to have the oligarchy in charge because they knew that the people and democracy would cause problems if you gave the people too much power, because people are retarded and they don't know what they're doing. So, but they also give them a branch of the government. So you said
women.
especially black people?
Well, no, I was saying back then, when the framers of the Constitution were thinking of this, they also did not consider black people or women to really be good arbiters of ideas or opinions. But
no, I mean, I think generally speaking, obviously black people are less intelligent than white Europeans, and I think women tend to be less grounded in reality than do men.
We can do a race
because of
realist
their
debate
nature.
if you want.
Yeah, but I mean, but that doesn't mean that there aren't smart black people. They're fucking everywhere, right? Like, nevertheless,
that's a lot to get into.
Smart.
Yeah, like I do think that is why was you accused me at the beginning of like being unable to bite bullets because I wouldn't give you a yes or no. So I don't want to run from any of those things. I want you to know that I'm being completely genuine. Now, in terms of why I believe that that my thoughts are American and that they are in the vein of American values and ideals, is that I believe that my thoughts are the logical conclusions of the founding fathers taken further. Right. I think, when Thomas Jefferson was writing the Declaration of Independence, he wrote, life, liberty, and property, not life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But one of his presumed fears was that the usage of the term property might instantiate slavery longer than they wanted it to be, which is a supreme contradiction from a man that owned slaves, yet also fought for the right to free his slaves, but couldn't because of many of his debts, and at the same time was somewhat anti-slavery. They were full of contradiction, and they were full of a lot of problems and flaws. I think my values are an extension of those American values as opposed to a retraction from those American values. And I think we as a nation, with the establishment of the Federal Reserve and the increase in taxes and the restrictions on our liberties and the growth of the state, has been moving backwards away from where the founding fathers put us forward, as opposed to forward towards liberty and equality, and true equality, not equity, and the pursuit of man's needs. And so that is why I believe that my ideology is super American.
I wonder if, Jason, if you think like also someone who is anti-Constitution, it could also be pro-American and American values, someone who doesn't believe in the Constitution. I wonder if that's Jason's take as well.
Do you have to believe in something as orthodoxic? Because I happen to know that my man Scott is a fellow veteran. He swore to uphold and defend the Constitution, a document in which he doesn't fully believe in. I believe that's
my
quite
contract's
American.
over.
Yeah,
4 years after.
That wasn't exactly what I asked, right?
Well,
I asked, is it un-American to not believe in the Constitution?
No.
Is it against American values?
No, I don't think the Constitution is American values. I think it is a framework of how the government should be ran. And if you actually read the Constitution, you'd realize that our federal government runs nothing like what is listed in those.
Well, obviously, it's not running like that now because we.
No, it never has in my life or your life, sir. So
my life hasn't been as long as yours, obviously. But
yes. So you should probably read the Constitution and get disgusted with how.
I understood it much better than you did, I'm sure. Maybe not Fabian,
really
but I definitely understood it better than you did.
Let's go ahead and move on. Thank you, Noah. I appreciate you being here. We'd love to definitely get you back on some more panels here. Vibe, welcome back, my friend. Your question to the panelists.
Yeah, I do want to give a little appreciation to Noah, our new pan.
Up, you muted,
you're
Bob.
muted.
Did you hit
I
something?
hit the space
There you go.
button. Yeah, I saw that. I accidentally hit the space button. And by the way, great come in, commanding, powerful. But I do want to say you didn't personally count the votes. Neither did I. Neither did Scott. Neither did Jason. And their answers were perfectly acceptable when they said they accepted them, but they can't back them up, right? So that's just a statement there. Like, and you can't either. None of us can, but we all accept.
I actually
Now,
personally
this actually
counted
kinda-
every single vote.
Yeah,
I doubt you count.
didn't vote. I know you
They were
didn't.
with him as he did it.
Yeah,
right.
I was
but
literally
love
there.
The passion, and
running.
that was awesome. I just wanted to make a comment on that. That I don't think their answers were disingenuous, right? But this is actually kind of what January 6th is about. And I am, and just for full disclosure, I voted for Trump even on this term. Would I have a beer with him? Probably not. So he is my candidate of choice, but not my favorite person in the world. Now, when it comes to January 6th, I have a Fabian view or Scott view of this, kind of like if somebody's in your front yard and they're being annoying, you got to get them out of your front yard. I kind of feel it doesn't matter whether it's the left or right. January 6th was somebody coming in to the Capitol. I don't care if you're running in with a flag. I don't care if you're running in with a gun. I don't care if you're one person. I don't care if you're 2,000 people. That is not tolerated in our government. It is never tolerated in our government, and it should be considered a terrorist act. I find it inexcusable that Trump actually pardoned 1,500 people. So I don't know who I'm addressing here, because I'm actually like half on one side and half on the other side. I find it completely inexcusable, because I think if one person runs in the Capitol, and by the way, we all know 100%, if you storm the Capitol and you take over the Capitol, you did not take over the United States. It's a losing battle. I think Fabian said it like you must have a brain cell missing to think that if you take over the Capitol, you're going to take over, you're going to overthrow the government. That's never going to happen, right? So I'm just curious on your guys' thoughts on that. Like, so I don't think it's excusable for the left to run with one person with a flag. I don't think it's right for the right to run with one flag. I don't think any run at the Capitol because you don't agree. I think you can protest. I think you can put a flag up. I think you can say I don't like it, but I don't think there's ever anything acceptable on storming the Capitol 100%, regardless of what your views are or anything. That is our government, whether you agree with it or not. It's a terrorist act. I think everybody should have been prosecuted. I think they all should have gone to jail. I don't care if you're left or right. Done.
I disagree with you. I believe in people's right to protest, and honestly, you can't tell me what is a legitimate or illegitimate form of protest. As far as when you look at the history of America, well, I heard you do it. I just reject your notions, because if you look at the history of America, we are filled with rebellions. In fact, in 2020, and I know this is a whataboutism, but there was actual 3 different areas in America that were considered that was allowed to be considered autonomous, free of the government's reign and authority, because we're pitching hissy fits. We see the same thing happening today. We just don't see it at the grand scale. We don't see that they are threatening the politicians. The only reason why January 6th was a big deal, in my opinion, is because the politicians actually felt threatened for once. I think it is actually a good thing and a healthy thing for politicians to have a little fear of their constituency, because right now there is no accountability in our political class.
So when you say there's no accountability, like the oversight, the government, like Trump right now, right? I'm supporting Trump, and he has tons of oversight. Everybody's suing him. Everybody's like doing all these laws, and like everybody's like, you do not see that that's not like actually a process that's working.
A lot of it is show. A lot of it is more political persecution. And I can say things that are happening on the, towards the left that can also be considered forms of political persecution. Honestly, there is no real oversight, because I don't believe there's any honesty in American politics today.
I'll say this. I understand where both of you are coming from on this, and I'll take the middle path, which is the most reasonable path, which is obviously there's some level of accountability. Accountability is everyone faces some level of accountability. It's not about whether or not accountability is being seen. It's whether or not other people perceive that accountability to be a full accounting, right? Like, if I'm an asshole to everyone that I meet and some people treat me not so nice, that's some level of accountability, but that doesn't mean that I've gotten my just desserts. It just means I've faced some level of accountability. And so I think the same thing is true within our government, right? Sometimes people lose their power. Sometimes people have to pay little fines, right? But then, like, we know that there's, somewhere between 100, or let's say 20. There's somewhere between 20 to a few thousand elite pedophiles that were raping children. And like, where's the accountability? You know what I mean? I think it's kind of silly to be like, yes, of course we have accountability in our government, right? Like, and I don't think you mean it like that. I think maybe you would prefer to see more of it. But either way, like, there's not been a just accounting for all of the crimes that so many of these people have committed against either individuals or, obviously from a more anarchic.
Well, let's talk about that, right? So
against,
here's the crime.
War crimes
Here's
and things
here's the crime. As I'm saying, if you storm our capital, we know that if you storm it and take it, we're not going to lose our government, right? There's not going to be a change.
Where's
that's
the
just
crime?
an idiot thought. But at the same time, I do think that's a terrorist act. Now, that Trump actually, and I can't believe this because I'm on the right. I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm going to sound leftist here. But now that Trump...
No, you're just going to sound like a liberal, which you probably are.
1,500 people. Now, if a liberal wins, or if the next time the
liberal
Democrat
did win.
wins, if next time the Democrat or Republican wins, then all of a sudden we have now accounted that if the liberal wins, he can pardon all of them, right? So now we're just basically opening the door that everybody can storm the Capitol every time they disagree. Now, I do agree. Jason said this. We should have the right to protest. We should have the right to do all these things. I agree 100% all over the fucking nation. Just don't touch our fucking Capitol. That is a freaking terrorist act. And that's my
That's your
opinion.
sacred cow.
Okay, so
I
I got two things to this. Two problems that I see with this. One is the very nerdy one, right? The nerdy one is I don't see any destruction of public property or any attack against public property as a crime because public property in and of itself is a violation of human rights. The existence of the Capitol is a violation of human rights because it's a violation of private property. Because private property means that there is only one just user or owner of property. And when you democratize property, what you are saying is that there are multiple owners. You keep calling it our building, right? But that's a contradiction because you don't have exclusive control. So it's not really your building. It's a building that is imposed upon you where taxes are imposed upon you. Theft of your actual property is imposed upon you to pay for something that you don't actually control. Rather, you have a semblance of control based upon an election, which, mind you, the entire January 6th thing is a questioning the legitimacy of even those elections in and of itself. But even still, if 51% choose for the property to be used one way and 49% choose for the property to be used the other way, then what you have is you have tyranny of the majority. You have 49% of people being told it's your property, but you don't get to do what you want to do with it. Oh, and also we're going to steal your money so that we can do with the property what we want because you're the 49% loser. It's a contradiction in terms. You cannot do anything wrong to public property. You can only do something wrong to private property and to people's, right? Those are things that are owned.
And let's go ahead. Oh, sorry, Fabian. I thought you were done. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm talking about you.
Go ahead. We'll wrap up with you and then we'll move to Ben.
No, I'll just leave it at the nerdy answer. That's fine.
All right. And Mr. Balderson, last but certainly never least, would you like to ask your question, sir?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the most disturbing thing through the whole debate was Sarah defending Subway and then actually referring to it as food. So I don't know what to say about that part.
Yeah. I wanted to push back really hard, but it wasn't the topic of the panel. So
Don't get
I thought
in
more
front of me
diversions
and-
would have been worse.
Don't get in the
Subway
way.
is so bad. Subway
It's
is
not
so bad that when
food,
they went to
Sarah.
Ireland, the Irish government required them because of the way that their bread is made to classify it as cake because of the
Because
sugar
it was too
content in their
sweet.
bread.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
It's not even legally bread in Ireland because of how shit it is. Not to mention the glyphosates and folic acid and all the other bullshit that they're adding to this so-called food.
I hate you so much, Ben. All of that,
If-
and that's what you
if
got
there's-
from it.
If there's anything we can unite the panel on, it's that Subway objectively sucks.
Fuck you. Subway is the best.
I
Okay.
condemn, by the way. Me
Nah.
and Spin City, the smartest person on this panel, agree that Subway's good.
Yeah,
Nah.
you're in with Spin on this one. That's bad company.
Yeah,
But
the best company.
If these gentlemen that folks that were went to the Capitol to make their disagreements known, which any reasonable person actually would see why they had a problem. The statistical anomaly in that election was insane. Like in Vegas, they would have taken you into a back room and busted your hands for that shit. Again, so assuming they believed that, and that they were going to try and stop the what they would have called the cheat, would you not assume stop the steal? Would you not assume then, though, when the steal went through, that anytime somebody's tried to throw, whether you would consider it a coup or something fighting against the government, that they're absolutely not going to see the light of day? And again, they're just lucky that somehow one of the only times in the world the guy that was in power went out of power and came back into power. That does not happen often, and they just got fucking lucky, or else they weren't going to see the light of day again. Would you not assume that they should have expected that?
I expected what exactly?
Look, to be thrown in prison forever.
No, they
well, none
absolutely
of
should.
them. Well, none of them went into prison forever.
Right. Well,
it's
because
also
they
not
got
something that would
lucky
be
and Trump
expected.
came back into power. I explained that.
No. The largest sentence that was brought out in that entire thing was against Enrique Tarrio, and that's because he was one of the main conspirators with the Proud Boys, and that was 22 years.
But
And
he
that was
wasn't- he
with
wasn't
10. That
pardoned.
was spread across 10 charges, by the way. Most people only saw maybe upwards maybe 1 to 2 years. No, I wouldn't expect all these people to get charged or sit in jail forever. No, that's not true at all.
Well, so there are ways to actually expand a conviction, and it can be done quite easily with just simply COs making claims of things that happened and adjudicating.
I was enjoying.
And you think this happened?
I was enjoying Bones having a Leave It to Beaver moment with Vibe down here.
I don't say that this did happen to J6ers. I said it could happen, and it has happened to other prisoners in the past. The deal is, if you take a shot at the king, you better not miss.
Mhm.
Hey, look, what is it?
Senator's panel again.
Cold Force, old Cold Force himself. The friendly federal assassin. He's about to find out why you better not miss. Just like the Ukrainian freak that tried to shoot Trump at the Mar-a-Lago freaking golf
wasn't
course.
Ukrainian.
Well, he's a Ukrainian freak. He was one of those everything for
fair
Ukraine
enough. Yeah,
types.
yeah.
So, I mean, that guy will never see the light of day. He never will. He was only sentenced for 25 years, but he will not survive his incarceration, nor do I think Cold Force will either. If you're going to take a shot at the king, you bet not miss.
I disagree. I actually disagree. I think you're giving people way too much credit, right? I think overwhelmingly when we look at studies from criminology and things of that nature, right? There's usually a sweet spot around 15 to 20 years where beyond a certain point, there literally is no additional deterrence towards crime. in and this is one of the reasons why Canada, for example, has like limited sentences even for things like murder, right? Because the research pretty clearly shows that there's no difference between life in prison and like 20 years in prison.
Yeah.
The difference is whether or not you think you're going to get caught. And I think especially when you were talking about the fervor of politics and protests and mob psychology, I think a lot of the people there were probably just, in the
Caught up.
moment doing really dumb shit. And then I think amongst the people that were, like the Proud Boys, the militia people, things of that nature, I think they have a fantasy, a fantasy of being political prisoners. I think they have a fantasy of being a martyr. And that they probably would expect that, and probably to a greater degree than they actually would have gotten. Because they like the idea of, I think men especially have this aspirational goal
Sacrifice
of like
for a better
achieving
good.
or putting your name somewhere, or of like, having some level of infamy, especially if it's martyr to a good cause, like, or even maybe even sometimes a bad cause. Even by their own admission. So I think,
but Scott, we've got the Michigan militia and all these people that are like doing these things. I'm from Michigan, by the way, but in the end, right? Do you think storming the Capitol is a valid protest versus actually, like, I agree with First Amendment
my opinion,
rights.
there's
I
not
agree
a
with
reason to do
certain
this.
things, but do you
Actually-
think like that type of thing is actually?
I think killing
a
Donald
valid
Trump is a
protest?
valid form of protest.
Before we move along, because that was Ben's question. So Ben, were you kind of done with the back and forth there?
Sorry,
I had not been, but I'm gonna chew vibe up for this one. Leave it to Beaver. This
Well,
is some
hang
silly
tight,
thing.
everyone. I also want to, since I already went ahead and kicked it off, the gauntlet is officially open. If you are watching over on the Raging Tomato side, you can catch the raid over. If you already know where you're going, get there. Otherwise, I dropped the link into the chat. I'm shutting down everything else on my end. You can only find it on the gauntlet on my end. All right, Ben, I'll hand it back to you.
One moment. Since we're going over the gauntlet, I have got to go. Thank you so much for hosting me. Thanks, Bones. Thanks, Scott. Thank Benjamin. And of course, thanks, Sarah. Appreciate all the people that came on tonight. I am Jason. And if y'all need to get in touch with me, people know how to do that. I'll talk to y'all later. Take care. God bless.
Thank you so
Take
much,
care.
Jason. We appreciate you. Have a wonderful night.
Good to meet you, Jason.
All right.
I think that Fabian's a little nutty. Historically, people that take that shot at the king, they don't survive that. That's
I didn't say they do.
not- well, then I'm not sure what that.
I
whole
didn't say
dialogue
one
was
ought
about.
do it. I never said you should try and kill the president. I said,
now the
is
one
it a
that-
valid form of protest? I think so. Yeah, it's also.
Oh no,
suicide.
that vibe against. Oh, I'm with Vibe's crazy with this shit. I can't believe the crazy
How-
shit. I mean,
I was the
that's
one
the
that said that.
California mentality right there. If I've ever heard it, like literally.
By the way, you're California
we were
too, by
given
the
the
way.
arms to take on.
Yeah, but
the
he's
government
like
when
on the bottom of
government
Murder
goes back
Mountain. That's
out of line.
different, California, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I'm
first
from
off,
Northern California. We are
I
entirely.
know you're Northern
different.
California, Benjamin, right? Like, I came from Michigan, and I actually love the Michigan militia, and I love the idea of state militias, because the original intent behind holding arms was that if we were unsatisfied with our government, the states could rise up against the government. Right? That was the original intent. Am I incorrect?
No, that's why we're.
No,
allowed-
and I
we're supposed
love
to
that.
also
I
have
love
people
that, and
come
I'm
to
with
them.
you on that. However, if we look at all the state militias that still exist in today's society, could any state militia ever overthrow the government?
100%.
In reality today,
Yeah, for sure. Obviously.
you think a state
Especially
militia?
if enough of them banded together. The U.S. military isn't very big, bro. It's only about 2.2
It's not
million.
that big, but so I mean, I've seen this too, and I've worked this through in my mind. Potentially, especially with Trump, like Trump could actually, like when everybody's like no kings, could potentially, because he's got the middle America thing, where it's like, hey, we don't like what things are going. I want to do this. He could actually turn the military against itself and actually start everything right. Like we can do this, but I don't think an individual state militia Maybe if we brought Texas and all those guys together, I don't think any state militia can overcome the firepower. And by the way, I wish we could. So I am actually on your guys' side. I wish we could have F-14s and nuclear weapons and have all the same armament.
Do you think that the government could nuke its own country and
No, I
survive
don't. But
that?
I mean, my point being,
Well, then don't say silly shit, man.
But
and guess what we have going
hold on.
Guess what we have going for us? We serve their food. We take out their trash. We watch their fucking kids. We fucking clean their toilets. That's what we have going. And guess what?
So wait.
F-16 don't mean shit when the guy fucking serving your food knocks you off, does it?
So Ben, like what you're not just fighting like the 2 million people there, you're also fighting like a really intricate logistics network. You're also fighting like their intelligence, all the operations.
Bones, you cut out. What? Repeat yourself.
So,
please.
Okay, hold on.
You didn't miss anything.
It was you. Important. It wasn't you, Bones. I think it was on.
Oh,
Beth.
okay. Okay. So you're not just fighting like the people there. You're fighting like a really intricate comms network, the logistics. You're fighting like really well trained people in this case versus a militia, which is generally speaking not well trained. And are you saying the militias have like a comparable level of like organizations the United States Army?
I actually served in the Army. I've even got special fucking medals with all the stars and the reef around it and shit for how well I do at this. And guess what? They aren't fucking well trained.
They're not. They're really not.
Fucking retarded. And guess what?
Right,
Militia
that's like a wild statement. Yeah,
your
sure.
average country ass shoots a gun 100 times more than any military person, and they're doing.
Do you think it's just about shooting guns?
Shut your fucking mouth.
You think it's literally just about shooting guns, Ben?
Targets.
Let's let them have a moment.
Moving targets all the time.
So Ben, do you think that all the military does is just go pew pew? Like, is that what you think the entire power
I
comes from?
actually served in the military. I know what the fuck they do. And I know.
Okay, great. So then you know that that it's not just like their ability to go pew pew. It's the fact that they know the lay of the land. They know they have a great they have great intel. They've got great communications network.
Relies on mercenaries now instead of fucking soldiers.
Because they don't want to endanger the lives of the soldiers. Obviously. What do you mean? Like, America is literally polarized against putting boots on the ground abroad. What are you talking about? Are you actually insane? Like, literally every modern war has been considered pretty fucking unpopular by the American populace on the basis that we're sending boots on the ground to foreign countries to go fucking die. Are you insane? Do you think it's just because they're like untrained? This is wild. I don't know why you'd say this.
Make a fucking actual.
I don't know why you'd speak so low of the army like this. This is crazy.
Because I served in it, dumb fuck.
Yeah, you served in it just based off that you think your opinion is representative of the entire army. Like, I feel like this is very just you're trying to get yourself or try to get.
Have you ever noticed how the government works, dipshit? Have you ever fucking dealt with anything with the government? Are they capable?
Yes, absolutely. Whenever I've gone to the DMV, whenever I've gone to go vote, whenever I've gone to replace my license plates, or when I've gone to update certain things. Yeah, no, it's been pretty.
It's been real efficient. They know what they're doing usually.
Actually, for me, yeah, pretty efficient.
All of us would like to know what magical bitch land you live in.
United States of America, actually Texas, funnily enough. I don't know. My courts seem to be pretty efficient. I mean, I could probably comment on other things. They're a little bit more personal as well, but yeah, that's not something I'd rather do
in any way, shape, or form. It's all fucking fucked up.
But yeah, look. The thing is, I don't weaponize my own lived experience for a debate. I use things that are a little bit more useful.
There's all kind. Anytime the military does anything, it's all fucked up. That's what the fucking
anytime
normal,
absolutely. You're
all
right.
fucked
So
up.
right.
Literally, situation normal, all fucked up because that's the way they are.
Yeah. Really, I find that hard to believe just off of one experience there.
That's not one experience, dipshit.
I mean, look, I've had family members that were in fucking Vietnam. I've had family members in Korea. I don't know.
It's not this.
I
dumb
think
fuck.
you're
He ain't
framing
never
this as
fucked- he
something
ain't
that's
never
way
done a
less
damn thing
complicated
that's
than it
ever been
actually
manly
is.
in his life.
Like the
Fuck, we all know that.
there we go. There's
Anyone
the
else-
personal insults once again.
anyone
Once
else
he loses,
wanna-
he has to like resort to, oh,
No,
you don't have a beard.
no,
Yeah,
that
that's
was
fine.
just the fun part. I didn't even
just-
bring
yeah,
up.
I-
I
well, yeah,
didn't-
after-
no,
after you
I
lose,
have to
after
say
you
something.
lost.
Why in the
I'll jump
fuck?
in.
Oh,
Why in the fuck would you even
You actually
say
moved
it is a
into a
logical
different
form of
direction because you
protest?
can't answer for any of the stupid shit, so you moved it to a different direction and run your mouth like you always do. You
So
think
no,
making
I
a
didn't run it to.
fucking
I
word
didn't run it to anything
make-
other than the
make-
fact that the
make
army is
fucking
very
movement.
clearly more
Gentlemen,
organized than the
Gentlemen,
militia.
gentlemen.
This is yeah.
I think Spin wanted to chime in.
Oh, you're motherfucking right. I have been sitting here for almost 3 fucking hours being quiet, and it was very fucking hard. Very hard.
Oh, you poor thing.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking moron. Fabian, let me ask you something. Why do you think it would be, the best form of protest to try to unalive the president of the United States? First of all, fucking tell me that one.
I never said
Oh,
that.
boy.
I never said it would be
The
the
fuck
best.
you didn't.
No, I didn't. I never said it would be the best.
You didn't.
I said it was.
He said it would be
legitimate form of
valid.
protest.
Oh, legitimate.
Yeah, he said it was
form of
legitimate or
protest.
valid.
Oh, okay. So let's
Under
all
his
just
view.
go stand on Capitol Hill or in front of the White House and hope he comes out and protests with pew-pews. That's the most absurd thing I've ever fucking heard in my life. Secondly,
So no, he's just saying it's valid. He's not saying that it's
the
like
fuck up.
good or
Nobody wants to hear your retarded
What-
ass.
I don't know. I'm defending Fabian here for no
Yeah, I
reason
don't
other
get it
than
either,
just like
Bones.
here to
Why
tell
don't
you.
Right, dude, you're
this is
just-
the
you're
steel
just-
man.
you're tweaking
would
out.
anyone like to hear from Fabian since he's the one that's
Oh, I would
All right, I'm
love
white
to
knighting
hear
for
his
him. Okay,
fucking
let me
answer.
get Fabian. I'm
No,
gonna give you
Bones
back the
doesn't.
soapbox.
Bones wants
Okay,
to
I
defend
took
him
it from
because
you.
Bones needs to defend him. Because he's
Apparently,
a-
yeah.
So,
Let me go ahead and,
So-
let me go ahead and show you
Fabian.
these very quick. These are Bones' leftist.
Can you stop talking about one another?
We'll spray
go
some.
ahead. Go ahead, Fabian.
yeah. So, yeah. No, I never said that it was a good idea. In fact, I actually said it was a bad idea. I don't. So there's a difference between what is a violation of. You good, Lone Wolf?
I'll mute her. I don't know if she knows.
Yeah.
she's-
So there's a difference between what is legitimate or what is not a violation of like non-aggression principle or what is technically ethical versus what is moral, right? And in moral, I would do a calculation of whether or not something is effective and whether or not something is in your own rational self-interest. I would say shooting the president is not in your own rational self-interest. Number one, you're going to go to jail forever or get killed. Number two, whatever movement you're a part of is just going to be branded as like psycho terrorists. Number three, you might actually usher in real fascism because all the fascists are going to be like, see, we told you this is how they are. We need to go further, right? Like you're not going to achieve any meaningful goals by assassinating the president. Now,
So
if you ask
then
me whether or not
you would apply that to the
unethical-
free
Hold on.
Palestine. You would apply that to the No Kings protest and all the other filth and the stupidity that people are doing out there, like throwing rubber dicks at cars, different things like that.
Yes. Throwing rubber
Shut
dicks at
up,
cars is
Effigy,
exactly
I'm
the
talking.
same. Exactly.
It's
the same as
assassinating
shooting
the
someone in
president.
Total moral
wait.
equivalency.
I feel like Spin City would think that Sean Dunn is like legitimately like fucking harming a police officer when he throws a shitty Subway sandwich. I mean, I think the officer
probably-
said
probably
that the
is.
sandwich was like literally
Sandwiches
exploding.
alone.
So hold on.
Anybody that has to
Look,
touch
look.
a Subway sandwich is being legitimately harmed.
Wait, also, on top of that, in court, that officer argued that the Subway sandwich exploded on him, which, granted, the quality of the fucking sandwiches there, I think is probably trash.
Was there sriracha
Probably
on
trash.
it?
Hey, Sarah, I'm about
But
to
I
use
wanted
my
to-
credit to get rid of Boots of fucking Doom.
You can't
Shut
get rid of
up,
me, bitch.
people.
I'm a panelist.
So I wanted to interject just for a moment if I could
but I
with
can't.
this
Hold
back
on,
and
Spin.
forth between Benjamin and Bones.
Go ahead.
Right?
Yeah.
Benjamin, I think you are utterly lacking couth and tact, but I think you're ultimately correct. And let me explain.
It's because I was talking to Bones.
You got triggered, but hear me out for a second. Number one, U.S. military is paradoxical. It's paradoxical in the sense that if you've ever been in the military, you know that everything is the exact opposite of a well-oiled machine. But the other thing about the military is that it has the power to tax. So no matter how inefficient it is, the insane and absurd amounts of money that can be deployed is something that no small group could ever even come close to. And a lot of times you'll go on missions and you'll be like, no one knows what they're doing. Everyone is retarded. And then it just kind of magically comes together because they have an SOP. They've run it a bunch of times, and it doesn't matter that it's inefficient because you can just kind of keep throwing inefficient workers at a thing until it's solved.
Well,
and
it's
so
just-
you are
it's
right.
It's just spray and pray. Like
Right.
you just
Bones
you
of
send
Doom,
enough
though,
fucking bullets. Eventually, you might
Bones
get
of Doom, right? Bones of Doom. You are correct, but the problem is that there's this thing, and I don't know why the left seems to, not the left. I take that back. Communists get this, Marxists get this, but like the liberal left and like the slightly left of liberal, they have no concept of the way in which like warfare actually works in the modern age, or like asymmetrical warfare, like in Vietnam and things like that. We lost Vietnam, right?
Yeah.
Why did we
Badly.
lose Vietnam? It's the same reason we lost in Afghanistan, right? And it's also the same reason that Alexander the Great lost in Afghanistan, right? Alexander the Great has like a couple of quotes about Afghanistan, like it's easy to march into, but hard to march out of, right? Another thing he says is that it's like, there are like 3 things you should fear, and it's like the fucking like a tiger or this, and like the rage of the Afghans. And the reason that this is important is that when you are talking about waging war on your own people, it becomes an entirely different scenario because you have 2 win conditions. Okay, win condition number 1 is total war, right? This was how the North. This is how the North eventually won the Civil War. Right? In the Civil War, the Confederacy understood that all they needed to do was tire out the American voter in the North, and that eventually they would vote to end the war. That was the plan. And they also wanted European support, which is why Gettysburg occurred, right? Was that Robert E. Lee went north of D.C. and invaded, even though he really wanted to fight a defensive war, because he needed like a victory on their own territory in the hopes that the British might involve themselves and protect us in some way. Now, it turned out that General Winfield Scott was correct in that the Anaconda Plan needed to occur, right? And that this was going to be a long, long war of attrition. And despite the fact that the North had way more people, the North had way more industry, the North had way more of basically everything you need to win, with the exception of experienced cavalry. And towards the end of the war, they had way more of that as well. So how is it that they won the Civil War? Well, they won the Civil War in 2 ways. Number 1, or I would say probably number 2, would be Sherman's total war march, right? Psychological warfare, burn down every city you can. Essentially a very Palestinian kind of thing, right? From the river to the sea. He went from Mississippi to the sea, right? And killed as many people and did horrific things to psychologically damage the South. That is a win condition that we can win. And the second one was the Battle of Cold Harbor, right? Lincoln was pissed because every single Northern general was losing to Robert E. Lee every single time, despite having more money, more troops, more supplies. They were losing over and over and over again because Robert E. Lee was a genius of military tactics, but he was also understood all of those generals, having served under them in the War of the Mexican-American War. Sorry, and so he had a knowledge of the psychology of the people. Grant gets brought in, and he is called the Butcher for a reason, because he comes in and again he is losing, and instead of retreating and doing his little thing, he sent body after body after body into Cold Harbor until eventually Robert E. Lee ran out of ammunition. Damn, I went on a soapbox and then he disappeared.
No, his screen froze. He'll be right back. He already messaged me.
Right, but to finish it for the viewers, right, is that you can win asymmetrical warfare if you're willing to do total war, which is you have to be willing to nuke cities and you have to be willing to carpet bomb entire civilian populations. And when you engage in that, you have a very, very limited time. And that limited time means you better win a total war quickly, especially if you have the semblance of a democracy, because your own people will start to side with the enemy. And
so that's so I love that you went into the historical context. That's great. That's perfect. Everything's on point for that. Very good. This is why when someone says that essentially someone's committing sedition or trying to overthrow the government, particularly the U.S. government, it's laughable at this point in era in time, because what's going to happen? Let's say that you somehow remove all of those people that are in the power positions from power. Well, what are you going to overturn it with? Essentially, right now, what do we have? The Constitution. So what are you going to do? Implement something that's not the Constitution? No, that's stupid. The Constitution.
You would still stick with the Constitution. You would
still stick with it, right?
Yeah,
right.
You would replace all these fuckers that don't abide by it.
So
the
so
ones
it's the people you don't like,
break it and commit treason. Right. We get rid of those people and replace them with non-treasonous people, and we leave them hanging on the front lawn of the White House, so that way the new people, when they walk by, go, "Hey, don't break the Constitution.
Don't do that. Yeah. So that's why that's not sedition. You could qualify that as a revolution or a rebellion,
a refreshing of the life tree of liberty.
That would actually be a more appropriate way to describe it, but definitely not sedition. Definitely not overthrowing. No way.
I mean, if you read the full context of Thomas Jefferson's quote, where he says sometimes the tree of liberty needs to be watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants alike, he's mostly arguing that the superiority of democratic elections as opposed to violent revolutions. In that, I like the phrase. The phrase is badass, but he's mostly saying that this has been one of the most peaceful transfers of power ever, because he's making the argument that each individual state peacefully transferred power. So actually, it should be mathematically calculated as like 200 years of peaceful transitioning of power, etc. But there is like there's kind of
after an actual insurrection, he stated this, and he said, "I don't believe what they were doing was right, but occasionally this does need to happen. I agree with their ability to do it." He did it right.
Like he's kind of tacitly supporting it in that document, even though that language is like so badass. I just think it's fair to mention, even though it goes against my own values, the full context.
What he's supporting is every generation's right to define what liberty is.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, but he's also kind of like talking about,
which is really strange,
the peaceful
though. Like
transfer
when
of
someone
power
says originalism is how everyone thinks should go, and we should always look at how they interpret it. I can give it as a
I'm obviously
foundation,
not an
but-
originalist in the sense of I'm
Well,
only
you
a
kind of are in some
originalist.
senses. You do keep like to bring it up a lot.
I am practically an originalist, right? Because I hate the expansion of state power and what many of those interpretations almost always kind of lead towards that domain of bigger government, more socialism, more taxes, more regulation. And so, I practically fight for an original interpretation insofar as that gets me to the goal, which is a reduction of the scope, size, power, whatever.
But being an originalist forces you to be a hypocrite because you obviously don't agree with some of it, right? You don't agree with the 3/5 compromise. You probably don't agree with slavery, right?
But that doesn't.
I mean, there's a ton of stuff I don't agree with, right? Like I don't agree with the concept of the Bill of Rights.
Then what's the point of being an
Obviously, the
originalist
10th
unless you
Amendment.
understand that interpreting the things from the point of where you are instead of where that was is better?
Well, because some of those.
I feel
things
like you didn't
can be
address what I
corrected.
said, though. I feel like you just like were looking for a dunk or something, right? Like
No,
I don't
no, that's-
believe in the Constitution, right? I only say that I often argue from an originalist perspective because it's
portions
closer
of the
to what it is
Constitution
that I desire, right?
Fabian, what portions of the Constitution do you agree with?
None of it.
None of it. So you don't believe that we should have.
Maybe be able to take excerpts out of context that I agree with, right? Like
so there are portions.
like
that
I
you
don't
agree
believe we're created in God's image, right? But we can cut that part out and say, life,
Are
liberty, and
there-
the pursuit of happiness. I guess I'm okay with that,
Are
right?
there
I mean, like,
you believe property?
well, I think
rights.
the Constitution is also antithetical to property rights.
Well, no, the Fourth Amendment is clear and evident for property rights that those searches and seizures?
Sure, but it also gives the government the sole authority to utilize warrants to
Upon an
violate your property
elected
rights.
class.
It also gives you which is not elected doesn't mean shit to me. That just means if you lose the
So if you
election,
don't
the government
participate, then
imposes
you don't have a
the
say.
majority belief on you.
If you don't participate, it's not my fault. So we have to live together. We have to. We have no choice on that. So the
Why?
road.
Why do I need to live with Californians?
My lord.
Fuck California. Why do I need? Why does California deserve any say over how my life goes?
Are there? How many United States are there?
How many United States are there?
Yeah. How many Americas are there?
50 nifty United States and 13
Right. So there's
original colonies. What's the
United
point?
States of America, right? You've got a choice of 50 states, but essentially, you and I have to live on this land somewhere. How many worlds are there? How many planets are there? There's only one. We have to live on this planet together. At some point,
I mean, presumably
we
right
have to
now,
get
yeah,
along.
sure.
We have to get along.
Only uninhabitable.
Right, but I disagree with the concept of the Constitution as a means of us getting along. I think it's a means of oppressing us onto a governmental structure that imposes order at the cost of progress and liberty.
What legitimacy would provide you that? What
Voluntary interactions. That's it. It's really that
Which
simple.
is-
Voluntarism.
So it has to be written
Voluntarism.
down, right? It has to be written down. Otherwise, there's no concept of what is and what is not. I mean, we can just sit
Right, but the
here and argue
Constitution
all day,
isn't a
but
voluntary system. It's a system that
it
imposes
has to
its
be written, right?
Oh, so Scott, you don't like
What are
it,
you getting
but
at?
What do you feel that you're being imposed? What are the rights that you want that you don't have?
I mean, where do we start? Number one,
Do you have freedom of speech?
taxation, right? Taxation is a violation of my human rights and my
Freedom of speech.
On a portion.
freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is an
Do you have
enshrined-
freedom of speech right now? If I told you to go fuck yourself, is somebody going to come to my door and arrest me?
Well,
I mean,
before
it
you
depends.
answer
Are
that,
you in the
Fabian,
UK? I mean, you'd have it for
Bef-
now, sure.
Before you answer that necessarily, to the chat, you are violating Mater Nations laws by not sending in tomato tax. You here have to be taxed and you must pay those taxes. Don't forget you have a dono goal that you do have to hit if you want to keep the show continue to running. You've got like 34 minutes left on it, so get to working on it now, and I'm not going to bother you later if you go ahead and hit it without me bothering you. All right, back to you, Fabian.
And
I still
Fabian,
want to know
I'm
your
just curious.
point on
If-
freedom of
if I-
speech.
I
if
said
just
Fabian.
Freedom of
I
speech.
said
Oh,
back
I'm
to
sorry.
Fabian. I don't know where everyone heard something else.
Yeah, so freedom of speech, right, is an enshrined recognition of a right that already existed before the Constitution, right? Every human being has freedom of speech, so long as they're on their own property. Pause,
Have you
Clay.
ever been to
Pause,
North
Clay.
Korea?
Pause, Clay. Pause, Clay. Pause, Clay. Every human has a right of freedom of speech on their own persons and property. The
Tell that
difference
to
is,
Koreans.
Clay. I'll finish. Don't get too excitable, all right? So the difference is there's a difference between having a right and then actually being able to exercise that right without being imposed upon, right? And as you mentioned, in North Korea, you have the right to freedom of speech. That doesn't mean you can exercise it without being killed. There's might doesn't make right, but might does make reality. At the end of the day, rights are meaningless in the practical sense. If I can take a gun and kill you and take it away, then like you can say I have that right from a natural law, from a logical position, but that doesn't mean that you can exercise it without the punishment of some arbiter that has decided to violate your rights. It is a violation of your right to freedom of speech to do something.
Fabian, you cannot say anything if you are dead.
Yes, I agree.
So if you're
You
dead,
disagreed with
you don't
me.
have a right to free speech.
Can I ask a question?
But
to
you agree
Fabian?
with me.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
You literally do agree with me. You just don't like the way that I've phrased it.
No,
You're
because I'm
literally
talking
agreeing
about
with me.
legitimacy.
Might doesn't make right. Might makes
Legitimacy.
reality.
Legitimacy makes rights.
What does that mean to you?
So
What do you mean by that?
Fabian?
Legality. I wrote it
when
down.
I asked about when I asked about your rights and what do you not like about our government, you said taxes. That was your first thing. So let's say I granted you and all of us on this panel and the whole United States said, you know what, we're going to exclude you from taxes. We're going to allow you to have that one thing that you hate the most. We're going to remove that. So then I'm going to hire everybody.
Just me
and
or
remove-
everyone?
No, just you, because you don't like
Okay.
it, right? So I'm just going to prescribe to you alone. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the street in front of your house because that is paid by your taxes. Then I'm
Right,
going
and
to
it's also a violation of my rights, the existence of that street.
You didn't. So okay, you want that street removed?
No, what I want is I want all public property to be handed over towards private ownership, all of it. There
What
should be
you
no
are-
public
what
schools.
you
There should
are-
be no public roads. There should be no
Okay,
public.
so- okay.
parks.
What you are trying to say
Okay,
is
hold on,
the
hold on,
sovereign
hold on.
citizen bullshit.
Hold on, I'll grant this. I'll grant this. I'll grant
Hold on,
this.
let
Right?
Ivan,
Okay. So you want
No, the sovereign
everything-
citizens believe crazy shit like we're on maritime law because in like fucking 1812 or some shit they secretly changed the Constitution to be some other.
Cool.
I'm just arguing natural rights.
We're
We'll get to your crazy shit soon
building
enough,
on
don't
this.
worry.
You're saying that the government shouldn't own anything. Everything should be owned by people, right? And this
Yeah.
is like the ultimate capitalism, right? Like,
Yeah,
so now you're basically going everything. There should be no government. It should just be all capitalism. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it should be
Okay,
all
now-
voluntary, right? Like if you want to go live on a commune that like voluntarily chooses to like operate under, you know, its own set of rules that economically like look different than capitalism, it's technically still capitalism in the sense that everything is a voluntary interaction there. But you might live on some fucking hippie commune where you all share your fruit or some shit.
No.
But, you know, and when you need to buy an
It's
iPhone,
just
you'll
a
do it
form of
from some
taxation,
company.
right? Like I don't
This
get to
is
eat
my
her
dream.
tomatoes
This is the
because
dream.
I'm not making the potatoes. So like I don't get my tomatoes and they don't get the potatoes, right? It's still communism. It's still there's still a tax. Everything
There
that we
are
do, we're doing
bylaws
for each
within
other, correct?
corporations and companies.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you still have laws.
company
Still
is a
have
form of governance. Yeah, I'm not against
Everything comes
laws.
down to money. You
He-
basically give the
I'm not
entirety of
against laws.
civilization
Like,
to
what do you
rich
mean?
people.
He's
Okay,
against
so-
the public
So
entity.
what is the difference between a government and a company running things?
They're both forms of governance. There is no difference.
Dictatorship
Okay,
versus a republic.
But you prefer
That's the
to be no
difference.
government, just corporations.
Companies are
No, I didn't say that. I'm fine with whatever fucking government you so choose. What I'm against
Oligarchs
is the
and
state.
dictatorships.
The
That's the
state
way a company works.
is
No,
is,
no.
is non.
Well, hold on. We're
Oh.
talking over each other now, Clay. Hold on.
We're just keeping we're keeping it very.
I
simple to the
apologize that I
original
do this
thing.
every time you invite me on a panel, but at the same time, like,
The-
what am I
the
supposed
one
to do?
thing you
Just sit there when they ask me questions?
Hold on. It's. I know you're a soapboxer, right? There are styles that people have and different panelists have. It's imperative that we all recognize people's different forms of communication. Okay. But with that being said, I know my panelists, my regulars also are very familiar with my rules that if you continue interrupting someone, it starts to piss me
Well, no,
off.
I'm not worried about the interruptions personally. I'm just saying I apologize for this always turning into an ANCAP theory session.
I'm okay with that.
That's just who I am. You know what I mean? Like, that's my
Yeah,
ideology.
no. Well, it's open panel now, so it doesn't matter. Like we're on a new channel. It's
I just
you
wanna-
have the
I just want to
conversation.
let you know, right? Like, I can do whatever, right? But yeah, no, I'm against the state. And the difference between governance or a corporation and the state is that the state is a non-voluntary system. The state imposes its will upon you. The state, the United States of America, right, says you don't have a choice. You do what we say or else.
Well, it
right?
is a bit of a voluntary system in the sense that, like, if we look at it locally,
Can something be a
and
bit voluntary, right?
If we look at it locally, right, I'm very involved in my local government, and when things are not happening the way I like it, I freaking yell my fucking brains out. I think more of us should do that. We shouldn't give a shit about our president. We need to fucking act locally, right? I want to make sure that my streets are clean. I want to do this. And my taxes, I want to make sure are going to the things I want, right? This is part of me participating. Now, when I hear people like you bitching, I hear somebody that doesn't participate in government. I hear somebody that doesn't like the laws because they're not actually actively involved locally, right? Now, the reason I said you don't like taxes, I say F you because I will delete your road and I will let you sit. And by the way, I love the whole idea of living off grid. And maybe Benjamin,
I don't want to live off grid.
is going to hate me or love this for this. I love the idea of living off grid and not relying on government. I think it's a great
No,
thing.
I like
But
living
also
in cities.
great when I am part of my community, I'm contributing to my community, and we're all pitching in to do what we do.
Yeah, but you're not pitching in. It's not voluntary. Just because you involve yourself with the state local state
Well, actually, if
apparatus
I
in some
involve myself,
degree.
that is the definition of voluntary.
Okay, but what if the state does something you don't like?
Well, then I
And
frickin'
everyone
raise the buckets.
disagrees with you.
Well, that is what you were saying. Might doesn't necessarily make right, but might makes might, right? So obviously, the force majeure is going to rule no matter what. And if, by the way, my next door
Right,
neighbor,
so you obey
if we're
or
living
else.
in your world, if we're living
It's
in
an
your
imposition.
world where it's just all property, if your next door neighbor has more guns than you do, you lose your property.
False.
How?
How is that not true today? You live under that system currently. You live under a system where
No, we actually live in a system that's much safer that says that if my next door neighbor has bigger guns than I do, he still can't take my property.
right. But we're not advocating. We're not advocating. Like you're imposing this
We are.
idea
You
of
are.
warlordism and anarchic chaos. Right.
Well, you kind of are.
But I'm
You
not
kinda
advocating
are.
that. No, but you are projecting what it is that you believe that I believe onto.
No, you're the
as
one
opposed to
advocating
actually
the
saying what it is.
fantasy
How-
that
how
everyone
am I
can live in a
incorrect? And
voluntary
correct me,
state without
please.
any kind of force to force them that way.
Again,
I mean,
never made
you
that
said-
claim.
you said,
I've
"I
never,
don't
I've
wanna
never
pay
made the claim that
taxes."
force wouldn't be used against people.
But
Fabian,
did
do you
say-
think you have the right to
said-
travel?
said you don't want to pay taxes.
Do I think
and
I
you
have
don't
the
wanna be a
right
part-
to
You said
travel?
you don't want to be a part of the
You
system.
have the right to travel.
He's not a sovereign
I
citizen.
didn't say that. I didn't say that I don't want to be a part of the quote
He's still
unquote the
trying to get
system.
you on
I'm
sovereign
saying that the state imposes upon people, and that is wrong. And it's wrong that they do it to you, and it's wrong that they do it to Clay, and it's wrong that they do it to the
But you
panelists.
also said that you want it all to be privately owned. And so if
Yes.
somebody privately owns the road in front of you, how much control do you have that road that is privately owned by somebody else that you're driving on?
Yeah, so
How is
there's like a thought experiment called the Blockian Proviso, right, from Walter Block, which is essentially you got in the woods camping, right, and then someone builds like a road or a house or some form of property all around you and quote unquote enshrines you. How do you leave where it is that you are without violating someone else's property rights? Right. And the answer to this is very simple, is that you obviously have some level of easement right to move over another person's property insofar as you homesteaded that easement when you went to that position, and that they, by virtue of blocking you in, they have kidnapped you. They have kidnapped you by creation of private property all around you, and your own body, your own existence has created an easement right that at the very least allows you to leave that property in some way, shape, or form, crossing over their property. Now, when you were talking about a road in front of your house, you're
not
kind of talking about
correct
the
there.
exact same
By
thing.
your own. But this is their property that now they've encased you in their property, right? And you already made the
Right.
statement that if somebody's on my property, now if it's an old woman in a walker, it was your example,
Mhm.
and she falls over, a good person would pick her up. But then if she's like, yeah, I'm not going to leave, and then she takes a dump on your front yard, you're going to be like, yeah, I can blow her brains out, right? So in this particular case, now they've surrounded you, and what is the scenario where they don't have the right to do the same thing to you, where you're like, I just want to leave my property. You surrounded me.
so hold on.
Why do they not have that
This
same
is-
right to blow your
I
brains
tried
out?
to give you the easy answer with the Blockian Proviso and easement rights, right?
Yes, exactly.
If you want the more complicated answer, right, I would suggest there is a reading you can do, which is Common, Private, and Public Property and the Rationalization for the Total Privatization of Property by Hans Hermann Hoppe.
It would end up being what is most profitable for all beings in this.
No, it's not
particular
about what's most profitable. It's about where. It's
No,
about
I said
grounding.
like
Hold on,
money.
pause.
I mean
hold on.
profitable-
You're interrupting me to tell me what anarcho-capitalism is.
Go on.
Okay, like for just a second, right? It's about the what is the rational grounding of property rights, right? It is of my opinion that the founding fathers and that the Enlightenment discovered a real thing through logic and through an understanding of a bodily autonomy, through the Lockean Proviso, right? And John Locke's second treatise on government. And he describes the means by which private property is created in a very different way than maybe not very different, but in a way that old libertarian philosophy would. And this is why we have an extension of that. So what you were talking about is what is the rationalization for private property itself? Not just do we like it, does it kind of work, but whether or not you actually have that right. And that right comes from a long thing called argumentation ethics. You have to start with grounding logic, grounding the excluded middle, non-contradiction, etc. And you will eventually get to the concept of the first user principle. And the first user principle is essentially saying that this is, let's say, my phone, right? This is my cell phone, okay? I am the user of this cell phone. Now, if anyone else has a right to this cell phone, then what I am claiming is that there are multiple potential people with a right to this property. And the moment that I make that claim, I cannot logically use this exclusively to my own control without violating the rights of others, because there are other potential owners of this property. The only way that we are able to act ethically is if it is true that all property only has one owner. Now, we might get that information wrong. There might be adjudication on trying to solve those things. But at the end of the day, property can only be utilized ethically if it only has one owner. Otherwise, we would fall into contradiction. So when you claim that people can entrap you, right? Or what they are doing is essentially claiming ownership over your body. They're saying that your body cannot escape the domain in which you have put yourself in, or sorry, that they have put you in. And by claiming ownership over that body, that breaks down the very nature of ethics itself.
Okay, so I mean, ethics actually does not
Man, he
say
kept
that
pushing.
anybody.
Do you look at me like that? He kept pushing me for the nerdier answer. I gave the simpler answer. He didn't want to accept easement rights, so I gave like a little bit.
But here's the thing: everything you're saying defies logic. I don't think anybody can ever have
what
a
logical
claim.
contradiction? What logic am I?
I'm trying to explain it, right? I don't think anybody has a logical claim on anything on this planet. I don't think there's any logic. And I'll just ask the question: where is the logic?
So is it immoral for you to
Somebody
use
can
property?
where is the logic? Use logic on that anybody has a claim outside of force.
Is it so? Hold on. You made the claim that no one has a right to any property, correct?
Yeah, I mean,
So,
you
so
just-
by
that's
name,
what you're
whose
talking
rights are you violating by using a microphone?
Who has rights?
Okay, so the claim is that no one has any rights and that rights are non-existent, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
you're
so
following.
it is only so you're taking the force doctrine approach, right? Which is that
It's not force doctrine, by the way.
there are no such thing as human rights. Okay, so is it wrong for me to rape you right now?
Nope, not at all.
Easy.
It's not wrong. So if I rape you, I've done nothing
On
wrong.
the words, it knocks it
Great.
down in the algorithm when you
Kills
don't
me
say.
every time.
Right, there is no logic behind what you're saying, and there's no logic behind our humanity where we decide to work together. Now, when we decide to work together, not everybody decides to actually agree with the majority that are working together. And whether it's a corporation, whether it's a government, whether we're building roads together or saying, F you, Fabian, we're going to leave you on the dirt and not include you in this. There is no logic behind that. That is all feelings. That is all
I disagree. I disagree. So going back to argumentation ethics, right? Do you accept logic? You're appealing to logic. So do you accept the law of excluded middle, non-contradiction, etc.?
Yes, but now
Okay,
I want
so
you
hold
to
on.
use.
We can
I
establish
want
that.
you to use that to
Yeah, I am.
explain the logic
I
that
am.
you're saying that I
Do you
can
accept
have a claim
performative
to
contradiction?
anything. How I can have a claim to a cell phone? How I can have claim to a
Yeah.
as
I'm
an
going through it.
individual.
I'm going through it.
Okay,
You
let's
want to
do
go
it.
through it? I'll go through it. Do you accept the Habermas's performative contradiction as logical?
Yes.
Right. So do you accept that it's true? Right. That performative contradictions prove statements false.
Yes.
Okay. So you accept performative contradiction. Okay. So when you are in a conversation with me, right, you are accepting that I am an individual with bodily autonomy.
Well, that is.
Do you agree with that?
I can't necessarily agree with that because I might just be me, and this is all fiction.
Okay, assume for a second that you're not in that even if you're in simulation, that if you were to go outside of the simulation and there was at least one other person that was also in what's that?
Said we've dug all the way down to solipsism. That's how far we've gotten down in the hole.
Let's just assume
this is a really hard thing for him to like
if,
actually
listen,
factuate.
let's assume
Yes,
let's assume I am a being just like you and that I exist, right?
Okay, we
because
both
if no
exist.
other being exists, then ethics
Let's
do
go
not
down that
matter
road.
because you're the only material being in existence, and all of this is a fantasy, anyways, right? So the Sartre or Dostoevsky, if God isn't real, everything is permitted situation, right? If people aren't real, everything is permitted. But let's assume, for the sake of argument, that I exist, right? And that you exist as a person. Now, in that domain, you are trying to convince me of the veracity of your claims, which is you are recognizing by doing so, by arguing with me, you are recognizing that I am a conscious being that makes rational choices. And you are establishing a moral preference to utilize that as opposed to a game theory system of violence against me.
So if I'm conversing with you, yes, I am conversing with you in the sense that you are a person of thought, but not necessarily a person of rational thought.
You're still appealing to my reason. So you're still
I might not think
you're not appealing to my reason.
It's Machiavelli. Manipulation, dude.
That's not no.
That's,
you're appealing.
Yeah. That's the way that works. Yes.
That's population dynamics. That's population. That's not an individual.
Trying to control you.
It's just me and you, right? I'm not.
You are
necessarily
trying to
appealing
convince
your
me
reason.
of the truth of your claims. Yes or no? Are you arguing in earnest? That is the question here. If you are truly arguing, then you are trying to convince me that you are right without any form of coercion.
Hold on. Let's just pretend it's just like you and me on this panel, right? It's just nobody else exists in the whole world.
We need Sarah because for ethics we need a third person. We need an arbitrator. So it's just you, me, and Sarah. She's a silent arbitrator.
That's genius. But here's the
because
reality.
you could solve the whole debate by
That was the
killing me, and then
driest
there would
way
be
to
no other
ask for a
humans.
threesome I've ever heard.
Here's the reality is that I don't even have to even acknowledge your claims. I don't have to acknowledge you as a rational person. I can acknowledge you as a physical person. I could see you, I could touch you, but I don't have to acknowledge anything that you're saying is correct or even reasonable or even rational.
That's
and
not
that's
not what I'm
that you're
saying.
trying
What
to-
I'm-
That's
that's
the
not what I'm
premise that
saying.
you're trying to push out there.
No,
You're
the
saying
premise that I'm
two
pushing.
rational people. Maybe
No,
I'm
the
totally
premise-
irrational.
No, the premise that I'm pushing.
God,
is
I
that
hate you
if
both
you
right
are,
now.
If you are legitimately arguing, if you are legitimately arguing the truth of your claims in the hope of convincing me that you are right and that I am wrong in some capacity.
What if I don't care if I'm right or wrong?
Well, then you're not arguing in good faith.
You're not actually engaged in argumentation. Now you're
Okay,
engaged in some form of coercion or fraud.
Engaged in argumentation, and we're two people on this planet trying to divide up our property.
Right. So then I win the argument because you're not arguing.
But then I have a bigger gun and I shoot you dead, and I get the whole planet.
Well,
Right,
and
but it
that was
doesn't-
what
but-
he
but
just
I already
said.
agree with
was-
that. I agree.
Yeah.
I already agreed that if you shoot me and kill me, that it solves the dilemma, and that if
That's
there's
why
an
he said
arbitrator,
have
the
a third
arbitrator has an
person.
ethical claim that what you've done is wrong. If there is no arbitrator and there's just two people, then we're not in the domains of ethics because
And
it's
we're
no
also
longer
not
a
in the domain of
societal
reality
function.
because there are coercion tactics in reality. We're in
I
reality.
never said there weren't. I never said there weren't. You think you're making a big point by agreeing with me.
Coercion is not reality.
Wait, but you're agreeing with me. I agree.
So we're in
I agree
reality.
coercion exists. I agree might doesn't make right, might makes reality. The
But the
question
reality is
the question is about
morally-
what
the question
is
is
an
morality,
ethical
right?
So here's the thing. The very question of libertarian the very question of libertarianism is the discovery of a system of ethics that can be moral. That's it.
But
It
once
is
again-
the only system of ethics that is possible of being moral.
Let's just
Because the
flip
moment that you impose your will, you fall into performative contradiction in any moment that you are arguing. Because if you are arguing, let's say we'll use the term in good faith, then you are recognizing myself just as much as you are recognizing yourself as a separate entity with bodily autonomy
Can I
and
break it
establishing a moral preference, a moral claim that we ought not use violence and coercion, but rather we ought have conversation for an orderly society. And so you fall into performative contradiction the moment you claim that libertarianism is
father
false.
and son. The father has some type of autonomy over his son. So he teaches his son to work, how to clean guns, and how to treat women. And if he doesn't do that properly through coercion, that son will learn. Does that make sense to you? That's broke down right down to the family level.
That does, but that's not an argument against anything that I said. Now you're talking about the fact that you have an undeveloped mind and a guardian that is
not
attempting
an
to.
undeveloped mind. That's the mind of reality.
Okay, but
I know what reality
what you're
says.
describing, what you're describing, what you are describing are things that maintain the body and the mind towards the natural growth of the individual into a person that is good. Right. But what if I were to chop my son's cock off?
Well, that's not.
That would be wrong.
That's not reality.
That would be evil. That would be wrong. That would be wrong. What do you mean that's not reality? There's plenty of girls getting their boobs cut off right now by doctors.
Would be a great time for a grift break, ladies and gentlemen. Holy fuck shit. I don't even want to hear. All right. We are down to 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, on the Dono Goal. I'm actually disgruntled because we're digging into a really good conversation and you're not trying to extend it. So, Effigy, let's show everyone how the panelists do it here in Mater Nation. Can you tell the chat what they need to do, sir?
You know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to talk about what that guy was talking about. Holy shit.
Pussy. Terrified of conversation.
I'm going to use my famed reverse psychology on the chat. I don't think you guys can make the goal. I think you're not going to make the goal. I think you're going to show that the chat around here isn't up to snuff. I think you guys are pathetic because you're not going to make that goal. That's going to be reality. You're going to miss it, and you're going to be like, "Damn, I let everybody down."
Oh,
that's you.
Especially me. You don't want to let me down, do you?
Shh, Sarah, use reverse psychology. Gotta be quiet.
Dude, don't do that.
Clay, tell them what they need to do, sir.
Man, this is my first night back after like a week or so, and I'm really not done. I'm done with the weird conversation. That shit was way off. But the actual conversation that is happening with Vibe and Cap, Mr. I cannot.
Fabian Liberty.
Just don't come around long enough to Fabian. You need to come around more. We can change you. We can make sure that you understand that the rule of law works and it's a good thing. So, but for tonight, we're going to do that because chat, you're going to dono, you're going to make it happen. I appreciate you. Thanks in advance. Thank you so much for real. And thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Clay. This is really a really interesting conversation. Vibe is actually making his appearance next Monday on Abortion is Immoral debate with Taylor Fogarty, Team Fatty, Alishness. They're all going to have some fun. But Vibe, you want to stay on tonight, don't you?
Well, actually, that's kind of ironic because I'm known for not being able to land my plane. And I know a lot of people really hate how much I talk. So this is an awesome opportunity for you guys to kick me since I just babble and babble and babble and can't land my plane. You want to get me out of here? $50.
He's the Babylonian. And it's a full hundo to kick him out, actually, for the night, by the way. Mr. Darko, you just got here. It's been a while since you've been here. You're not ready to leave yet. You haven't even gotten to speak yet.
Yeah, that's correct. Actually, what's happening is I'm dying of AIDS because Fabian just keeps talking about stuff that we all very much care about. So I know most of you in the chat hate me. So if you want to see me die of AIDS on stream, then please hit the dono goal so that we can keep this going.
That's terrible. All right, Spin. I will be premiering on his show tomorrow morning between 9 and 11. The event is in the Discord tab. I will also repost it on Raging Tomato and Gauntlet and all that fun stuff on the posts, so you can find us. But Spin, you're not tired yet. You're just kicking off.
I have not rage baited yet, although the sovereign citizen up there is really starting to piss me off. Maybe he needs to go get his sovereign citizen and move to North Korea, where, you know, they don't have a constitution. You do what they say, or, you know, that's what happens. But Sarah and I will be on the panelists tomorrow morning, my brand new show on America Rising Media. It's going to be epic. I'm going to ask the hard questions. But first, what you have to do is donate so she doesn't get much sleep, so I can catch her off guard. That's what you got to do.
Smart move.
Donate. And Sarah, I will make my exit here shortly because I have to be refreshed.
Fair enough. So go ahead and kick Spin out. Someone said $10 to kick Spin out so he can be refreshed for tomorrow and get his beauty sleep that he needs. For the win, I don't think I've heard you say anything tonight. And if you have, I do apologize. I may have not recognized the voice. But go ahead. Tell the chat what they need to do to keep the show running.
No, I haven't been able to get an edge word in here tonight because we've had some very interesting intellectual conversation, I'd like to say. But boy, you guys know what to do. Let's keep this thing going. I'd want to bring this thing back on topic and everything, and ask the simple question. Well, Noah brought it up earlier about, did Biden win the 2020 election? My simple question is a two-parter. One, why did the military have their backs turned that day on Inauguration Day to them on the streets? And two, why did Jen Psaki say, hey, we heard from all branches of the military, but we didn't hear from Space Force?
Fair enough. Excellent question. I'd love to hear the answer to. Shout out to Pass with their membership saying, much love, Sarah, real one, family, and respect. And of course, Mrs. Lone Wolf filling in on behalf of our lovely aunt tonight. Lone Wolf, tell them what they need to do.
Sorry about that. I forgot to turn on. I would like to share the Sarah Bill of Rights here because I didn't have a chance to do that yet. You have the freedom to hear Sarah show. You have the right to bear that subscribe bell. You have the right to quarter in Sarah's garden.
No, you do not.
Well, you want them on the show. You want to watch the show, so they have to be here. You have the right to search and seizure your wallet to give to Sarah, and you don't have to worry about Sarah double jeoparding you.
Ooh, but I might.
Yeah, she might. And you have the right to a speedy donation bell there.
I like it. She told you your Mater Nation Bill of Rights. Fabian, you're getting the heat on you in all of your worldviews. I like it. You like it. And you're not done talking at all. You like your soapbox. You like all eyes on you. So let's keep all eyes on you. But they must first what, Fabian?
Yeah, I'm not streaming right now. So give all the money to her, I guess. I don't really care.
That's easy peasy, simple and done. Mr. Balderson, last but never, ever least, to you, sir. Tell them.
I better go get some cats.
Oh, get the kitty cats. Save the kitties. Save the kitties, ladies and gentlemen.
And the dogs.
No, they're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the rats with homovirus. Yeah.
Mrs. Balderson isn't at home to present the lovely kittens. Oh, they're getting so big. Save the kitties. He will eat them if you don't donate, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we love our kittens.
Oh, don't get catavirus. Don't. No.
All right.
Is it catavirus? Cat virus?
That's what I said.
I would worry about that hantavirus, but it's got to fight the toxoplasmosis off. That's like my general shield for everything.
Fair enough. And Chris Miner says, Biden, first robot president. Hail Balderson. And he is hailing the kittens right now. All right,
He's not wrong.
back to you guys. You got 3 more minutes to get through discussion before we move into our 15-minute hit it or quit it mode if they don't start hitting that goal. All right, open floor.
That's what she said, hit it or quit it.
That's right.
So back to what I was
Questions, but I'm
saying.
gonna keep my mouth shut.
Yeah,
I'm gonna let the rest of the panel talk.
So why did the military have their backs turned to Biden that day, guys? What the hell? You know, if he's supposed to be the commander in chief, if what Fabian said was that, oh yeah, they certified that election, case closed. Well, why did they have their backs turned? And then why did Jen Psaki say, well, we just haven't heard from Space Force? He's supposedly the commander in chief.
Biden?
Excuse me?
I said, why were their backs turned to Biden, who was just a candidate at this point?
It was
And what
inauguration.
does Space Force have to do with
Or the
Capitol
presumed
insurrection?
Space Force has all the data on everything, you guys. And that
So
when
you
quote unquote
get on
Biden
January
was the duly
6th that the
elected
president.
guy,
No, he
They
was
shoot
not. He
lasers
was not
down at
sworn
the
in yet.
Capitol?
On January 6th, Trump was in charge of the U.S. government. You get that right.
I understand. But who was walking down the street? Who was on inauguration day going down that street? Was it Trump or Biden? It was Biden. Okay. They had his back. They had their backs turned because they did not agree with that, and that was what the whole point of the military. The military gives their undivining salute to the commander in chief, and that was not that man that day. Fabian, do you have anything with that?
Can I be real honest? I don't
Sure.
think I care.
He probably really doesn't.
Yeah, I was actually gonna
I
care,
don't
but,
I don't even
why does it
know much
matter?
about the fucking Space Force.
It's a
I
sixth
was out of the
branch of the
military
military.
before that ever existed. What press secretaries say is usually half retarded half the time, anyways.
Well, she is
Yeah, like
retarded,
it just
that is
doesn't,
true.
and like the movement and position of troops and whom they're saluting. Like I don't know, maybe you can make me care. Maybe you can string it together and give me a cohesive theory as to why these things happen. But these seem like insignificant details to me personally.
I mean,
maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe I could strongman everybody. You tell me, fourth win, whether you think I'm incorrect on this. But if I'm strongmanning this incorrectly, January 6th was nothing but a protest.
I would agree with that. But also, I would agree that there was elements of bad actors implanted into that at the same time.
I would say almost.
You know how much I think even the left agrees that, like, obviously there were informants. Like they admitted to at least like 26. I'm sure that it's so crazy to me. This is the thing. Can I just talk about conspiracy theories?
Please
for just a
don't.
second?
Please don't, because you don't know anything
Sure,
about what you're
better
talking about
stop.
this for sure.
Well, no, just
do you know
just
how
a
much
historical
January
thing.
6th cost the taxpayers? Like when it was all like said and done.
Who
cares?
This feels like the same thing.
$3 billion.
This
In a
feels like
single
the same
day
kind of
that they
question
did.
as like, do you know how much the death penalty costs? And it's like, yeah, because of the bloat of the government and like the means by which we
no, that's because of
give them
rights or
additional trials. Yeah,
something.
the government spent a lot of money. Now, it was $3 billion in damages didn't occur, right?
No,
like it's
no.
$3 billion in adjudication and investigations and random
Oh, no,
security
no.
details and all of this other shit. You know what I mean?
No.
Like, yeah,
That
the government
just, like,
wastes money.
physical
They
Stuff
do that
of, like
all the time.
reinforcing windows and restoring like historical artifacts and like
They actually
like,
already had all that paid for 2 months before that. There was a bill that passed to remodel that entire area.
Yeah, and they
So
dumped
that really
like,
doesn't have anything to do with this.
they dumped a whole shit ton of extra money into the architect of the Capitol in an emergency like spending bill.
What's the
like, post
relevance of
January
that?
6th. I don't know,
It feels
just
like
a
you're
little
trying
fun
to
little
appeal
factoid.
to my like belief in the government
Well,
wasting
earlier
money. So therefore,
when-
we shouldn't fight the government because the government might waste money.
It's
Fucking
not
what?
that.
You know what I mean? Like I
it
don't.
was to when Noah asked about who won 2020, and you said, "Well, it was a certified election. Case closed."
I literally
And to that,
never
I
said
say, "Yes, you did."
No, I
you said
didn't.
you said it was certified, and that was that.
No, that was
Yes,
that was
you did.
No, that was Jason.
Yes, you did.
No, literally, are you all high right now? Like I literally said he probably won, but I don't know. And there are so many ways in which electioneering occurs in so many different governments throughout the world and throughout history. But I assume, based off of all of the information I have, that he probably just won a totality of the votes. But also, I don't really care per se who won more votes, etc., because it's two sides of the same fucking coin. I didn't
So
say
after-
case closed, certified. That was
Those
that
were
was
my
Sparky.
first part of it. You just ended it with it was certified and just left it at that.
No,
Okay?
that was Jason.
I
But they
literally
both-
never said that. That
both-
was Jason.
They both said they said, and Noah was the one that brought it up. He asked them, did they win or yes or no? And they both said, we can't tell you honestly, but we are trusting what happened. Am I incorrect?
I mean, I don't know about trusting what happens. I'm just saying
Well,
like,
you-
the evidence that I
nobody
have
counted-
is
nobody counted
probable.
the votes. Nobody
I'm
counted the
totally
votes.
gassing on right there is because I know Fabian ain't gonna say it. He's ANCAP. Like, have you not figured that part out at least?
And we are now officially on a 15-minute timer. You need one big fat red dono goal or we quit completely. This is your final bell, final warning. Who will be our hero of the night? If you'd like to continue the show, you got to hit that one singular dono and put my favorite color up on the screen. All right, back to you, gentlemen.
Yeah, see, because I've been down the road with ANCAPs before, and it always leads to basically lines on the road, right? Why do we need lines on the road? Why do we need guardrails? Essentially, right? So because we pay for that. Essentially, you look at the government as if they're some type of public entity. Technically, you're right. That's what it is. But I see it as my private police force. That's essentially the way I see it. They adjudicate all my cases. They execute all of my laws, and the legislators essentially together with the rest of society decide what should be law because we put a vote to it. But you cannot participate in that and then go live on your own island. And so the idea you guys are thinking that he's something he's not. ANCAPs, essentially, they believe in bylaws, which are company laws, but not state-run laws, which is a corporation, but it's that corporation that calls it public.
Bro, you're wrong about literally everything you said.
So then what's wrong about the bylaws part? Because I know that
that's
company-
sovereign citizen crazy shit. Like, no, I believe in natural law philosophy. I believe in bodily autonomy, and that is the sufficient means to provide
rules for your
private
own
property
household,
rights.
right?
What?
You need rules for your own household?
For your own property.
For your own property, correct, right. So you get to decide where the boundary is for your own property, right? So that's a rule.
I mean,
It's a
I don't
by-
know about I don't know what you mean by that.
So
What do you mean by I get to
private
decide what the
property-
boundaries are? What do you
Private
mean by that?
private property is decided by boundaries, and so is public property. The only
Boundaries
difference,
are an inanimate fucking thing, and they're not even material. What the fuck are you talking about?
they're not completely inanimate. So when I
You can
draw a line, on
embroider, you can embroider property by like building a fence, and then the fence becomes physical.
and then whenever I draw it on the
And
map,
that's a form of communication of what your property is, which is a portion of homesteading property, right? Is that it has to,
Okay.
it has to
Geometry,
be intersubjectively.
letters,
You have to intersubjectively
Symbols.
communicative, right?
okay, we have to write it down. Otherwise, there's nothing. We are just simply sitting here talking. If we don't
Okay,
write it
sure,
down,
sure,
there's gotta
I
be
get-
some type of script to go by.
But didn't
Sure,
you
what
earlier
is-
hold
what is-
up your
what is
phone like
relevance to all
this
this?
and say what is this? Do I own this, right? And what rights do I have to own this phone, or is this public property? Correct?
I don't know. Are you still making payments or?
No, I own this. Yeah, no payments. This is owned straight up.
Let me go get my other phone. I own this one, all right? This one we're still making payments on.
But I mean, the question is then
This
if
one's
we
on
actually-
lease, all right?
if we-
There,
if
there,
we
there
look
is
at
a
everything as
contract
private-
for the title of transfer of property, and so long as I pay them money, it is of mine. But if I violate said contract, then I have to give up said property, and the property reverts to the individual as a part of the contract that I agree to pay this monthly bill. Sure.
Okay,
The other one I just fucking own. If you want to make it simple,
Let's just make it simple. I own this, right?
sure.
Okay. Now, under what jurisdiction in your world where everything's private. We don't have a government. Under which jurisdiction?
I never said we never have a government, but that's fine.
Okay, so we have a government, but we don't pay taxes.
Presumably, yeah. I mean, like if you're going to live into a population of more than 200 people, you're going to need some rules for your society.
Agreed. Right. Okay. So now we're building up to a government, but everything's
I've never been against government. I've been against a state.
But the government doesn't own anything. The populace, everything. They own the airlines. They own everything. Right.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And under whose jurisdiction, when something goes wrong in certain property rights or my phone rights, if I own this phone and I happen to go into somebody else's jurisdiction of that ownership, do I get to appeal when somebody steals my phone?
Well, it's obviously going to depend upon where you live. It's similar to where we are today.
Okay, so
like you live in the United States, so you're under United States jurisdiction. If you lived in fucking Somalia, then you would appeal to the warlord that's, fucking going to kill you and take your kids if you don't obey him. Well, what's the point of this question?
I'm trying to understand your world, right? So there is no public road. There's no existence of public roads. So when I pull out of my
there is
driveway,
no United States, right?
I am pulling into somebody else's road.
It's like Prince. There's an area formerly known as, you know what I mean?
No, but please explain this to me, because actually I would love to.
These are actual problems with arbitration and anarcho-capitalism.
You're not explaining a philosophy that is convincing me that this philosophy is a good one.
I'm not dodging. I know you guys really love your insults.
By the way, I am being good faith here. I really
know.
do.
I'm talking.
I wish we wouldn't even go down this road and stick on the topic, but
yeah, I mean, I'm the one being interrogated. What do you want me to do?
That's just
you accuse me of dodging, and then also accuse me of being like,
tell me
why
why
are we going down this road? You know what I mean?
Where am I
damned if I do, damned if I don't.
Idiot?
So here's the thing, right? The question is not about what. Like, I understand that you want to understand what this looks like in reality, right?
And I want to know how it
if
works.
I could hold on, if I could adjudicate every infraction in my mind that would ever exist in the future, then central planning would actually work and socialism and communism would be good. The problem is that it doesn't. I'm not going to sit here and claim to know what every little township or Liechtenstein or thing and how it's going to work.
What's it
What I
look
can
like on a
say is
global
this.
level? I don't need the micro.
Listen. I promise I'm answering your question.
I understood it.
So if you're Amish, right? Well, maybe let's not choose Amish because Amish probably aren't gonna. Well, Beachy Amish, they have cell phones, right? So you live in an area, and in that area, you guys have chosen that you have a council of elders. Everyone that lives there, the Amish, for example, are very anarcho-capitalists in the sense that when you come of age, you do Rumspringa, right? Like you leave, you only live in Amish country if you voluntarily choose to abide by their religious faith and their principles. It is essentially a purely voluntary society, with the exception that it's enshrined in the United States and they have to pay taxes, etc. Right? But the way that they internally operate is very anarcho-capitalist. So if you break the rules there, right? Let's say, for example, the ones that do have cell phones, they often have rules about whether or not you have to let church members see your cell phone because they want to make sure that you're not watching pornography or that you're not cheating on your wife or that you're not doing things that don't uphold the values that they have in that society. If you choose to break those rules, then it is like you have broken the voluntary agreement that you have put forward by agreeing to have those individuals over you. And so you will face some form of force or some form of punishment, whether it be, if it's Amish, it's almost certainly going to be banishment because they tend to be pacifists, right? But if you live in a city that a bunch of insurance companies are competing for your rights enforcement agency rights, and they use arbitration between competing firms when there's a disagreement between Geico and Nationwide, right? And they both represent your property rights, just the same way they do with cars, right? When you get in a car crash, most of those don't go to court. You get into a car crash, they determine this guy was at fault, and then that insurance company pays your insurance company. Sometimes you get money for repairs. Every now and then it gets moved up to litigation. The only difference is that the final arbiter under our current system is the United States courts, And if it's Nationwide and Geico and an ANCAP society, they've already predetermined that there is an arbitration firm that they both agree to use. And when you sign up for Geico or when you sign up for Nationwide, you agree that in the event that your insurance companies can't handle this, that they're going to use a third-party arbitration firm to adjudicate things. And if you disagree with it, you disagree with it, but you already gave those rights away to that process so that it would be much simpler for you to go about your day-to-day life. So there are all kinds of different rules and ways and things that you could. You could go live in a hippie commune. You can go live with the fucking Amish. Or you can live in a city where insurance companies are running most of the shit. The difference is that the state,
and I want you to explain this to me, how your view is different than mine. Right.
Mhm.
So the whole idea of the United States is that states have those options. Right. So we have states that have no fault insurance. We have states that have fault insurance. Right. Every
like
state
New
has their
York,
own
yeah.
options, which is kind of like in the idea of what I feel like you're grasping at. But in your ideal world, since you went to insurance and like, how do we insure and how do we do this in your world? How would insurance work?
Okay, you're asking me to solve all of the world's problems.
No,
and
you have a
to build the
view
perfect
that you think
society.
it's the greatest
no,
thing.
No.
And if you're like, I don't have.
It's antithetical. It's
Speaking
antithetical
of solving
to. Let
all
me
the
just finish
world's
this very
problems,
quickly.
Hold on, Fabian.
I'm not
You
asking
have
to solve the
less
world's
than
problems.
4 minutes to solve our problem.
I'll finish
here.
this. I'll finish this very quickly. The libertarian theory is about what systems are capable of being moral. It is not about building like a city sim the exact right
you should
system.
do, not what you can
right?
do.
Like, it's no. What I'm saying is when you're like, well, how will this look? How will this look? I don't know. I'm not an expert in insurance. I'm not an expert in micro, like biochemistry. I'm not an expert.
Yeah, but
in
you're
these
smart enough to figure it out, right?
When I'm smart enough to
everything I
have a
hear you
couple of ideas, I've flouted several at you, and then you're like, no, let's really dig into the details of how your city of 250,000 people will adjudicate this one
But
thing.
this is the reason.
And I'm like, I don't
because
fucking know. Nobody
your world,
knows.
Your world sounds just like my world, and the one that you and
It
I
is
live
very.
in right now.
There's going to be a lot of
Doesn't sound
similarities.
any
People
different,
think.
and I'm asking for where
people,
the difference is.
People think that there is this massive difference between anarcho-capitalism because they have an idea of this like insane like anarchy, chaos, Mad Max road system. What I am advocating for is that instead of having a completely inefficient, fucked government handle your roads, you have a fucking company that has the right to handle the roads that they want and charge the toll roads that they want. And you have capitalism be able to have competition instead of a monopoly that the state does, where the state keeps giving NGOs and politicians tons of your fucking money so that some construction company that's super unionized and is completely inefficient spends $15 billion to build a bridge. Instead, what we have is we have two companies, and the two companies build two bridges, and one company does a really, really good job at it, and another company does a really shitty job at it. And what ends up happening is everybody uses the good company. It ends up being cheaper toll roads. It ends up being more efficient, so you have more of your own money. And then some other company comes along and buys that other road and fixes that fucking road. I am asking for a system that is voluntary, and by its nature of being voluntary, is monumentally more efficient than the system we use, where we use a game theory kind of election system of imposing majority will against other people.
And speaking of capitalism, it is rocking on here in Mater Nation. Zero Dark 4 deserves all the tomatoes in the chat as much as possible because they have officially funded the next hour. Shout out to you, Zero Dark 4.
I'm not staying another hour.
You don't have to, but we absolutely will party on and continue going. But thank you so kindly. That's really awesome. Welcome, and we appreciate it. So to my chat, tomatoes, please, because Zero Dark 4 put my favorite color on the screen. You can give them my favorite color in the chat. All right. I believe Spin has to go to bed to get his beauty sleep. You want to say your final thoughts and get out of here?
Absolutely, Sarah. What?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Sarah, see you in the morning. It's going to be fun. America Rising .media. Oh, Sarah, I've had so much fun, but we will see you in the morning, folks. Have a good night.
Good night.
Rest, brother.
All right, and Vibe,
I will
think,
for the win, and I will see you in the morning.
and Vibe, I believe we were kicking it back to you. I think you were responding, or you were going to respond.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm leaving it to the panel.
Okay.
So Vibe, earlier you were talking about like storming the Capitol and it's just wrong, and everything. So when they came back after the whole fiasco, what are your thoughts about like why didn't they send it to the states at that point? Why did they just trudge on?
Wait, why did they send it to the states?
Why didn't they?
Well, this is the capital, right? This is Washington D.C. What do the states have to do with that?
We were past that point in the process.
I'm lost.
You don't know what the safe harbor date is, do you?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Or not, or the other person.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There we go. Okay. I had music playing in the background. I was
And
like,
you
what?
guys were mad about me going into ANCAP territory. We're just over here fucking waffling now.
No, I really appreciate you talking about.
I'm just saying.
I really do, because you know what? Even though we disagree, I actually agree with you on the moral or good or bad, probably more than a lot of people. And then I just apply it to the system and try to change that within it. So no, I like that you are willing to talk about that. I love that.
Look, I preach there's this concept that Liquid Zulu has. And if you want to learn more about ANCAP theory, he's a great YouTuber to watch, but he's super autistic, right? So it's going to be even rougher data wise, to get through. But nevertheless, he has this concept of ANCAP's, like, we have the job of Isaiah from the Bible. He calls it Isaiah's job, right? Which is that we are preaching to the remnant. Right, like I am preaching to an incredibly small group of people that are able to waken up to this, and the reason I'm doing that is because great men plant seeds for trees of which they will never sit in the shade of. I don't think my ideology comes to fruition in my lifetime. I just don't. But I'm preaching to that relatively small group of people because hopefully we get enough people to fucking reduce the size and state of the government, and 100 years from now, maybe we're living in a minarchy where the government really just handles contracts and courts and battleships in the Navy, and that's it. And like all of a sudden, what seems like a crazy idea now is like, oh yeah, well we would just change a couple things and we'd be a little bit better.
So let's go through just a couple of them because
let's not go too in depth.
So you do agree with private property rights, right? So that's definite. So that's something that you won't back down off of as far as rights go, because you look at
not backing down off of anything. I love you, but no.
Private property, you definitely think people should be able to own what is rightfully theirs.
But
the problem is that once you don't back down from that, all of libertarian philosophy follows from that logical conclusion. If you believe that private property is truly the exclusive only form of property and can only be owned by one individual, and only that individual has the rights to exclusion of that property, every other libertarian idea naturally follows from that. Because taxation
that's
is
not
theft.
true in
It's
our society
stealing your
right now.
property, right?
Well, hold on, because I want to explore that. Okay. Now, I technically own my phone at the moment, and you own your phone at the moment. Now, if we exchange phones, then I own your phone and you own my phone. We've actually made a trade. That's a barter. But then
there's nothing wrong with barter. Like there's nothing involuntary. It's about voluntary economic interaction.
Right. So I no longer have exclusive rights to that which I have traded off.
It's a transfer of title of property. So it's no longer my private property and it's your private property.
So
vice versa.
social contract, essentially.
It's not a social contract. It can be
Social
in paper or. There's no need to add this like social element to it. The property, the property has transferred from my ownership to your ownership, and vice versa. That's it.
And
that can't happen without
this
some
is somewhere
type of
that I think
social
Fabian is saying this is where
thing
government comes in.
We have to be able to communicate, and that can only happen.
I said that already, right? Like all property. When I was talking about fences, right? Property has to be intersubjectively communicative or it ceases to be ethical, right? So if I just like, let's say I have property out in the woods, right? Let's say I have property out in the woods. I go build a house
first.
So I go build a house and hold on, just let me, real quick. I go out and build a house out in the woods.
It means social.
If you want it to mean that, that's
what it means.
Fine, I guess. You know what I mean? In this
social society, like
now you're just playing like weird word games. Like this isn't. You're not actually describing the properties.
You're saying communicative, but then social can't fit that same meaning.
No, what I'm saying is this: is that a system of ethics, system of ethics. Okay, you just keep saying socially like it's a magical word.
Yeah, it is.
Listen,
it is a magical
it's not.
word.
Magic doesn't exist, dude.
The word has
magic
meaning.
isn't real.
You don't want to recognize that meaning. You
Well,
don't.
I don't believe in magic.
The meaning of society.
No, what I'm saying is, okay, I feel like you just say words and think you said something.
The word society has a meaning. What does it mean?
I mean, society is a group of individuals that live together.
And come together, the word together, so they come to an agreement. There's an agreement, a communion or communion, or it's community, society. These words mean the same thing.
You know, I've seen this internet meme where people go, but we live in a society before, but I've never actually seen the meme so blatantly and unironically made as like a legitimate argument. Like it's always been like making fun of people's arguments.
Either you want to live on this planet with the rest of us, or you don't.
I don't want to live on the planet with everybody. What do you mean?
Well, exactly. So we have to come
Neither
to
do you.
on who
Neither do you.
is not allowed to live anymore.
So what would be the real world example of all this then? Are we talking property taxes specifically?
Yeah, taxes. Taxes is a great because Fabian specifically.
Well, like taxes, property taxes. What exactly? Like narrow it down, and then boil it off from there.
And that's why the founders originally meant apportioned taxes. If you really want to understand what that means, go watch the debate that John Felix had with Connor, and you will really fully understand why it is that our taxes that are being taxed are no longer apportioned, and that's totally unconstitutional. I really appreciated John putting that out there. So understanding the difference between what is apportioned tax, meaning that it's already been allocated, right, versus just outright, we take your money and then do whatever the fuck we want with it. So understand what your money is going to can be wrong and unconstitutional, but there are constitutional taxes as well. And good taxes, like the roads. I mean, you want the roads, you do want the lines on the roads, you do want the guardrails, but then you want only your guardrails. You don't want the guardrails for, the next city over. Well, that's where you have to come to some sort of agreement. Well, everybody gets guardrails.
Fuck that.
Yeah, exactly.
I just completely deny that you have to do
by
that.
the same rules. Exactly.
I just deny that you just say, well, it must be because you're Danish. It's arbitrary. No, it doesn't. Why do I have some right to say what roads ought to be like in California? That's retarded.
A vote. We put it to a vote. It's either that or you get to be dictator or I get to be dictator. So my father has
Everyone
this
should be a dictator of their own private property. Yes.
Work for me. You can either work with me or you can work for me. Which is it?
I genuinely think you're just saying words at this point and don't even know what you're saying.
For yourself with nobody else, or you can work.
It's voluntary. You brought up society and community, and you brought up the concept of voluntary trades amongst other people. That's what a fucking job is, dude. Is you agree to work for someone and they agree to pay you. That's a voluntary interaction. It doesn't matter if I work for someone else or if they work for me.
I'm not going to volunteer for you.
You get that choice under anarcho-capitalism. You don't get that choice under our current system because you do work for me right now, bitch. Because you pay taxes, and those taxes pay for the roads. So you do fucking work for me, and you get no goddamn choice.
I don't have to work for you.
Please do not put me in a gauntlet with this, dude. Like, this is not helping. This is not helping. The dude doesn't know what words he's even saying.
With me or work.
He's having
for
difficulty
somebody
stringing
else
together
or not
competent
working
sentences.
for you. Now, I would choose to work with you if I had to make a choice, but I'm damn sure not
Can you make
for
an
you.
argument about something other than just like
Society,
make a
working
coherent
together,
thought?
Unity. And you're saying no. It's
These
my
are just
rule,
words.
my
You're
way
not
or the
attaching them to any
highway.
claim.
I'm saying you're full of shit because you can't do that.
Does
Can't
anyone
do what?
want to?
What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Would anyone like to translate for Clay what Fabian is trying to say?
I'm trying
I'm
to
not sure.
translate what Clay is saying to me.
I don't know what's like. I don't know what's going on.
Multiple times. It's ANCAP. It's all the way ANCAP. And I get it. I understand. We do agree
I
on.
don't think you do, brother. I really
No,
don't.
I
think you
do. I do. You want your rules and nobody else's.
I literally
So,
don't want that. I don't want to impose
Let me go down a
rules.
different road really quick because Clay's been chopping down this tree for a while. To me, like one of the fundamental problems is that it seems very pie in the sky, just like everything else that assumes that the general inherent good of people. It seems to me like when you sit there and stretch things like, oh, this is an entirely voluntary system with voluntary stuff and people mutually agreeing. It seems to me you're not ever taking into the account how shitty people actually are in a capitalistic system that already is being what you would call oppressive upon them, and what they're able to do and how they're already able to completely like exploit and oppress people with that system already in place. So the system that you would provide would put that
Do the
times like
opposite.
1,000. No,
It
no,
would
not at all.
provide it.
I think it would do it.
No,
because
it's
you're
the
not
exact
taking
opposite.
into account how shitty people can be. And
No,
you're
I
also
am.
not taking into account how arbitration will get solved in a world where simple private agencies can sit there and conglomerate and grow power to the point where no one gives a shit anymore.
Until the point
about
that they get to a
arbitration
monopoly,
because might rakes right,
which is what we
Yes.
currently have. We currently live under that system. So no, you're just like
There are
you have
definite
the entire
similarities,
equation the
but
exact
your
opposite.
system encourages it. I
my
disagree.
system does the exact opposite. Capitalism is anti-monopoly. It is
No,
the
because
state
you have to
that is a
try and
monopoly.
bake it into your
Only-
definitions, right?
No,
'Cause you're sitting there saying,
monopolies
like,
can
well, this
only
is
be
all
created by the
voluntary
state.
and
Monopolies can only be
No.
created by the state.
monopolies
do
can
not
totally be
exist under
created by private
capitalism.
power.
That's just not
What?
true. It's completely untrue. Monopolies
talking
are
about?
created by the state.
How couldn't a capitalistic system provide to where a company or a private agency can become powerful enough to where it can try and monopolize shit?
Okay, so monopolize is you're now using it in a different way, which is to say gain some level of majority market share. It's not the same thing as a monopoly. A monopoly is 100% total control of some good, some service, some form, some business interaction, etc. That only
You don't think
occurs
that's
under the
possible
state.
at all in your system? How? If someone
Because
can
it- because
garner
all of the
unchecked power,
It's not unchecked power. It's regulated power better than the state regulates.
Capitalism
Capitalism is better
like,
regulating power and checking power and reducing monopolies than the state ever could be.
So what about California and the high-speed train project?
What about California and the high speed
Relevant.
train project? This is what I'm talking about. People are like, "Oh, you're an ANCAP? Solve all the world's problems." Like, what the? What about it?
Well, to be fair, you can't
Well,
solve
well,
any of the
it's
problems.
about spending
aside from
billions of
what's done
dollars
for
and
you think
that
about.
there's nothing to show for something. Like I like when we take up the
Okay.
example of roads, like we all need them for a community base and everything. I agree with that part of it. But the part that I don't agree with is when they get together and they say, hey, we need to do this project, and then backdoor dealings are made and it inflates.
Yeah, that's
the price.
socialism. That's
I'm just talking
anti-capitalism.
about generic corruption. Yeah.
I mean, so there are two ways of which you can gain power in an economic system, right? You can either use the capitalist route, which is you find a problem that exists and then you sell a solution to
create.
that problem.
solve
Either
it.
you're an employee and you make the value of the production of labor go up, or there is some problem that people are having and you create a new product or a new service. That's how you do it under free market capitalism, right? And under a mixed market economy, you can still do that, right? You can still invent a new product and make money and gain power. The other way is that you can use coercion or force. Now, under a state, you can use coercion and force. You can engage in regulatory capture. You can find ways to petition the government and politicians to put in tax loopholes that benefit you. You can get like a tax break so I can move a Walmart into a small town and gobble up all the small businesses that are there because I get special treatment because I brought all these jobs here with this new Walmart, right? Whatever it is, you can use state power. I am arguing that the only system we ought use is the system in which you solve problems, and that's how you gain money and wealth and power, is by solving problems that people have, as opposed to imposing coercion and force through the state so that you can exploit people.
Has a company ever stopped a product from coming out that would make its products obsolete?
Has a company ever stopped a product from coming out that would make its products obsolete? Is that what you're asking? Now you're saying this isn't completely internal?
Yeah, I'm just asking. Yeah, I'm just not in general.
I can't think of one off of the top of my
Have you ever
head.
heard of like gasoline engine makers? Maybe like buying early versions of electric motors, stuff like that. Are you sure capitalism is all about solving problems, or is it about making sure you make
just
money?
described it. You just described the socialist policy of intellectual
No,
property.
I just described you exactly something that would happen under capitalism.
No, it wouldn't, because
If all
intellectual
your
property
money is
doesn't
into
exist.
making, oh really? Okay, there you go.
Yeah, no, I'm against the intellectual property. You can't buy the rights to an invention and then keep it out of the market.
No, the concern here is the externality that we're all paying as a result of combustion engines, right?
I don't think that's what he was specifically saying, but that might be your concern.
Or I mean,
it's part of it.
Or I don't know. All right, sorry.
Yeah, I think the entire concept of
No,
negative
I'm trying to show that
externalities
he's
is
got
actually
this
bullshit.
built-in assumption of these people doing good and only thinking
No, I
in this
don't.
like this purity of free market capitalism. Like these
Right,
these
but you can't
people,
actually
like,
argue the points. You have to try and project things I
no,
don't believe.
not
to
really.
say that I
Capitalism
believe them.
unfettered will sell people to people, and I don't have to fucking do anything to you to say that. I've got history to prove it.
No, you don't, because there's never been a capitalist society that sells people to people. Because
You're just a
there's
commie.
never been a purely capitalist society, and
There's
B,
never
It's
been
like
real
the
communism.
capitalist society to have people selling people to people.
Selling people is a violation of private property rights because those people have private property rights. So it wouldn't be capitalism.
Why should
it would
we
be
maximize
coercion.
freedom or property rights?
What's that?
Why should we maximize freedom or property rights?
Because it is the only system that can be ethical. It is the only system in which you are capable of doing right and good. And insofar as
how
you
are you
care about those
bridging
things,
the,
but
like,
let's say
thought gap, I
let's say
guess?
you don't care about morality and you don't care about goodness, right? You don't care about doing right, and all you want to do is just like gain the power and be evil. It is within one's own rational self-interest to have all of the systems of technology, all of the systems of governance, all of the systems of, et cetera, be as efficient as they can be. And insofar as you maximize competition and capitalism, you maximize the efficiency of those systems. So we get cures for drugs quicker, we get fucking new technologies quicker, we get to keep more of our money, we get more housing, all of the things that you value from the efficiency in an economic system are better.
So you're making so many presumptions here. I don't know. It's hard to pick one.
Right. Capitalism unfettered is theft. Like straight up. Capitalism without rules is theft. If there's no guardrails for it, it will go into its worst tendencies because it's not there to make your
You're saying
life
the same
better.
magic shit as Clay. You're saying capitalism, which is antithetical to the violation of private property rights, violates private property rights. You're saying something is A and not A at the same time. You are saying contradictions are true and
not
that
even
you don't
possible,
believe in logic, and therefore nothing you say matters.
Well,
No,
that was a big
you're
steaming
advocating-
pile
you're
of
not
bullshit right
advocating-
there.
I believe property rights.
That's what you said. You said
you don't
a
believe in
system that
logic.
doesn't violate rights is a system that violates rights.
It's not what I said.
I didn't say that's what you said, Clay.
Then your
Oh.
definitions are bullshit. Then that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, sorry. So
If that's the way
I don't
you
know if you
define
know,
that.
but definitions aren't like predications, so they're incapable of having a truth value. So just because you've defined something privately, like
So
to
words
be
have
true
no truth
on your
value,
own,
and nothing means nothing. Okay, capitalism
that's a straw
is a
man,
word
dog.
that is
Okay.
describing a concept, and the
Sure,
concept here
you can have your own
has a
private
truth value.
definition of it being like the minimization of exploitation. And you can use that private
This
definition.
isn't
all
some
you
magical
want.
definition that I've clipped out of the fucking sky. When
Yeah, no,
there are
it's
essentially
like a
two
lot of
definitions.
PCP about,
There are
and then,
essentially
like, slowly
two
tried to
definitions of.
rationalize.
There are two definitions of capitalism. There is the definition of capitalism that I'm using, and there's the definition of capitalism that Marxism is using. That's it. The definition of capitalism that Marxism is using is one by which private property is inherently exploitative, and that it is, that it is just a system that is, a transitionary system of reestablishing power after monarchies and elites are no longer able to maintain those systems of power. And then that capitalism is that redistributive system, and that it too will soon fall and fail because of the natural dialectic will eventually rebalance its power, and we'll get the new synthesis, and there'll be some new system. But that all systems where private property exists, at least in name, is in and of itself capitalism. Denmark is capitalism, America is capitalism, Somalia is capitalism, Brazil is capitalism, and they're all capitalism because
Lions
private
and tigers,
property in
bears,
some
and
form or another exists. And then the other system of capitalism is free market capitalism, if you would prefer me to use that terminology, is that private property is not violated. And insofar as you are violating private property rights, you are no longer engaging in capitalism. You are engaging in some form of coercion or fraud or socialism. That's it.
So why is coercion bad?
Of all of the things I said earlier with Vibe, right? Like, I'm not going to rehash that entire conversation that I had, right? Because coercion is against an ethical system, and that the moment, insofar as you wish to live in ethics and in the domain of good, then you are engaged in argumentation of that domain, and you recognizes that the moral good maintains autonomy of individuals, and it's violative of that autonomy, so it goes into a contradiction. It cannot be good. The only thing that
so you're
can
just
be good is capitalism.
Okay, so you're just using like natural rights to hand wave the is-ought gap because common sense.
No, I'm not hand waving the is-ought gap. Right?
That's good.
The only thing, right? I'm not
Right,
sure you
right.
do.
So no offenses.
It's not.
Right?
I'm not
You let our dogs roam
hand
free.
waving. I'm not hand waving the is-ought gap because we're dealing with three different things. We're dealing with prescriptive versus descriptive claims, right? And so far as we're concerned here, I'm not saying what is good. I'm saying these things logically cannot be good because by you, it's the same thing as like Ayn Rand's unavoidable axiom, right? So it's the same thing as it's an unavoidable axiom. The moment that you start saying things are good and you are engaged in argumentation, then you, by the very nature of doing that, have to agree that what is good is bodily autonomy, that you don't rape people or you don't murder people or you don't coerce people, you don't do any of these things that are violative of their bodily rights, and that private property then stems from that recognition.
Yeah, sure. If you want to take that axiom, like that's fine. But like
It's an unavoidable axiom. You can't argue right without saying bodily autonomy is right, and the logical conclusion of that is private
Down
property.
in Papua New Guinea, right?
So
I'm not gonna
again,
say what
if I can create a world in which you have 3 choices and all of them are like net positive, or if I can create a world where you have 1,000 choices and 999 of them are negative, like there is one of those worlds that has less autonomy that is like better.
Yeah, I just deny that that's a possibility, as well as creating a new world.
Well,
obviously,
sure,
is a
because you have an unavoidable like axiom that you keep referring to, like it's a deductively true thing, which is
because
not.
it is.
Well, no, it's not. Like, so maybe you're not hand waving the is-ought gap, but you are hand waving Munchausen's like trilemma. Like, like you can't justify that axiom. That it's an axiom, obviously. But
Right,
like,
it's an axiom,
but
the
there's no
problem
way
is
to
that you
deductively-
can't argue against the axiom. Therefore, it's unavoidable. The moment that you make a claim
I can just
contrary to
reject the
libertarianism,
axiom. I
you
can reject the
accept
axiom.
libertarianism.
Or no, I can I can just reject the axiom because I don't like it because it's a fucking
Right,
axiom.
but in order to do so, you must reject the concept of good and logic.
Says you.
So therefore,
Like,
there's no reason talking to you.
This is
You're a
literally
beast.
just like the precept.
Now you're starting to sound like a
God
precept,
is
yeah.
real, therefore objective morality. So if you deny God, then you can't talk about morality. Like again, like this is just
But you,
precept.
you
like
can't
argumentation
you can't
bullshit.
objectively argue that you ought
No, you can't
violate bodily
objectively argue
autonomy
ethics if
without
you don't
falling
believe
into
in
a
objective
performative contradiction. That is the argument. Is that the moment that you say, the moment that you're engaged in faithful argumentation and saying taxes are good, you're engaged in a performative contradiction because you are establishing the moral claim. You are establishing the moral claim that it is right that you recognize I am a person with bodily autonomy and that we ought not use violence and coercion to get our ideas across because of the cost of it and because of it's not in your rational self-interest to do so, while simultaneously arguing that we ought do that thing. And so you've fallen into a performative contradiction.
Well, no,
So
I can believe that taxes are neutral.
What do you do for the family when you know that your child is misbehaving? Do you attempt to coerce him by using
Bro,
the rod?
I've already
spare
answered
the
this
rod,
question,
spoil
bro.
the-
You've literally
spoil the child?
smoked away or done whatever it
No,
is
no,
that
no, no,
made
no,
your
because
brain
you're literally
progressively get
going
worse.
down the same
a
road
conversation we had an hour ago.
Yeah, you're going down the same road. I know. Yeah. So what do you do for
Why am I
discipline?
gonna answer the
Do
question
you
for
understand
you
what the
again,
word
though?
discipline is? Discipline. What do you do for discipline? What do you do for discipline? When somebody is misbehaving, somebody's actually stealing, somebody's actually harming people, what do you do in capitalism?
Do you want me to give you the same answer I gave you an hour ago?
Where there are no consequences for these things, what do you do?
I mean,
What do you mean these things? Give me a
we-
specific question.
We had this to begin with, like the foundations of America were, I mean, people were essentially handling shit themselves, town to town, right? If somebody came and fucked with my shit, I take care of it, right? Nobody's gonna blink an eye because it's like the
It's a
you know.
limitation of technology more than anything, though, right? Like it's
Yeah,
difficult to
probably.
be
Like, who-
communicate.
who-
Like it's more difficult to like send out a rider to like the nearby city to come back in 2 days to then grab like a small town and create a jury and things like that. When it's like
Right.
certain things, it's like, yeah, we just lynched him because he's a fucking thief. And
Maybe
so
it had something to do with it being colonies for the British Empire, and they didn't want the British Empire coming in and brutalizing everybody in the colony. Maybe that was why they actually handled their things in house. Oh,
Dude, you just say
they didn't
random
want
shit.
someone to come in and brutalize them with tyranny, so they handled everything in house. Maybe that's the concept you're missing. Maybe you don't realize that there is a big brother. No matter what, in the vacuum of no power, power finds the vacuum. Do you understand what that means?
I
think your brain is like a game of
I think your
Frogger.
brain is so fried that you really think that some type of government isn't going to be there if there's no government. There's
Bitch,
always
I've
going to
made
be
the
a government.
claim that I am not against governance like 400
Governance.
fucking times here.
Governance. So you keep trying to put this word in governance. Government. I said government. You're against the government. You don't want government.
Brother, I'm not trying to use magic words like you.
Yeah,
I'll say government.
not
There's going to be
governance.
some local government. I gave you
can govern
several
the
examples
mind.
of
Mind
one.
is governance, right? Yeah, I get it.
What
But
the
can
fuck are you on,
fight
brother?
A bigger power. When a bigger power comes in,
He, well,
to
hold
brutalize
on, Clay. He recognized that earlier. I believe if I'm misquoting you, Fabian, I apologize, but like small of the federal government, like inky dinky, just to handle enough shit of the United States, like the federal duties that they have that they originally had to begin with, instead of
No, I
adding
didn't
all
say
this
that was
other
right.
activity.
I said that's minarchism and that we may achieve that one day. And then
Mm-hmm.
when we are in that state,
Mhm.
all of
He
these
doesn't want a federal
all of these crazy concepts of like having insurance companies run certain things or all that will make way more sense because presuming we can get to that place,
So you're
you'll
federalist.
already basically be living in that world.
You're federalist. You're statist.
Are you?
Well, no, it seems to be that
I was
Fabian's
going to
end
ask if
game
you're retarded,
ends
but
up
genuinely,
You're retarded, so
like,
you're anti-federalist.
there's no doubt.
So you're
Hold on,
anti-federalist.
hold
or
on,
you're
hold on,
federalist?
hold on.
Which one is it?
Hold on, Clay. What was that effigy? I missed it.
No, it seems to me that Fabian's system ends up with mutual agreement of large parties. It seems like a system run by the rich at the end of the day, because the mutual agreement for arbitration systems would only be done by the largest parties, the largest private agencies, whereas our system of mutual agreement is derived through the people itself. So, like,
Well,
it
no,
seems to
it's
me
not,
that the
right?
system you're
That's
arguing
a-
seems like it would absolutely
It's
crush
not,
the individual.
though. You're so full of shit, and you know it. Like, you're so full of shit. Like, it's not derived by the people because the people don't agree. It's derived by a tyranny of a majority or
Exactly,
under a
the
republic
people don't
system.
agree.
Right.
That's why we have to have the arbitration
you're saying
of government.
It's just gonna. You said it seems it's just gonna be the rich. Where are you getting that from? You're imposing this idea that because one system gains wealth, that wealth
Because you're saying
instantly
that
transfers into
the agencies
a
and private
power to
companies themselves
exploit.
come up with the rules.
Like, you're no different than a communist. You believe that the concept
no, you've already
of one
agreed
person
that
having
might makes
wealth
right
is
at the end of the
inherently
day.
exploitation.
Yes.
There's
Why
no
wouldn't it
exploit-
be? Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they exploit people? What entity would stop
Because
them
the
from exploiting
incentives
people
because
openly?
listen, nobody believes in a fucking utopia here on this panel, not so far as I know of. There's
No, it
obviously
seems
going
like
to
you
be
do a
rights
lot.
violations. There's obviously going to be rights violations no matter what system is in place. It is only
Especially
that
without people
my
to stop them,
system
yeah.
my system is the only system that has a possibility of no rights violations. Yours bakes rights violations
Every single
and a
person
lack
in your
of liberty
system
and
acts the way you
inefficiency
assume they
into
have
the
to
system.
for it to exist.
You are immoral and you advocate for evil as a means of
No, we
safety
take into account
because
human
you're
nature as it
afraid
is,
of
not
being
as we
good
want it to
and
be.
you're afraid of efficiency and liberty. I do not have that fear
No, we're
because
just
I
not pie in the
understand
sky.
well enough that the incentives are the exact opposite of what you fear. The incentives are not for large parties of arbitrating firms to then begin imposing their power and will against other people, because what that does is it bakes additional inefficiencies into their own system and encourages competition and violence against them. As you said multiple times, where you kept projecting on me that I didn't believe in force and that I didn't believe that we were going to have to impose force, and I kept telling you over and over and over again that wasn't true, but you kept just pretending you didn't hear it
what's the
and lying
accountability?
about it and saying I believe something I didn't believe.
that was
If
Clay.
people keep imposing and exploiting those
I'll
things,
take a different
they've
route.
just opened themselves up to an avenue to getting a bullet in the fucking head. And what they've done is they've given a legitimate claim to a bunch of their competition that they now get to gobble this company up and use violence against them because they have violated
I'll
rights.
take a different road. I'll take a completely different road. I'm not going to go down that other road that I went down. So, in the ideal of what is just, what is morally correct, where is the accountability in your system? Who holds these individuals who violate rights accountable? Who holds them accountable?
Well, so their competition, which is far superior to our current system. Right, our current system is the government investigates itself and finds they did no wrongdoing, and then we don't get anybody, actually going to jail. We don't actually get cops punished. Right, we don't actually get anything done unless we fight really